Hello, good morning. Welcome to Kunsthalle Zürich for 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. The exhibition Pati Hill, Something Other Than Either, is on show at Kunsthalle Zürich until the 2nd of May. It's the first posthumous exhibition of her work in Europe and comes to Kunsthalle Zürich from Künstlerin München, where it was shown in summer 2020. Today, on what would have been Hill's 100th birthday, we're also celebrating her literary work. Every half hour until 6 p.m. today, a new reader will present an aspect of this oeuvre. We have an oral history interview, observations, Hill's memoir, and much fiction. Thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoy listening.
Hello, my name is Sally Schonfeldt. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to read some notes on my life written by Pati Hill to accompany one of her later exhibitions, as well as some excerpts from the transcript of an interview between interviewer Avis Bermann and interviewee Pati Hill. Some notes on my life. I was born famous in Ashland, Kentucky. Anyway, that's what I supposed, since everyone I met knew all the embarrassing things about me, like my cousin Eloise knew about the movie stars from reading the magazines she kept under her bed. When I was 8, my father went off to build an airport, perhaps in Washington, and my mother and I came to Charlottesville, Virginia, where my mother got a job as house mother at St. Anne's School. It was the Depression, and anything anybody had was it, because there wasn't going to be another. This probably gave me my respect for objects, in contrast to Mother, who thought a box was as good as a chair and women should be paid more than men because they were smarter. In 3rd grade, I went to Stonefield School on Rugby Road, where I learned most of the important things I was going to know from Miss Nancy Gordon, except about the outcome of the Civil War. I admit she was a little evasive about that. When I was 19, I went to New York to live a bohemian life in Greenwich Village, but by then there were no more bohemians, so I went on to Paris to model the first collection of American clothes at Molyneux on the beautiful Rue Royale. Everyone laughed because I didn't put my feet in front of each other the way they still do today and look the audience in the eye. I didn't sign the contract a local movie company offered the American models either, because I remembered about Eloise and those stars under her bed. The Paris Review was just beginning, and they published my stories. This encouraged me to go to Burgundy, where I lived for 2 summers in a damp and distant farmhouse while I wrote my first 2 books. One, The 9 Mile Circle, was about Charlottesville, Virginia, and the other was a journal about Burgundy, which I loved first because it reminded me of Virginia, which had slipped my mind, and afterwards because of itself. Eventually, I married a Frenchman who had a gallery on 78th Street in New York, where he showed the new pop artists. I thought he would be rich because his family made silk in Lyon, but it turned out he was as poor as I was. He did interesting things though, like putting the Orient Express back on its tracks. We had enough Orient Express silverware to open a restaurant. We have a daughter named Paula, who takes great photographs and lives in a triporteur, a kind of teeny covered wagon built on the front of a motorbike. I have had many things I wanted in life, although I usually haven't realized it until quite late. If I had my life to do over, I would still want to work on my everyone's language, but I might want to be an ecologist instead of an artist. If I were living my life over in real time, as they now call now. And now Avis Bermann is joining us.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to read from the Roy Lichtenstein Foundation Oral History Project. It's a talk between Pati Hill and Avis Bermann. Avis Bermann was or still is an art historian. She was in charge of the oral history project at the Roy Lichtenstein Foundation. And just this is a small interesting link between Pati Hill and the Roy Lichtenstein Foundation. Dorothy Lichtenstein, who was the wife of Roy Lichtenstein, in 1963 she worked at the Alexander Bianchini, or the Bianchini Gallery, so the husband of Pati Hill. And that's where she got to know Roy Lichtenstein and also Pati Hill. So that's the link between Lichtenstein, Pati Hill, and also Avis Bermann. My name is Daniel Baumann, and I read the part of Avis Bermann. Here we go. I start this way with everyone. Would you please state your full name and date of birth?
I'm about the only person in the world who wants to state his date of birth. Anyway, my full name is Patricia Hill Bianchini, and I was born on April, am I supposed to say that? Because my horoscope would go into that. April the 3rd, 1921.
All right, thank you very much. And you have told me before that you were born in Kentucky and went to school in Virginia. Did you go to college?
I went to college at George Washington University, I guess for about half a year, and then I went to New York.
And were you involved with art, or did you have an art background as a child?
Sort of. Actually, I had exposed work at the Phillips Gallery when I was 17, and I thought I was going to be an artist.
You actually had a picture shown there, or a sculpture?
I had 2 pictures shown there. It was a group show. I had more than anybody else, and I probably sold more than anybody else because I sold a picture.
And were you exhibiting under the name Patricia Hill?
Well, when I was that age, I changed my name every 10 days. But I think at that point I called myself Sarah Barry. But I did sign my picture Patricia Hill. It was right after that, I think, that I decided to be Patty, to my eternal despair. But I can't get out of it now. My first boyfriend said, "You're going to regret that." And he was right.
Okay, so you moved to New York originally. Would that be 1938 or 39 or so?
Let's see. No, it would be 1940. No. You're talking about what happened to me after I was, say, 17, when I had that exhibition.
Yes.
No, my mother remarried, and she went to Washington at that time. She was already in Washington. I acquired a stepfather whom I really didn't like very much. I had read a lot about the Bloomsbury people. I thought they still lived and that I could get to know all of them, so I went to New York. I went to New York to hear a jazz concert, and I just didn't come home.
And how did you survive once you were there?
Well, it didn't take me long to survive. I spent the first night in a ladies' shelter, the YWCA. Did they have something like that then?
Yes, they did.
Yes. Yeah, we'd all pool resources so I could have enough money to buy some coffee in the morning. Then somebody said, "Oh, well, you could probably live by being a model." So I went to 7th Avenue and I got a job. Very temporary, because they said, "This woman doesn't work for us at all." A couple days later, somebody named Carmel Snow, who was the editor of Harper's Bazaar at that time, came in. She asked me questions about myself and said I should come to see her the next day, which I did. She made me the frontispiece of Harper's Bazaar and asked me what girls were like in Charlottesville, Virginia. I told her what they were like. She asked me what I was wearing was what girls wore in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I said, "Oh, yes." They were what we called at that time Levi's, I guess, but they were given to me by my best friend, who was named Bonnie Forsyth, and she had a father, I guess, who lived in the wild, wild west. She used to come by wearing those things, and I thought they were terrific. So that's how I got started, and from there on I didn't have any trouble getting work.
So you started working as a model in New York?
Yes, I started working for several weeks on 7th Avenue, which was marvellous. There were carts running up and down the street. It was the most exciting place I'd ever been. It didn't have Virginia Woolf, but it was interesting. At night, I would go to the Waldorf cafeteria. I think that thing was called...
On 6th Avenue?
Yeah, yes.
And were you keeping up with your art or anything at this point?
I didn't sort of think of it as my art. I didn't sort of think of it as there was anything I needed to keep up with, except that I just wanted to be in that Bloomsbury place. The village was a little bit like that then.
What I meant was, were you painting when you were in New York?
No. But I immediately became, peculiar enough, they started having a magazine called 17, and they asked me to make a column every week, or every month, whenever they came out, and it was the bane of my existence, but I did it. It was nice, they paid me. There was war then, very shortly after that, and I had a boyfriend in the ski troops. So this particular job, telling young girls how to decorate their apartments, how to decorate their rooms, was very useful, because I could do that from far away in snow country. Then Mademoiselle did offer to make me an editor, and I went to see them. They were so shocked when they saw what I was that they said no, but they bought some short stories from me. So actually I became a writer without knowing it, but I never thought of myself as being a writer, and I'm not sure I do today either. But it was very handy. My idea was to live lives, different lives, because I thought, and I suppose I got that from the idea of being different books or living in different books.
Also, you moved around a lot as a child too, so you weren't attached to a particular place.
I suppose. I thought it would be nice to live some of those lives, like my mother did. She was a liberationist, long before people became suffragettes. Suffragettes had been, and then they disappeared. My mother was a young girl in between the two, but she did terrible things, like when she got her divorce. She got a free divorce because she was willing to stand on the courthouse steps and say what they did. They said, "Tell the court what he did." And most women at that point said, "Oh well, I'll pay, goodbye. He was a nice man. We just weren't happy." But my mother said the actual words. She was a terror, but she was great.
Do you think she inculcated you with what we would call feminist beliefs today?
No. I was never much... I'm a feminist. I think women are much more interesting than men. I shouldn't say that. That's a terrible thing to say, and I don't think that's absolutely true either. I don't think that's what I really think. But I've always thought women were great. I admired them. I thought I might want to be one day.
What got you to the Paris Review?
They got to me, because when I went to Paris, I did do a rather interesting thing. I was the model for the first time Americans ever showed clothes in Paris. It was Molyneux, who was the house, an absolutely beautiful place, and he was an extraordinary man when you look back on it. He was a captain in the British Army, British Navy, I don't know what. Anyway, he was a hero. He was very much decorated, and he was a real sort of he-man. He made ladies' clothes, and he dressed the Queen. He was probably certainly the only British captain who ever opened a maison de couture on the Rue Saint-Honore. He was something. He was the person who said, "I'm going to show American clothes in France." After that, he went back to showing sort of English clothes. Also, people said his clothes were too English. But I had a good time at that. And the Paris Review people, I guess, knew me because they had known me somewhat as a model in New York, and I got to write a lot for them in their first issues.
So this was 1951, and you did an interview with Truman Capote?
That was later. He was a neighbour of mine later in Stonington, and I got to know him very well. But I did that review for the Paris Review, but that was quite a bit later than my Paris days. But while I was working for Molyneux, I decided I really would want to write. I had never thought of myself as being a writer before, even though I sold my work. I went to the country and I lived in a broken-down farmhouse by myself, and I wrote 2 books. I did quite well with them. One of them I want to republish now, because I think it's both like what we're doing today, or what young people are doing today, and not. I think it might come out well because of that, and there were terrific pictures, because the Paris Review had a young photographer who worked for them a lot, and he came out while I was working there. They're sort of remarkable pictures in a way, because they were pictures of someone walking around in blue jeans before there were such things as blue jeans. I looked just exactly like people look today. In a way, I thought like that. It's funny to think how little we change in changing so enormously. I think it would have been more fun to be anything today than it would have been then. I don't know if that's true, but Paris was wonderful then.
At some point, you decided to move back to New York, I guess in the 50s or so?
I went back to New York when my first book was sold. That's the book that I want to bring out again, about living in the country.
And what was the title of that?
The Pit and the Century Plant. They said right away that that would be a terrible... I was never good at naming things, apparently. They said, everybody will think it's the pit and the pendulum. And they did. Everybody's always thought it was Poe, the Pit and the Century Plant. I think I might change the name.
Were you living in the village when you moved back?
When I went back, no. When I went back, I had already married twice. Isn't that shocking? Yes, but very briefly. The first one was just before the war, and he went off to war. He went his way, and I went my way. The second was that ski trooper, and that lasted quite a long time. But I left, and he stayed. I was mostly in love with his mother. She was terrific.
So you were divorced and came...
I was eventually divorced. But after the second time, I realized that you didn't have to get married to people any longer. So I ceased getting married to people before it became a really bad habit. Like people like Elizabeth Taylor, who just fell into a habit of getting married, I felt. Why would they do that if they didn't have to? I certainly had no reason for it. No, I came back because of the book. I met Paul in New York, just because I knew some people who knew him. Things were very different between writers and artists in those days. I was never very good at being in their enclave. I was really a writer. I mean, I was considered as being a writer. There was somebody named George Plimpton, who's quite well known, and he had his sort of coterie. Then there were artists on the other side. I think if I had realized how ferociously different they were, I might have thought a little bit, because it didn't make things easier for me. But I thought Paul was terrific.
Did you meet him at a party?
I always thought I met him at George's, but I didn't. He always said no, that wasn't true. He always said that it was a girl who was a great hostess at that time, is what he insisted. And he insisted that he never went to George's house in his whole life. I remember exactly meeting him, but I don't remember which place it was. It was no fascinating story. It was perfectly conventional. Well, not utterly. We went to dinner with a friend of his who looked exactly like a car salesman, and I paid for the dinner because he didn't have any money.
And that was the beginning. Probably you started as you meant to go on, but you met him. Would that be about 57 or 58?
I suppose that was no. Let's see. It might have been 57 or so. 57 certainly. 56 or 57. How would you figure out those things? You're terrific. Is it through the number of people that you've begun to know Apokes perfectly?
The first thing I want to know, because I'm guessing, is that I would like to know when the Paul Bianchini Gallery was founded.
Gosh, I bet you know.
No, I don't. But it sounds as if he was a gallery owner already.
He was.
Okay, I will guess. The reason I'm guessing that it is that I think the gallery was founded probably between 56 and 58, but I'm not sure.
It might have been 56. Paul's gallery was not much like the Paul Bianchini gallery became. It was full of pictures that his mother bought, a little bit unfortunately, in Paris. Because she had, well, not a society, but she was sort of the patron of some young artists, like horribly enough Buffet, but not Du Buffet, unfortunately. Let me think of who... But Paul really did refuse to show those, I will say. But they were a lot like... That's where at my age, you forget names. And I never did remember names very much. But they were everybody that you bought at that time. They were the hoppers of that day.
They were French artists?
Yes, French artists. And that was great for his mother. She could get rid of all that stuff, she thought. It was good for her. So I think they were very kindly about helping him to have that gallery. He had been working for DuPont. In this country, the DuPonts were sort of like what the Bianchini Ferriers were of France. Bianchini Ferrier was smaller, but they were printing silk. They were selling silk and printing silk.
Didn't they have threads and spools of threads? And am I dreaming?
Did they make spools of thread? I suppose they could have, but I don't know why they would have.
My mother used to sew, and she used to have silk thread, and I think it had Bianchini on it.
There's no reason why they wouldn't have. It could perfectly well have been a sub-activity, because making silk and printing is already two large handfuls.
So Bianchini Ferrier was his full name?
No, Bianchini and Ferrier were Paul's grandfather and his best friend. They were sort of kids out of school. This would, I suppose, be back in 18-something. They came to Paris, and I think they probably said something like, "Gee, this is a great place. Let's stay here." They were both rich kids already, so they decided that they would do that. They came from a family of extreme creators. There's a famous marketplace that was entirely made by the architect who was the father of Bianchini, the Bianchinis, and this wasn't going to be their important work. It was something that was going to keep them for the moment, probably before they go back to school or something like that. I hope I haven't misunderstood that, but I think it was more or less in that way. And then they started doing unusual things. His father started printing duffy on silk, and that was at that time a peculiar thing to do. But Duffy thought it was a good thing to do, and when synthetics started coming in, they refused to have anything to do with that. Paul had sort of two reasons for not following. He would have been perfect in Bianchini Ferrier, especially as they had people who knew how to count and do things like that. He wouldn't have had to do any of that. And he had a brother who all he really cared about was his estate and his horses. That was it. But my mother-in-law, who was the mother of Paul, was a widow. Her husband died as a result of being gassed. I don't know if any of these things are interesting to you.
keep talking. Let's get it on the record. The reason I saw that it is that Andrea told me that you thought that someone should do a biography of Paul.
You mean that I wrote a biography of Paul?
No, that you told Andrea that you thought it would be good to have.
Oh, I do. I think they're an extraordinary family. They sort of end by Jan Arthus Bertrand, who was a terrific photographer. And I know a bundle of stories about the family. And I like the stories about that family because it was like, in a sense, falling into a French version of Dallas.
I just meant that it's okay to put this on tape because sometime if someone wants to do something, it will be there. And I can give you a copy of this too eventually.
But the things I could say about Paul and about his family do have a lot to do with what Paul was, what he did, and what he was. That he was more amazing as a result of some of the things that were in his past than he would have been if he would have been a young American fighting his way up. He was a young Frenchman fighting his way down. Or not fighting his way down, but fighting his way really, far out, very far from where he started. But in a way, the people that he was fighting his way out of were, in their own fashion, pretty far out. They were all both... I make fun of my mother-in-law's collection, which I shouldn't, as it was a very honourable collection for the times, and she really wasn't one of the people who were innovative at all. She was a woman who was caught at a strange moment in her life. She took over from her own mother and was the hostess to Bianchini. I think she was probably a good one, but she had an enormous sense of duty and authority and tyranny too. But as a widow, she must have been perhaps 24 when she became the widow, in a large position of having to entertain a great deal. I think it must have been very hard for her, and living in Paris. She was, after all, Italian. But by the time she died, I think you wouldn't have known it. They kept a place in Italy, and we went there. Each person in the family had a little piece of the house in Italy to live in, which they really had to live in if they were going to be given any money at the end of the summer.
So Paul's grandfather came from Italy.
He was Italian, yes.
I'm just checking where that started, because Bianchini is, of course, Italian.
Yeah, he was very closely attached to Italian. Ferrier, of course, was a Frenchman. I don't know too much about their friendship, but my feeling about it, from what I do know, is simply that they were two kids, well-heeled, and that they were living that certain moment of their lives when school had ended. They could go to Paris, and they were having fun. And instead of coming back home and becoming Italian in the business at home, they decided no way were they going to go back. And what they did was get into the silk business. And I think it must have been a good thing to get into at that time, a thing that was available or possible, and they fell into it.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hanson. I'm a curator and I'm going to be reading from One Thing I Know, which is a novella published in 1962, which tells the story of 16-year-old Francesca Holland's first experiences with love. Chapter 1. One thing I know, I'll never be in love again. Oh, that doesn't mean I won't go out with boys again or anything like that. After all, there is no point in shutting yourself up in a convent if you don't have to. I might even get married and raise a family or become somebody's mistress or something. But I will never be in love again as long as I live. Signed, Francesca Holland. That's what I wrote in my diary last year, and I still mean it. More than ever now, I've had time to think it over. I've never been in love or put my faith in anyone. I'll never look forward or build up any hopes, because now I know the truth. Love is just one big, fat illusion, and in case I should forget, in case I should meet someone with very long eyelashes, for instance, or a funny smile or something like that, I'm going to put everything down here exactly as it was, clearly and truthfully, not trying to spare my feelings or deceive myself, or even making it any worse. Then all I'll have to do will be to read these pages and I'll be safe. Also, because maybe it will be useful to somebody else if they care to take my advice, though this I doubt. People being what they are and never seeing that their position might be like any other person's until it is, and it's too late. Still, you can always try. Chapter 2. The first time I saw Graham von Little was coming out of the boys' basement at school. But before I go into that, maybe I better tell something about myself. Not that I think I'm the most fascinating person on earth, the way my mother says I behave half the time, or even that there is much to tell, but because, after all, if you're going to read a long thing about somebody, you like to get them situated so you can identify yourself with them if you care to, which I usually do, even in the case of raving maniacs or helpless cripples or other types of people I would not choose to be in real life. Well, to begin with, I have blonde hair and grey eyes, and I'm about 5'6" inches tall. I was born in St. Paul's Hospital, and I was a terrible baby, always having tantrums or lying stiff as a board until I got my way. But luckily this passed off when I was 6 and went to camp, where everybody had guinea pigs or rabbits, and I had both because the girl I roomed with didn't like them. Principally, they gave her hay fever, which is understandable. My father and mother are divorced. My earliest memories are of Miss Bell, who took care of me while mother was abroad and used to lock me in the closet, and of Hetty Bell, who used to take me to see the corpses of her friends, or anyone else's, on her days off. I mention these because they'll give you an idea of how often adverse circumstances are not so bad for you as you might think at the time. Being locked in the closet having taught me to enjoy my own company, as I still do, in spite of the ways I have changed towards myself recently. And Hetty Bell having taught me to knit. In point of view of religion and nationality, etc., I am average, as is everyone else in the family, except my stepfather, Nino, who is Italian. The same thing goes for intelligence, spending money and grades, and the only respect in which you might say I was a little unusual is that I can write as well with my left hand as with my right. But this was mainly a talent I developed to keep my mind off arithmetic in the 3rd grade, and not an indication of emotional disturbance, as one teacher suggested. I'm 16. Oh yes, there is one other thing I might as well mention, though it is more or less irrelevant. I would like to be an artist. I mean, I actually like to paint. Not just like some other things which I think are glamorous, such as acting or singing in a nightclub or being a hostess on TWA. Chapter 3. The first time I saw Graham von Little was on the 7th of October last year, wearing a blue sweater and coming out of the boys' basement. He was carrying his books in one hand and a map in the other, and as far as I know, he didn't see me at all. Anyhow, that is what he said later, and I have no reason to doubt him, even though quite a few boys had begun to notice me by then. As for remembering the day the way I do, I admit freely that there is nothing mysterious that, like I have used to pretend. and I would probably never have thought of it a second time if it hadn't turned out to be the day that I got engaged to Daniel. Not officially, of course. Mother would have never put up with that, even for Danny, and to tell the truth, I hardly know why I did, except for the ring. It was such a sweet little one, made in the shape of a heart and fitting my finger exactly, and he promised that if I would wear it, he would stop trying to kiss me and hold my hand every time we were alone together. He is of a very sentimental nature, forever protecting animals and getting on betterment projects, etc., which makes him appealing to parents, though not especially to me. Also, it was nice the way it happened, coming on a Thursday when I wasn't expecting it much instead of a Friday or a Saturday. We met in front of school and started out as if we were going to the museum. Then we turned off and went straight to the Taft room where Danny ordered rum cokes, which I do not absolutely adore, but which give you a marvelous feeling of superiority, and pretzels, and he showed me the ring. I tried it on and handed it back, and we went on to this Chinese restaurant where Danny knows the waiters and they treat him as if he were about 1,000,000 years old, though actually he's just started college. You know, bowing and scraping and giving him the best table, which, to tell you the truth, is not hard as there's usually nobody in the place. When we'd finished eating, I tried the ring on again, and Danny told me about Tristan and Isolde and wrote a poem about hopeless love on the back of a paper napkin. Then I called Mother and asked if we could go to the movies, and we took a taxi to this very small Bavarian bar, where they have fake cobwebs on the rafters and cotton in the windows for snow, but which really is very old and gives you the impression of being somewhere else than Washington, D.C. And we listened to an old man playing the violin until the movies would have been out. We got engaged just before the bus came, which was the best part because it gave me something to think about for 3/4 of an hour on the way home, and I was going to let Danny kiss me goodnight without asking Mother, except she heard us coming and came down to offer him a cup of cocoa and a detective book. Heaven knows why. She usually lets him shift for himself. I think he knew, though, and didn't feel too badly, or worse, depending on how he looked at it. Naturally, I didn't tell him about the boy in the blue sweater. After all, what was there to tell? I just saw this boy who made a queer impression on me, and there was no reason why I should guess he was the same boy who had just moved upstairs from Danny, and Danny was always telling me about him. Chapter 4. Graham this and Graham that. Graham is making great strides towards becoming cultivated. Graham has begun to read War and Peace. Graham is giving up boxing in favor of philosophy. It was enough to drive you out of your mind. Why don't you let him alone, I used to ask. I don't see anything so terrible in being an athlete. But it wasn't in Danny's nature. The boy has a good mind, he kept telling me, and I hate to see him waste it. Besides, he doesn't know anyone but Gigi, and I don't think she is a healthy influence. Gigi being this very heartless girl, at least according to Daniel, who only went around with Graham to make an older boy jealous. Every so often, he would try and get the three of us together, but something always happened like that. Graham had to help Gigi and make decorations for sorority, or else said maybe that she had to be dropped by. It was a big bore, so when Danny told me a few days after we got engaged that Graham was giving a dinner party to celebrate his decision to break up with Gigi, I almost refused to go, except that I will go to almost anything I'm invited to outside of a folk dance. Also, I had this new black dress, black velveteen with just a tiny lace collar that I hardly showed when I pulled my hair down around it, making a very sort of contrasty effect, though not the sort of contrast where either side comes out the loser, if you know what I mean. I remember driving into town in the car Danny borrowed from his uncle. It was one of those frosty nights, clear with billions of stars, and I was glad, because I like winter, and the idea of coming again made me think of other winters in the past, so it seemed more than just this one night. To make matters better, Mother said I could spend the night with Danny's grandmother, who is deaf as a post and does not care when anybody comes in, and probably did not even understand about my staying in the first place. In the entrance of the apartment house, which is rather old-fashioned with marble walls and brass mailboxes, I kept dancing around and looking at myself in the mirror, and Daniel kept catching me and saying, "Stand still, stop looking at yourself. The way you are tonight, I'm afraid you're going to float away into thin air." As we got into the elevator, I tried to slip off my engagement ring, just on general principles, but Danny had a hold of my hand, and I thought, let him be happy this last time. Though I probably didn't really have any premonition of what was going to happen. Then Graham opened the door, and no matter what anyone says, I was in love. It was so strange. He was wearing a dark blue suit and a medium red tie, and instead of looking to the side or smiling or lowering my eyes, which I sometimes do to give the full benefits of my eyelashes or not to seem too eager, I looked straight at him, and it was like looking straight into the heart of some very important design. I mean, it was almost as if we became each other without even wanting to or trying. Well, it is hard to describe, and anyhow, it only lasted a second. Then Graham was making the introductions. That was very strong at the time. There were 6 of us. A boy Graham went to school with before me, and his girl, and Danny, and me, and of course this Gigi, who I will have to admit was very good looking, with a pair of Mexican earrings that kept sliding down into the neck of her dress, so she would have to go diving after them, though I don't think it was on purpose. Naturally, the first half hour was pretty horrible, what with passing cashew nuts the whole time and balancing glasses of tomato juice and laughing, even though there wasn't much to laugh at. It got over fairly quickly, though, and by the time we sat down at the table, we were feeling almost human. I sat down between Danny and Graham's old friend, and we started off with lobster cocktails and white wine in very tall, thin glasses, which may give you the idea of what sort of person Mrs. von Little is. Although there were cigarettes in individual holders, and individual matches and ashtrays, not that any of us smoked, except Gigi and Danny, who smokes Gauloise when he still smokes. Yet it's not every parent who would think of putting them out for you, or for going out to dinner during the tomato juice hours. So all in all, it was pretty fine, and I would have enjoyed myself even if I had not any ulterior motives for it. Afterwards, we had coffee in the study, which is especially luxurious, with a fur rug on the floor, shot by Mr. von Little when he was still Mr. von Little, or rather when he was still married to Graham's mother, and the subject turned mainly to men and women, and honesty and loyalty, most of which was meant to make Gigi feel uncomfortable, though. But she took it well and seemed to enjoy it, until Graham finally put Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony on the record player just to shut her up. I leaned back and sort of half closed my eyes, as if I were entranced. And when the record came to an end, I found Graham looking at me, and we smiled in this knowing way, though knowing about what I'm not sure. I'm not any more musical than a stone. Nevertheless, it was a happy moment. The rest of the evening we talked about the composer and his unfortunate love life, which I did not entirely understand either, in spite of rooming with a girl who had a crush on another girl for a year and a half at St. Mary's Academy in Massachusetts. And the only really bad thing about the whole evening happened right after we said goodnight, and I remembered I had left my handbag with my toothbrush in it. Graham came to the door looking rather sheepish, and Gigi was curled up on the sofa with her feet under, and there was a place with a dent in it where Graham had been before. Most of the lights were out, and they had one Coke on the table, which they were sharing. I tried not to think about it, however, figuring that different people have different ways of breaking up, and I was happy again at Danny's grandmother's, not even wanting to sit up late or talk or bothering to go through the drawer of Danny's desk, which I easily enough could have done by sticking the paper cutter in the crack over the keyhole. Chapter 5. After that, I saw a lot of Graham at school. I don't know why. There was not any more reason for our paths crossing than before, and we did not have much to say to each other than when we did. Just him asking me how Danny was, which he could perfectly well find out for himself by walking downstairs any evening, and me making stupid remarks about homework and such. Still, it was a start, and before I had a chance to get discouraged, Danny came to my rescue again. Unintentionally, it goes without saying, even on my side, since I was not any more enthusiastic about the three of us being friends than I was before, but surprisingly enough, it worked out quite well. For one thing, Danny and Graham really did enjoy each other's company, as it had been hard for me to imagine. And while they were discussing Nietzsche and Kierkegaard and honor and loyalty and the rest, I was able to just walk along thinking my thoughts and imagining things like, what if this were France at the end of the revolution, and what if we were making our way out of the country incognito? Or what if Graham and I were secretly married? Sometimes I would pretend we were brother and sister, and Danny was a simple youth on his first trip from London. The scene would be the tropics, and Graham and I would be amused by the way Danny tried to cover up his fear of the strange sounds around him, stealing looks at each other over his shoulder now and then. I know that sounds stupid, like the sort of thing you do with your girlfriend when you're 10 years old, but it was fun, and I didn't ask for much more in those days, except just to be in the same place with Graham, and my daydreaming added a little spice. Every so often, Danny would remember about me, of course, and started hovering around as if I was some sort of omelette he was baking, or Graham would remark that they must be boring me, and I would have to say, no. I was enjoying their conversation, even though I had nothing to add, but in general, they were too taken up with what they were talking about to interrupt me. One afternoon, we went to the observatory, and Graham showed me how to throw rocks, and that was great. First, he would hold the stone out in his palm like someone who is going to do a magic trip and wants to show you the stone is there. Then back off and wheel his arm around, concentrating all his energy into this one act, as if it was the only thing in life. When he let it go, he had an expression like he had given away something he liked very much, but wasn't really regretful. He was very careful what stone he picked, too. Not too big, not too light, or too flat, and sometimes he would wipe it off on his coat beforehand. When he was finished demonstrating, he handed me a sort of striped pebble so that I could try myself, but instead of throwing it, I just said thank you and put it in my pocket, and Graham laughed. Another time, Danny was late meeting us, and Graham and I sat on the steps in front of school trying to make pieces of grass whistle, which neither of us was much good at. Just as Danny came in sight, Graham asked me sort of suddenly if I liked him. My heart started beating very fast, and I said yes. Then I thought maybe he meant, did I like Danny? And then I said no. Then I said yes, but as a friend. And by that time I was so confused I jumped up to run and meet Danny as if I could hardly stand, having been away from him since yesterday. All that afternoon I kept trying to catch Graham's eye or smile or say something that would show him I liked him, at least, no matter what he had been asking, but he hardly looked at me, and after a while I gave up, figuring it would come out right somehow in the end. Soon we were meeting every day, the three of us, taking off in any old direction that struck our fancy, and walking for miles whether it was raining or not, and very sort of camaraderie, at least easy with each other. And Danny got this terrific idea for starting a little magazine which we would print ourselves and distribute free at first, but which would finally turn into a real magazine like Paris Review or something, only much more original. And we even found a place in back of Miss Henderson's to set up our headquarters. I'm going to have an interlude now before skipping through to chapter 19.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunsthalle Zürich.
Right. Chapter 19. The last thing isn't so sort of fascinating in a way, and I mention it only because I have mentioned it before and I might as well finish it up. That is about being a painter and how I have come to the conclusions I will never be one. Oh, not because life is so gay or something like I told Mr. Raoul. I went back to class several months ago and worked harder than ever. And not because I can't draw either. If I said that, I would only be saying it to be modest. I draw better than most, and I can get a likeness too, in the case of portraits. Sometimes more than I want to if I'm going to show it afterwards. It's just because of something else, because of something you might not think even made any difference at first, but which is really the only thing that does in the end. Take Picasso, for instance. If you never saw a goat in your life, you might have a hard time figuring out how one was built by some of his drawings. In fact, I'm not sure you would even know if it had 4 feet or a head, but you would have a pretty good idea of what a goat is, though. More than just hairs and horns and ears and so forth. If he didn't draw anything but a smear, it would still balance itself out and tell you something important. Something that does not have anything to do with facts, which are interesting, but which not the main thing I care about. Mr. Frost, who is my teacher now and takes an interest in me, though for different reasons than Mr. Raoul, says what I have to do is work. Work, work, work is his motto. But Mr. Frost has worked all his life, and he's never painted anything you couldn't see better in a mirror. Whereas some people who are too lazy to lift a brush can put life into eating a pickle. Sometimes I would be about ready to die for this thing, whatever it is. But it is one case where wanting and having are not connected, and I might as well accept it. The day I figured this out, I got up in the middle of class and washed my brushes and rolled up my paper and caught a streetcar to the Washington Monument. I don't know why. It just seemed like a good place to go at the time. It was sort of a rainy, foggy day, and I got to the top and looked out, and I could see about as far as my hand. There was no one up there but the guards, so I poked around a bit as if I were disappointed, because I didn't like to give the impression I couldn't have cared less, as was the case. And just as I was about to go down, a little man about the size of a minute came huffing and puffing to the top by the stairs. He was wearing a hat with a cardboard eagle on it, and he had a sign on him which said, "I am blind." And when he saw me, because, as it turned out, the sign didn't mean anything, he headed straight for me, saying, "I have just completed 898 steps. Now it's open to the public. You're the first to go down." I said, "I was thinking of taking the elevator, thank you," and went on standing where I was, so he came over and waited too. On the way down, he sort of hummed to himself, and I did not pay any more attention to him until a block later when he appeared at my elbow and launched into a story about how he had spent the morning in a laboratory, and I had better take a good look at things the way they were because there would be some radical changes. Like a fool, I said, "What?" instead of just moving on a little faster. I had my mind on my own affairs, and it was not clear to me that he was a nut. I said, "There are going to be some changes," he repeated. "Remember when the horse and carriage gave way to the motor car?" "Well, no, not really," I said. "That was before my time." "I didn't say it wasn't," he said. "I just said, do you remember? All you have to answer is yes." "Well, then, yes," I said. "The next change is going to be bigger than that," he said. "Much bigger. No comparison at all." "You mean like the atomic bomb?" I asked. He was quite insulted that I should think of him in this way, and by the time I got through apologizing for having taken him wrongly, we were in front of the Lincoln Memorial, and he changed the subject to point out its columns. "Had them all replaced," he told me, "without anyone suspecting they're the original ones. Had it done by last night by the sworn brethren." I wasn't going to ask him what sworn brethren were, but he kept plaguing me until I gave in. Sworn brethren are an organization of the underground, not the underworld, who put through all jobs. Like, if there is a steamship in distress, and they don't want anyone to know it for political reasons, the sworn brethren go and fix it. Or if the president would like to go into a bar incognito, they take him, and so forth, whatever the so and the forth could be. While he was telling me this, he took a sandwich out of his pocket and asked me if I wanted half, and I said no, but he began chewing. Then he asked me if I wanted a beer, and I said no again, but afterwards I realized that he did, and I told him I would be glad to buy him one, partly because I was in a mood where I did not care any more what I did, and partly because it occurred to me that I might be able to get rid of him that way. He said he did not generally accept drinks from women, and that he did not drink much anyway, but in this case he had come without his wallet, and he would be very glad to accept it. The only trouble was, I didn't know where to take him, so he suggested this place, which he said had a very quiet and refined atmosphere whenever he went, sometimes by himself. I had a horrible minute where I thought it might be the Willard Hotel, and I did not much like the idea of traipsing through the Willard with Mr. Eagle. His name was Mr. Eagle, it turned out. Even in my present state of mind, but in the end it turned out to be the Union Station, which we went to on foot, him pointing out all the spots of interest to me on the way, and once stopping off to go to a public men's room. He was in there for a long time, and I thought of leaving him, except this did not seem very kind in point of view of the bear, and besides, to tell the truth, I was glad enough to have his company once I got more or less used to him. I mean, he was no worse than a relative or something like that, on top of being a little more cheerful. In Union Station, he went to the men's room again, and before we got to the bar, he was explaining to me he was a very old man and did not function so well as they used to, and warned me not to get too old. I asked him what I could do to prevent it besides jumping off a bridge, and he told me some exercises he was working on in his odd hours. They couldn't have been very many, judging by how many he had done in the last 2 days. The first thing you do is lie down flat on your back till you lose consciousness. You lose consciousness by thinking of the letter O. Then, while you're still soupy but coming to again, you revolve the muscles in your neck and chest and slowly raise your legs till they rest in the air as easily as if you had them on the edge of a sink. After that, I forget a little, but the result is you recapture the electricity you sent out during the day. He said he didn't think he would develop the technique in time to save himself, and anyhow, he didn't mind. He was more afraid of losing his hair than his life. He didn't want to die bald-headed, which he did not seem apt to do, given that it was coming out of his ears. After we'd finished the beer, I paid for it. It was the first time I'd ever paid for a beer in my life, and I had just enough to cover the tip. He proposed taking a look at some cherry trees which he'd planted in 1936 near the White House, but I said I had to go home. A sort of panicky expression came over his face at that, and I would have invited him to come with me if I would have known what to say to Mother when I walked in with him on my arm. I knew this was sort of out of the question, though, so I just turned my head away fast and didn't really look at him when he shook hands with me in front of Union Station. I felt one more twinge when it began to rain in earnest, and I hoped they would let him curl up on a bench in the waiting room for at least a while. Anyhow, a little rain hardly seemed very important to a man who had invented so many things and who had so many more things to look forward to inventing. I mean, it was more like I ought to save my sympathy for ordinary people who can't find anything better to do than to lie around in the sun in some place like Palm Beach. I don't know what became of my brushes and my roll of paper. I guess eventually someone will figure out I'm not coming back and put them to use.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunsthalle Zürich.
My name is Felicity Lunn, and I'm director of the Kunsthaus Pascal in Biel. I'm going to read two texts published in the Paris Review, the first in 1955, the Falcon 2 decades later in 1976. Hill recounted later how the first, Cats, came about with encouragement from George Plimpton, the editor of the Paris Review. There was this particular little afternoon I remember so clearly of George, when I was living in the Ile Saint-Louis in a tiny apartment, and he had already published excerpts from my two books. And I said, I don't have anything at all left to give you. That's it. And George said, well, you can just write about anything at all. I said, I don't have anything to write about. And George said, you like cats, so write about cats. I said, well, all right. And George said, but you're not going to do it, I can see that. So I'm going to sit here until you've written about the cats. And he sat there until I sat down and wrote just about any old thing about cats, and he published it. Cats. I like cats as far as creatures go. I like almost any animal that does not have horns or scales on it, for that matter, but I especially like cats. Any sort and denomination. Spotted or solid, fat or thin, with and without fleas. I like them and admire them, and almost anything they do is a pleasure to me. The way they can walk around the rim of a bathtub, for instance, without falling in, and the way they can get comfortable in any old place. There is nothing better than a cat looking out from behind a pot of geraniums on a windowsill, or walking slowly down a country road of a summer evening. There is something at once comforting and disquieting about a cat which makes him attractive. They are wonderful when they stick their noses cautiously into a hole and then back out again, and when they flatten down their ears, the tops of their heads look like giant bumblebees. Also, they have marvellous feet. When a cat puts his paw on the head of a half-eaten fish, it is at once delicate and dainty and fierce, and when he retracts his claws again, he is most beautifully innocent, like firearms in a shop window, or a pincushion with no pins in it. A cat has hundreds of games inside his head, and anything that casts a shadow or leaps across his path becomes his toy. He does not have to spend any time deciding what he likes or what is good for him, and so he is never awkward. Of course, I know a lot of people do not share my sentiments. For one thing, they do not think cats are affectionate enough, because they don't bounce up and down or try to lick your face for you. They remember you, though, in their own way, and purr and rub against your leg, which is about all I expect, except from people. Nor is a cat very useful when you come right down to it, unless you count catching rats, which they do on their own, or making hot water bottle covers and violin strings, which you do out of them when they're done for, or providing sport for small boys. And as far as brains go, I'd be the first to admit they haven't got much, at least the human way. If a cat thinks at all, it is mostly about problems, like how to get off a roof, or if a piece of paper is living. But even this has its advantages in the long run. No cat will ever trouble you by bringing your slippers when you're ready to go out, or insist on fetching the paper in the pouring rain. In fact, you might say one of the best features of a cat is that it is in every way an animal. A baboon, for example, can never be really lovable because of the way he uses his fingers, but not his napkin. And even a dog is maddening when he understands a little, yet misses the point. With a cat there can be no deception. A cat is just a cat from start to end, and does not even trouble himself to find out which of you is master. I have about a dozen cats in my country place outside Paris that live more or less on my side of the road. Most of them I inherited from a nearby farm, and they go back and forth as suits their convenience, stopping along the way to look for frogs and mice. Our relationship is simple but agreeable. I build the fire and they sit in front of it. I wash the floor and they make tracks. They are good walkers too, and like to go for a stroll in the evening. I have one cat who is fond of mushrooms, and he is much better looking at for them than a hog. He makes less noise and is just as efficient without being so disgusting. In the morning, when I get up, there are generally 4 or 5 cats at the door waiting for their breakfast, and it's fun to see them eating. They ring around the plate side by side with their paws tucked up and their heads together like a kind of furry flower growing close to the ground. A country house is not complete to my way of thinking without a few cats to sit on the gate and lie in the dahlias. It is like a room without cushions or ornaments, functional but dreary. I never had but one cat in town, a big grey Tom with a square head. At first we got on fairly well together. He thought me a fair substitute for his next of kin, without having much idea where I began and ended. And later he had an even better opinion of me, because I pulled strings with pieces of newspaper attached to them, and opened and closed cupboards, and ran water in the sink, which is interesting to a cat. Then all at once he began to suspect me of going places he didn't go, and seeing things he saw only through glass. And worst of all, he got the idea he wasn't the only one of himself in existence. I did not live in the kind of apartment where I could let him out, and so when he was feeling grumpy or looking sad, I felt obliged to do something about it. To produce some of the excitement he was missing by whatever means I could bring to mind, I would run the vacuum cleaner to give him the pleasure of putting his hair on end, and scare him by leaping out from the kitchen and banging the pots and pans. Everything I did, whether I was repairing the doorknob or peeling potatoes, I tried to arrange for him to get some satisfaction out of it. Finally, I even went so far as to buy a fake mouse and a tinkerball, and made a tunnel of boxes that ran from the living room straight through the hall. But while he admired and appreciated my efforts, I could tell that he was still more interested in what was going on in the street than anything else. It made me very unhappy, because it gave me the idea of what it would be like to be a prisoner. And so when I had the chance, I gave him to some friends who lived in the suburbs, which he didn't like either. By the end of the week, he had gnawed a hole through their tool shed and chewed up the curtains and jumped into the washing machine and scratched the baby and about every other thing he could think of to make himself disliked. One of the better qualities of people, though, is that they are kinder than animals. And in the end, he calmed down and enjoyed himself walking along the back fence and climbing in trees and doing things cats ought to do, until he got run over by an automobile. Street cats, which are the ones I really know best, differ enormously in different countries, and those I admire the most are the cats of New York. There is something very rakish and devil-may-care about them, something sportive and tough and prepared. People are inclined to play tricks on animals in America, as well as to be more sentimental than in other countries. Perhaps because we like them better at heart. So between the hecklers and the members of protective societies who want to give them a better life, a cat has to be on the lookout. When I think of cats in New York, I generally think of them howling terribly, or streaking along very close to the ground, or up under the lid of a garbage pail with their tails hanging out like the handles of umbrellas. I remember the last long looks of abiding mistrust as they disappear over a wall, or the bold look of a cat that knows his own territory, or the way they will stop to lick themselves hastily and furtively before rushing on through feet and traffic. It is only at night down by the wharves and in secluded places that they come out and walk around slowly and gracefully, as if they had a right to a way of their own. New York cats are night cats. They grow up in dark holes and live in dark alleys. A cat that has managed to get into the world and stay there has achieved a certain standing, and he shows it. I've never seen a policeman in New York stop to pick up a cat the way I've seen in Paris, or kittens being born in front of a department store the way I've seen in Rome. New York cats have to fight for all they get, and I respect them for it. Probably the city that has the greatest cat population in the world is Rome. I guess I should have been prepared for this, because almost anybody who has the courage to write about Italy at all writes about the cats. How they go slipping through the night, treading the path of the Caesars, and sit on columns of broken stone and hunt mice in the Forum. I didn't realize until I went there, though, that it is the headquarters of the feline. Every place you go in Rome, from the smallest passageway to the main street, there are cats and more cats, sitting and walking and waiting and licking themselves and wondering vaguely where the next meal is coming from. You can't go to the cinema or a cafe or walk in the ruins without seeing cats, and if you stop for a minute to look about, they will begin coming up to you. Not quickly or eagerly, or even as if they had much interest, though actually they do. People in Rome are aware of cats and often feed them like we feed pigeons. Once in the Colosseum at night, I saw over 50 cats in all stages of starvation and friskiness. Some of them were barely more than a head with nothing attached, but they're not afraid. All over the ground in places like that, you will see little pieces of newspaper that have had food in them. And I've often watched people making donations, calmly and peacefully, like lighting candles or crossing themselves. The cats of Rome are without exception very long and lean, even the ones that live in shops and houses. They have wedge-shaped faces and tall ears, and when they sit on their haunches with their heads forward, they look Egyptian. This may be because they are more primitive than our cats, or maybe they are just built for existence. I don't know. Anyhow, there are a mighty lot of them living on a mighty little and taking their ease in the sun, and it is pleasant to climb up to the entrance of a temple that has been deserted these many years and find a cat on the doorstep waiting. In one place where I went, there was a statue on a pedestal that was scarcely more than a belly, but it had a cat on its lap and looked rather comfortable. Paris is the paradise of cats, though, if you count a full plate of liver as the end in life. Nearly everyone here has a cat, and you can't go into a tripery without hearing at least one person laying down the specifications for their nourishment. "Your cat eats lung," one cat owner exclaims to another. "Eh ben, le mien ne mange que du foie." And you know who won that round. Concierge cats are about the best off because they have windows that give on the street, and if the lady is not of a nervous temperament, he can come and go at will. I like to pass down the street where I live and admire the fat backs pressed up against the bars, along with the cactuses and cushions and old magazines. The normal colour for a concierge cat is a decent grey and black stripe, and if he does not weigh at least as much as a small sack of potatoes, you can be sure something is wrong with him. It is an impressive sight to see a concierge cat get up slowly and lower himself carefully to the ground. And when he goes up the block, he walks slowly and steadily, slinging his great rope of a tail from side to side. Even opening and closing his jowls or licking his feet is an operation to be taken seriously for these kings among cats. Cafe and restaurant life is not bad either. Cats seem to grow bigger and stronger and sleeker on French cooking than on any other, and a restaurant cat has his pick in both food and customers. People like cats in France, and the bigger they are, the more they pay them court. There are not so many strays as there are in Rome and New York, and some of them are even better off than if they had homes. There is a white cat that lives on the quay in front of my place, for instance, and although I contribute to his support from time to time, he is not always interested in what I bring. He brightens up when I speak to him, and if he sees I have something in my hand, he will come down off the canvas car top where he hangs out, but it is mostly curiosity. He gets his main living from a large lady who lives in the Rue des Deux Ponts. When she sees me passing the time of day with her charge, she gives a stiff little smile. She doesn't like my infringement on what she considers her property, and for 2 francs she wouldn't mind telling me so. One of the favourite places for stray cats in Paris is the parks. I got to know the cats in the Jardin du Luxembourg fairly well, because for a while I went there every afternoon to sketch. At first I used to wonder why there were always so many old pieces of excelsior and straw covers of bottles lying on the ground beneath the hedges of a certain entrance. And later I found they were put there by the concierge of one of the houses nearby to protect the cats from the wet. In the winter she comes and shakes the snow off and lays down more pieces of excelsior and more bottle covers, and nobody complains because she is a friend of the superintendent. The cats that live in the park are rather savage and do not come up to you the way they do in Rome. They are more or less taken care of by the women who run the kiosks, where toys and candy are sold, and people who leave pieces of sandwiches, and by an old lady, very thin and bent up, wearing a thin old coat. She would turn up every afternoon about the same hour I did, with her black oil-sting bag worn to cloth at the handles, and first she would sit on a bench, backing continuously up to it, and lowering herself into place with her stick, as though the 2-inch drop quite knocked the wind out of her. And there she would stay for a moment, staring out in front of her, before she would arrange her bag on her knees and take out her newspaper parcel. By the time she got the papers off, the contents would seem to have dwindled to almost nothing, and she would look and look away again, shaking her head, as though something had happened since the time she laid her tidbits on the paper. "I've been robbed," her expression seemed to say, and she would glance fearfully toward the hedge, as though to commence her explanation. By then, the furtive shapes of her savage pets would have begun to creep along the naked stems and branches toward her, their tails out stiff, watching silently with an intent, mistrustful gaze as she began talking to them. "Come, little ones, come, my pretties. Viens, Minette, viens, see what I've brought you." If she overestimated the contents of her offering, it was in her eagerness to please, I guess, because no one looking at those cats could have hoped to mislead them by so much as the left fin of yesterday's herring. They had long ago appraised her down to the last fishbone and soggy crumb of bread. All the same, she would tease them for a while before getting up to approach the hedge, promising this and that, as though in an age of plenty she were coaxing a fretful child at the table. Then just before she laid her little offering on the ground, she would look it over once more and extract a few morsels for the lame one. Down the hedge away she would give him his, the cat darting forward to her hand, seizing the remnant of food and darting back again, eager but afraid. And if by any chance one of the vigorous ones should already have finished and trailed her and snapped the piece from her fingers, there was such distress in her face, such a hopeless dejection before the bobbing and darting and asking, that I could not bear to look. At moments like this, I would have given anything to have handed her a beefsteak, or even myself perhaps cut into pieces and wrapped in a figaro. Time after time, I would make up my mind to bring something, or save my sandwich, in case she needed it like a handy life preserver in the middle of the ocean. But I knew it wouldn't do any good. She was just despaired and despairing, and this was her way of showing it. Probably it wouldn't have pleased her to be relieved of her last responsibility either, no matter how hard it seemed. Cats are different. They have different aims in life and different joys and sorrows. They like to be warm and clean and have people take care of them. But I do not feel too sorry for them, because they do not feel sorry for themselves. A cat lying on a stone is not thinking of another cat lying on a radiator, and a cat licking himself in a patch of sun on a winter's day is inclined to feel cheerful about it. If he finds an old piece of fat fallen into a crack in the pavement, he thinks it is all to the good, and it tastes better to him than liver twice a day. A cat does not look forward or backward or worry about his sins the way we do. I would not like to be a cat, I don't suppose, because I'm used to my miseries, and I would feel lost without them. But to a cat, the best of our lives would probably be an utter tragedy.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Künstlerin Zurich.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Künstlerin Zurich.
My name is Clare Kenny. I'm an artist based here in Switzerland. I'm reading a text, the opening chapters of The 9 Mile Circle, published in 1957. A few years previously, Hill had published a short story entitled Linda in the Paris Review, about a summer friendship between two adolescent girls. In the novel, this friendship and the same text is now framed in an adult world. Chapter 1. That summer, Mrs. Carter never slept till dawn. She would be overcome with sleep right after supper, when the cool air began to come up from the pond, and she would get up from the lounge on the screen porch and go upstairs. But by the time she was in bed, she was wide awake again. For a while she would lie there with just the sheet pulled over her and her eyes closed. But then she would start thinking, and she would have to sit up and turn on the bedside lamp and take out her book and begin to read. Usually when Mrs. Carter read, she read love stories, stories in the ladies' magazines. But that summer she was sick of love and started in reading detective stories instead. She could never understand what was going on in them or keep the characters straight. And sometimes she read the same book over twice before she realized she had read it before. And when this happened, it gave her a feeling of depression and despair, and she couldn't quite put her finger on, but which was worse than anything. And when Dick came in and laid his hand on her head and said, "What's the matter, honey?" she would say, "Oh, I did the dumbest thing. You know that Green Hornet mystery? Well, I went and read it all the way through before I found out I'd read it already. Isn't that dumb?" And she would begin to cry, searching all over for her scrap of a handkerchief that was buried somewhere among the pillows. "Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me, Dick, I really don't." And Dick would pat her hand and say, "Never mind, honey. Those things are all alike anyway. What difference does it make?" But when he said that, she would cry harder than ever, holding her head in her hands and rocking back and forth. Jetty said a child born in misery is sure to have a sunny disposition and glad in the days to come, and if it turned out to be anything like Dickie and Linda, she guessed it would. But oh, she couldn't help wishing it wasn't coming at all. A woman should have her children early in life and get it over with, because after that the wanting goes out of you and it doesn't seem real. Oh, it was a dreadful summer. Not for Linda, of course, my Lindy Lou, with nobody out in the chicken house and nobody here but you. That's the song Dick Carter used to sing when he came into the kitchen, where the girls were having their cokes, tousling her head, because she was really too old to have her head tousled, and it made her mad, and tousling Jan's head too, to bring her into things, and because she looked so prim and righteous standing there. For Linda it was a wonderful summer, even before she knew Jan, and every time she turned around she was out of something, calamine lotion or hairpins or cuticle remover, and she would have to go flying down the hall to her mother's room. "Don't move, Mother," she would say, if Mrs. Carter happened to be lying there on the bed with the blinds drawn, bathed in opalescent light, such as the drawing of blinds produced in no other room in the house. "Don't move, Mother. I just want to take your orange wood stick, or a safety pin, or the little file with the cat's head on it." And she would sit down and start rifling about among the things on the dressing table, picking up this and that, looking into boxes and drawers, touching and smelling until, in the search in the queer light in front of the mirror, she quite forgot what she was looking for, and went on peeping and poking here and there, lifting one lid and then another until a quarter of an hour later, Mrs. Carter, raising herself on her elbow and pushing back her hair, would say, "Linda, I declare you've been sitting in front of that dressing table for an age. Haven't you found what you're looking for yet?" And Linda would start, not guiltily but suddenly, like someone awakened from a dream by a familiar sound, the very familiarity of which seems for a moment strange, as though addressed to someone else. She would start and turn around to her mother, as though to verify the source, and laugh and seize the orange wood stick and rush off to her room, only to rush back a moment later, as the sound and the source that had ended her reverie combined all at once at the portals of her room to restore her mother afresh, and doubly dear for having momentarily been lost. But Mrs. Carter, hearing the door open and close again, feeling the world pressing in upon her again, feeling above all that indefinable but overpowering irritation well up in her against this seeking and searching, would call out sharply as she never called out, compelling Linda to come in anyway, as she never did, in order to see her mother in this new role, to see her in it and reconcile it with the other, the newly restored image, and on until Mrs. Carter would finally sigh and push herself up and look at the clock and see that it was time to go downstairs anyway, and sigh again, slipping into her robe, her fragile robe that hardly hid her at all now she was so big, and go to the closet and look in and wonder what on earth she could still wear, what she could still wear in her state, and seeing nothing, she would as often as not burst into tears again. Then Linda, seeing all this happening, but not seeing how it was happening, would feel more than ever mystified and go away, saying, "Poor darling mother," and hold a pillow from her bed against her thinness to see how it would be, saying, "Oh, poor mother, hold it there, poor mother," but thinking just the same it felt rather cosy. "Is it going to be hard, Mrs. Carter?" asked Steve, and Steve said nothing to it. That was the trouble with having a doctor who was your friend at the same time. You couldn't rely on him to tell the truth. And naturally he didn't mean to take the case. Oh no, he said it was better to have the best, but if Steve wasn't the best around here, She would like to know who was. Dr. Archer? Maybe. Still, anyone who ever saw Dave Archer of a Saturday night at the club wouldn't put much faith in him. Oh sure, everyone gets drunk and clowns around on Saturday night, but a doctor ought to know where to stop, and Dave Archer didn't. Well, no use in thinking about it now. If things were all right, they were all right, and if they weren't, it was too late to do anything about it. Better to turn over and try to think of something else. About Jan, for instance. Morton's little daughter Jan. She really must pull herself together long enough to go over to Alison's and see if the child had come. That would give Linda someone to go around with. Then maybe she could have some peace. Yes, that was the answer. She would just run over to the Alisons this afternoon without bothering to call up. But then, thinking of Jan, she began once again thinking of Morton, and that summer long ago when he came to stay on the hill with his aunts, as Jan was doing now. And in a moment she was back again from where she started from, tossing and turning, turning and tossing. Oh, if only those pills would work and she could get a good night's sleep. She wouldn't care what happened, and she threw back her arms and pressed the sides of her pillow against her temples, managing for a second to block out everything around her and feel herself sinking into the ocean of waves. Marvellous. But when she did it again, closing her eyes and waiting for the sensation to come, it did not come, and instead the pillow felt hot and heavy against her cheeks, so she flattened it back again and took up her book and began to read. Sometimes when Mrs. Carter had finally drifted off to sleep or gone downstairs to lie where it was cooler, Linda would pass the whole afternoon in her mother's room, trying on hats and dresses, putting up her hair, holding a pin where an earring should be, going carefully and patiently through her mother's jewel box, laying aside the pieces she liked the best, improvising, inventing, though always with a care for practicality rather than in fantasy. It was Linda who suggested that the brooch left by Cousin Edith could be made into a ring. Cleaning out the sewing box, reading passages from the books that lay by her mother's bed, imagining her mother reading them, glancing over invitations, laundry lists, directions for headache powders. Once in a drawer with a watch to be repaired and a magnifying glass and other odds and ends, she found one of those circulars entitled How to Tell Your Daughter, and she read it through 6 times trying to imagine how it would be not to know, or how it had been, and how it would be not to know, and to be told like this. What a scream, but of course it would never happen. And on through the samples of indigestion wafers, rather stale, to a box of golden sequins, and a dear little tape measure in an enamel egg, which must have been there forever, though she had never seen it. And always, of course, the inlaid Chinese box that would only open if you pushed the right piece of wood, and she would spend minutes trying to find it before it came apart in her hand entirely by accident, and she would think, how like life, and marvel at the thought without being sure what it meant. Oh, there were no end of amusements Linda found in her mother's room that summer, but the one that she liked the best, the one that was most compelling, the one she most often remembered when she remembered that summer again, was just sitting and gazing at herself in the mirror, which went 3 ways, so that if it were carefully arranged, there seemed to be no end of images that went on producing and reproducing themselves in its depths, until finally, at the farthest limits the eye could see, she would sometimes catch a glimpse of a person so wholly unrelated to herself, so barely believable that she knew it must be she. Whether this odd phenomenon was the result of the 3-way mirror, or simply the effect of the curious light of her mother's room, which seemed to soften and sharpen at the same time, to mystify and clarify simultaneously, like images on the silver screen, which were at once super life-sized, super clear, yet curiously elusive, or whether it was the result of something deeper, more unaccountable, Linda could never entirely be sure. But whatever it was there was for her in that mirror that summer, a mystery, a charm so magnetic that she could at any hour of the day while away time, forgetting all else, seated before it on the little needlepoint cushion, twisting and turning, turning and twisting, holding her breath, watching and waiting, tireless as a trapper in a virgin forest, patient as bait, all eyes and eye and purpose. But if Mrs. Carter should say, watching this searching going on, or not watching but knowing how it went on from day to day, really, Dick, we shouldn't have kept her home from camp this summer, especially not this summer. If she were to say this, as she often did, I declare, Linda, I don't know what you're looking for. I swear I don't know why you're always in here poking about, why you don't go out in the sun. Then Linda, who always had an answer for everything, did not know what to say. I wish I could go to camp, said Dickie. I just wish I had the chance to go to camp. Old, lazy, old, crazy, old Linda. I just wish I had the chance. Next summer, they said. And when he did go, he cried every day and every night for 2 weeks and refused to go on hikes and make wigwams with the other boys. And in the end, they had to send a note to Mr. Carter to come and get him, and he did, and brought him home, and he cried every day and every night for 2 weeks, and told everyone how brave he was, and how he killed a wolf that was haunting the place and saved a boy from drowning, and never went back again. Chapter 2. When Mrs. Carter was a girl, she used to live on the other side of the dell, almost in the country. Although she knew the spot because of Perkins' house, which stood there now, she could never really remember how it had been when she was in front of Perkins. Well, that was natural enough, she supposed. There wasn't much resemblance between the two, the one that had been and the one that replaced it. But whenever she passed by the Allisons or stopped there for any reason, she could remember the house, the old house, as clearly as it were still standing. This was because Allisons hadn't changed, she supposed, not in 100 years or more, except to go slowly and steadily downhill, and even that part wasn't noticeable unless you went carefully around the grounds. Inside, everything was very much the same as once you got past the front door, which used to be opened by old Martha, showing her gold teeth behind purple lips, and was now opened by one of the Mrs. Allison, though which one Mrs. Carter could never be quite sure, even after all these years. Not that they looked alike, Miss Grace and Miss Etta. Quite the contrary, for one was as thin as a poor old crow, and always had been as far back as anyone could remember, forever in mourning for someone, and the other was a comfortable toad, and the friendly one was the crow, and the cross patch was the toad, which was confusing, but really had nothing to do with not being able to keep their name straight. No, there was no reason for that, except that both of them were the Mrs. Allisons, and it took two to make the Mrs. Allison, and for this reason it was difficult to keep them apart. Well, whatever got her started on that? Oh yes, Jan. No, Morton. No, not either of them, but the old place, and how she could only remember it from across the way, for all that was worth, because actually she did not feel much attachment to that part of her past. Only that it should not get away from her entirely, not even, just to get over the feeling it gave you when you looked at a place where something was and something else became, to know at least that the other had once existed. Not for Jan, of course. For Jan nothing could be there but what had been from the very first for her, and although it changed a little from summer to summer as she changed herself, still when she looked and then looked away, everything was the same. And no Morton, because Morton was father and father was New York, and the movies once a week, and sometimes allowance if you thought of it or wasn't short of money. And Perkins was Perkins, and always had been, and they had a little adopted daughter named Celia, until she was 5 years old and died of whooping cough during the lilac season, so that if you ever came to the house in the spring, the one thing you must not bring was lilacs. Jan never went there herself, not into the yard, but sometimes when she was younger she used to go to the edge of it, where she waited for the little girl in the white dress, incredibly beautiful, who came out to meet her, and they would walk along the dividing line together until she would fall terribly sick and cough and sink to the ground, and Jan would lean over her saying, "Here, take this medicine, take these green pills." But it was no use, and the little girl died anyway. And Jan went to the funeral dressed entirely in black, and was the saddest of anyone, though she was very brave and did not let herself to show any emotion in front of the others. When her Aunt Grace said, "Where are you going with your bouquet of flowers?" Jan would say, "I'm just going to put them on poor Robin's grave," which was really Celia's grave in her game. And like that, sometimes she could get Aunt Grace to come to the ceremony, which was best of all, pretending to be sad for the poor Robin, not knowing it was really Celia, never guessing for a minute. She was so stricken by the loss of that bird, Aunt Grace would later say, always putting something or other on the place where we laid him away. "You should just come to the window and look at the little bunch of pansies sitting there, Etta dear." Etta wouldn't come, of course, because the weight of herself was too immense a thing to be moved about lightly to please Grace. "It's a morbid fantasy," she would say, and shouldn't be encouraged. No, she couldn't come to the window for a little thing like that. But it gave Grace the illusion of her immobile counterpart sharing her life to speak in this manner. So she never gave up saying things as "come and look," and "you should have been there," and "when we go up to the attic next time," their little game. And wherever Grace went, she carried a part of Etta, or more exactly, it was as if she carried a basket in which she put things, as might be of use or interest to her, bringing them home to empty out with the market goods, while Etta sat at home in her wicker chair, in the cool of the parlour by the window, or sometimes on the porch, but always in her wicker chair, crocheting forever at her fancy work, which was so delicate that at times she had to take her big magnifying glass that she kept in the folds of her lap to know where she was at all in the intricate pattern she was making. Hooking, looping, hooking the livelong day. A pillow cover for Jeanie, a tidy for Phyllis, a runner for the minister's wife, into each of which she wove every imagined spite and long-forgotten disagreement that came to mind, talking at intervals to Grace, so that long before the tidy had reached recognizable proportions, Grace knew for whom it was destined, and sensing the infinite spite with which these presents were made, as often as not forgot to give them to their victims, laying them starched and tissue-papered in the bottom of the chest of the front hall, where they would stay until enough months had gone by, and it was summer, and she could no longer remember who they were intended for, and she would have to take them to the charity bazaar, where, as likely or not, Francis bought the antimacassar, destined for Georgina, and gave it to Annie for her daughter-in-law's wedding anniversary. In this way, Mary Howard, living in barracks with her engineer husband, might be the final recipient of Etta's scorn and disapproval of her first of kin, and Mary Howard receiving it along with the plastic cup she wanted and the baby bottle heater, would put it for a second on her head and drawl at her husband, "Well, mister, you're so snippy about my hats. How do you like this one for a change?" And he, tired as he was from his training course and running the second-hand washing machine in the evenings, would see for a moment the Mary Howard of the so short and so long ago, but being tired, he would forget to put the smile on his face, which meant that he saw or appreciated the little extra minute of energy it took to make the joke, and Mary Howard would fling it into a corner, stomping her foot and yelling, "Well, all right then, Mr. Sourface, always with your nose in a book. I hope you get to be General Pershing, and I hope I'm dead." And this would wake the baby, and the whole round, so tenuously held in check, would begin over again, penetrating the thin walls of the apartment and reacting chain-wise through the barracks, so the little carefully patterned grudge of Etta would have made itself purposeful after all, only so far away and so wide of its mark that one could believe it never happened. "They're so happy in their tiny wigwam," said Mary Howard's mother to Miss Grace as they stood in the Piggly Wiggly with their baskets in their arms waiting for the summer shower to pass. "Of course they have a struggle, but the young people today know how to take it in their stride." "Well, isn't that fine?" Grace would say. "Isn't that just fine?" And for the life of her, she could not remember if Mary Howard was the one that fell down on the steps and cut her hand, or the foot scraper the year of the heat wave, or that played the Madonna in the Christmas play, and later ran off with the man from the hardware store. Not that a man who had a hardware store wasn't just as good as anyone else, and Lord knows it would be a good thing to have some sort of income that was steady, but that particular one, it seemed to her, drank or something of the sort. Later Etta would tell her she had the whole thing wrong. Mary Howard was the one that they had the trouble with because they let her run wild and sent her to a progressive school where they didn't try to control their tempers, and she felt a great pity for the boy she was married to. Poor man. But before they got well into this, it would begin to shower again, and Miss Grace would have to call Martha, and they would move Miss Etta in off the porch, and Dan would come behind, bringing her work basket and footstool.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich.
The Falcon, Pati Hill, Paris Review, issue 65, spring 1976. Mr. Bean and Mr. Muller were in the coffee shop, sharing a grinder, when the notion came to Mr. Bean to paint a lion. He got up at once without excusing himself and went to the hardware store, where he bought a can of yellow paint, a can of orange paint, a can of green paint, a can of black paint, a bottle of turpentine and 2 brushes, one large and one small. He took them to the shed behind his house and cut himself a piece of masonite, 24 inches by 24 inches square. He saw this lion as seated, dead center in the manner of a family portrait, the mouth closed, the expression mild, and in the background 4 lambs, following each on the heels of the other, as alike as patterns on wallpaper. It took Mr. Bean 6 days to finish his picture, not because the subject presented any particular problems, but on account of the time it required for the different layers of paint to dry. When it was finished, he set it on a shelf and studied it for a few days, then laid it face down beneath the pile of sandpaper and forgot it. A few days later it came to him to paint a picture of his neighbour's house. Although he had lived next to Mr. Adams for 40-odd years, they had never spoken. The lady who lived with Mr. Adams was not his wife, and the house was surrounded by a wall made of smooth stones resembling balls of chewing gum. Mr. Bean used the same technique in painting his neighbour's house that he had used in painting the lion, except for the wall, which he made by gluing on real pebbles, and in the sky above he wrote, "Thou shalt not covet." When his neighbour's house was dry, he laid it above the lion, but this time he did not forget it. As he walked the streets of Stonington, he looked for other subjects, such as the cannons on Cannon Square, and the monument to the American Revolutionary troops in front of the library. But he did no further work until the Portuguese festival, when he painted 2 fishing boats and the grandstand decorated with crossed American and Portuguese flags. These works he showed to his wife, who said, "Well, I was wondering what was keeping you out there in the shed. You could put the boats over the mantelpiece, but I don't like the Portuguese fathers. It's crank-sided," by which she meant she did not like the Portuguese, or believe them a fit subject for a work of art. In his heart, Mr. Bean agreed. However, he was not master of his inspiration, and did not wish to discuss the matter. Between July and December, Mr. Bean covered 8 pieces of masonite and 2 pieces of common carton with subjects ranging from Mrs. Bean's hat to the Hudson Tunnel, which he did from memory. This last he was particularly satisfied with, due to his realistic rendering of smoke from the automobile exhausts in steel wool, and he asked permission to display it in the coffee cup window. "How much do you want for it?" the proprietress asked. I don't mean to sell it, said Mr. Bean. I just like to put it out where people can enjoy it. It took me a deal of time to paint. Well, it sure does beat all, said the waitress, and together they set about cleaning the glass that it might be seen to the best advantage. On a cold night in February, it came to Mr. Bean to paint a falcon. He got out of bed and made his way into the tool house in the dark. He knew this falcon must be finished in one sitting, and he was puzzled to know how to go about it. But as he crossed the driveway, his attention was caught by an oily rag which was folded and twisted in such a manner that it resembled the creature he had in his head to perfection. So seizing it, he nailed it victoriously to a board. In black letters he wrote, "Pride goeth before a fall," and this work he hung above the door of the shed. The pounding wakened Mrs. Bean, and she was filled, as she often was filled, with irritation against her spouse, and thought, as she often did, how she might have married Miller's boy, and been living in an unmortgaged house on the hill. But when Mr. Bean came in, his expression was so agitated, she decided she would not mention it. "Get in bed, you old fool," she said. "It's nearly light." The night before the Beans were married, Mr. Bean had had a premonition. He had foreseen that their wedding cake would not be delivered on time, and he had taken his bicycle and ridden full speed to Whalen's bakery. The shop was closed except for Mr. Whalen's mother, who was deaf, so he wrote on a piece of paper, "Tell Al, don't forget cake, 3 p.m. The cake arrived at 4:30 after Mr. Bean and his bride had been toasted in applejack and cranberry juice and left on their honeymoon. Mr. Bean foolishly disclosed this premonition to Mrs. Bean on their second anniversary, and as a result she held him forever responsible for the missing refreshment, at the same time declaring him unreasonable to have thought he could change fate. The month following that in which Mr. Bean painted his falcon, his health began to fail, and the doctor prescribed rest and walks by the sea. Mr. Bean was not accustomed to lying down by daylight or walking without a definite end in view, but he soon accustomed himself to his new existence and took pleasure in talking to people who had not crossed his previous path. One of these was Professor Sisson, a man near his own age who collected seaweed in gunny sacks to fertilize his garden and make custards. The two men, so unlike in temperament and experience, often sat together on the rocks beneath the pier, rubbing their hands together or trudging across the sand. One afternoon, as they neared the lifeguard's post, the public telephone located beneath it began to ring. The two men looked at each other in surprise. Then the professor picked up the receiver, but could not make out the words that were said at the other end. The next day, Mr. Bean read in the local paper that the professor had died of a heart attack. Mr. Bean was not surprised. A man who ate seaweed and answered public telephones in such unlikely surroundings could not be in good health. When some weeks later he heard the same telephone ringing, he walked on without so much as glancing in its direction. Nevertheless, he took a chill which rapidly went into pneumonia. On the 5th day, which was also his birthday, Mrs. Bean sent for Father Manueli, and together they awaited the end. Mr. Bean recovered, however, and subsequently painted a mural for the bank and another for the laundrette. Peaceful works which caused favourable comment even from his wife. It should be noted in closing that Mrs. Bean was a gaunt woman with cold feet, and she had straight hair that she pulled into a knot behind her head, and she had never been otherwise, but she suited Mr. Bean very well.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
Hello everyone, my name is Jack Pryce, an art student here in Zurich, and I'll be reading on behalf of what would have been Pati Hill's 100th birthday, her 1955 memoir, The Pit and the Century Plant, published by Harper & Brothers in New York. Excerpts also published by the Paris Review in its full winter issue in 1954, and reviewing the memoir of the New York Times for the New York Times in 1955. Charles Poore called the book one of the most unusual and enjoyable books of the year. I'll be reading the first 3 chapters, The Pit and the Century Plant. I'm sure you've had enough introductions today already on who Pati Hill was, but I'll give you a quick one that is part of the book as well. Pati Hill was born in Asheville, Kentucky. In between that and her career as a model for the leading courtiers of Paris, she grew up in Charlottesville, Virginia. In Florida and North Carolina, attended Miss Nancy Gordon School, Western High School in Washington, and George Washington University. She next was a Powers model in New York before leaving for France, and all the adventures that are recorded in this book. So we're going to get stuck in with the first chapter. I'm going to be reading the first 3 chapters. Chapter 1 is the house, chapter 2 is the hair, and chapter 3 is the rain. Chapter 1, the house. A little house, abandoned, rank with grasses. We must have passed it by a dozen times before we knew it was the place. So undistinguished it was, looking for all the world like any peasant cottage, squatting on its haunches behind a wooden gate, closed up to stay with ivy and trumpet vine, mixed impartially in the business of regaining possession. Very dismal and deserted, the way I should always have known it would be. Not a modern house at all, but a slightly reconverted farmer's dwelling. We recognised it in the end, not by the famous ornamental well, which was completely covered with climbing things shooting off in every direction, like the hair of a poodle's head, but by the garage that had been improvised out of a lean-to, the doors falling sadly inward, serving now mostly to tell that civilization had once disgraced the place. The farthest cry from what the agent had described as possible, and in spite of the impressive key on its big brass ring, the front door would not even open, would not budge, although the keyhole seemed to recognise the shape of its old friend, resentful perhaps, for its long absence and sudden reappearance, sleek and confident as ever from its drawer in Paris. So after fighting our way through a wilderness of briars and snares of grass to bring about the matting, we had to climb through a window, which was futile too in the end, the back door being open as it must have been for years, judging from the way the moss on the stairs beneath was carpeting its way triumphantly inward. There were 5 rooms, or 6 if you counted the back one, which was too much damaged by the weather to be of use, all dark and damp and webbed by spiders. The stone floors of a farm, everywhere except in the bedroom, which had been added on later and was fairly dry, though airless because of the smallness of the windows. A kitchen, or what must have been one, piled up now with parts of rusted stove and other refuse, some recognisable as what they had been and some not quite. An electric coffee maker with the price tag still on, looking as eccentric as a spring hat sitting in the sink. The promised plumbing was there all right, but the pipes did not look in a usable condition. As for the furniture, it had disappeared long ago, except for a bed with great gushing bloodstains on it, and a kind of crazy cabinet with shelves going in every direction. A teeny chair, and aside from that, nothing. No one, and nothing but beetles and spiders and the corpses of last year's bees and, in a basket on the stove, a kind of sleeping rat, looking awfully cosy, I must say. He didn't even yawn when I picked him up, although it was nearly spring at that time, and the place beside him, where another had been, was already vacant. Just no one, and nothing. We hurried out again and began circling around the house, picking our way gingerly through the elephant plants, holding cups of water and the briars and broken bottles and tins of things, trying to get up courage for the drive back. It all looked so desolate and unpromising, this snarl of early green. The wine cellar at the back blown open by some explosion, brackish water finding its level in it, swamped up with calendars of old leaves. German inscriptions gouged into the walls in places where the plaster was exposed. Tanks and swastikas and names that what the owners thought of one another in tedious Gothic letters, and, carved later after the danger had passed, Vive la France, in capitals a little too large for the blocks, so that the carver had had to recapitulate toward the end, and France was very small, and lost behind the Vive. Desolate and unpromising, and over everything a pool of time, not so much dreamy as dreamed out, forgotten and forlorn. The only pretty things were the fields behind the house, which were full of brown grass bending down, and a little ruined rose garden sagging softly in the mist, and the orchard with tiny fruit trees in it that could hardly have been there in their owner's time. Waist-high in weeds, bordered by a fragile fence that leaned a little outward with the weight of vines croquetted into the wire like a kind of fuzzy pocket handkerchief, and a pond with a white board beside it, where someone had been washing lately. Mysterious, but at least connected with the living. A marvellously glossy black chicken looking for worms. While we were standing here looking, not saying much, an old woman crossed the field from the farm next door, as in a dream, and started coming toward us with a stick. Very old she appeared, and mostly made of gunny sacks tied about with string. She seemed to think we were relatives of the former owner, and began telling a long intricate story about how she used to cook for him, and a lot of other things I forgot now, not being interested at that moment. No, Olivier kept telling her, no, he didn't think Madame would take the house, but maybe now that we had been to see it, someone else would come, not to disappoint her of a bit of gossip, but instead of accepting it, she kept saying in a very wise way, nodding her head and pursuing up her mouth as if she were withholding some terribly vital piece of information, like that the walls were wired to explode, the way country people are always doing when you tell them anything. They have to turn over in their heads. It annoyed me, so while this was going on, the pursing and nodding, and eh bien, I left them standing by the pond and began a wander back toward the house alone, where I found a Chinese Buddha sitting beneath a tree, looking wise and knowing in another way, holding onto his belly, and some more rusted boxes and nothing of interest. When Olivier still didn't come, I sat down on my heels in front of the locked front door and began listlessly pulling up the elephant ears that were growing there to keep my hands from freezing. The leaves came off quite easily, though I could feel the roots still sticking to the ground, and by the time we left, I had made a neat clearing about the doorway where you could see the long wild grasses, yellow from being so long away from the light, and a few stones beneath, where, saddest yet, a path had been. It warmed me though, and I didn't notice until we were in the car how wet it had made my gloves, and how there were deep green stains across the palm. "What were you talking about all that time?" I asked Olivier, "the two of you down by the pond." "Nothing much," Olivier told me, "just the way things were in Monsieur Leicester's time." And we began saying to each other what a queer man he must have been, living alone like that in his peasant house, with plumbing too far away to invite anyone for the weekend, and nothing to amuse him, and Olivier said probably he had his reasons, although he couldn't see what they were just then. And I shivered and got out a rag and began wiping off the windows, which had clouded up almost completely with the mist so that we could hardly see from the time we left the house until we got to Fontainebleau. And that way, with the windows fogged over and the radio on talking of other things, the whole trip, the house, the ruined garden, the pond, and even the old woman turned more dream than anything else. In fact, if it hadn't been for the big key still rattling around in the front of the car and my spoiled gloves, I could have thought we had never been there. There certainly seemed no reason for going back. So when Olivier, laughing, asked me at dinner if I thought it was the right house, I was more surprised than he was to hear myself answering, "Yes. Yes, I think it is." Chapter 2, The Hare. And I meant it too. The only thing was it was more difficult convincing myself to go than making up my mind. For one thing, I was working for a maison de couture at this time, modelling dresses, and I love to model. I always have. Love posing, primping, dressing up, getting in and out of clothes. Even when I'm not going any farther than the first salon to show myself to a couple of old ladies who have come to copy designs from the last show, knowing as they always do a little place just off the Madeleine where they can get the same thing for nothing. Regarde comme elle est mal faite dans le dos, chérie. Eyes piercing, voices lowered. I love the touch, the air, the cling, the solemn believable fantasy of everything, changing all the time, like a sort of human weather without end. The gilt chairs, the little sofas, grey vendeuses in the wings, whispering, dictatrice everywhere at once, playing perpetual hostess to an affair that never quite gets given. Oh, it's lovely. I even enjoy just sitting around in the dressing room where someone is always furious and it is too hot or too cold, and there is never any drinking water, and a person of no importance is asking to see the clothes of someone who is sick. Or standing in the studio, being pinned and unpinned. It's tedious, but the materials have such a smell as they come out of the bolt. It's great fun watching genius, mouth full of pins at work. Being photographed and drawn, there is a satisfaction being transferred to a long white sheet of paper without any effort of your own. It gives you a sense of vicarious accomplishment. At least to me it does, and, oh, I like it, all of it. Could pass my life that way, just being pinned and unpinned and too hot or too cold or reading Vogue, and not even wonder where the days had gone later. Not that I'm lazier than most, but I enjoy it. Then too there was Olivier. So all in all, though I knew I wanted to write my book by this time and kept talking about it and making preparations and turning it over in my head, I didn't go. Didn't really believe it and kept having things come up, people visiting in Paris, an appointment with the hairdresser, going to one more play, eating one more dinner, staying for one more show. Kept finding hundreds of things which combined to stretch the time right up to the last second when I was packed and leaving, and even then I was not quite sure it was real. How pretty the scenery is, I thought to myself. What a fine day for the races. I really must call Sue. When Olivier stopped at a country store and made me buy a pair of rubber boots, I laughed at him, and it occurred to me we had brought a mighty lot of sardines for one person. I never stopped chattering for a minute, and I was gayer than ever as we approached this gate, this time forcing the vines back brutally. I laughed as we made the first damp smoky fire, and sat down gingerly to eat some biscuits. In fact, the whole thing seemed more like a delicious picnic than a housewarming of the chilliest sort. And it wasn't until an hour or so later, when my suitcase was in and Olivier was starting the car, that I began looking around and shivering. Well, said Olivier, sensing I expect that if he stayed on much longer, I might be going to be difficult. Well, by the time he had reached the car door, I was up on him. No, 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 I cried. Never in a million years. You come back here this instant. I refuse. You're not going to leave me in this awful house. And I began throwing together my possessions as quickly as I could manage. Take this and that. I still do not know how the idea came to me to cut off my hair. Perhaps it was the nail scissors slipping out onto the bricks, the way they did like a kind of omen, or perhaps I was showing off, or perhaps it was for reasons even deeper. I don't suppose I shall ever know, but while I was still crying and Olivier was still carrying away the sardines and the groceries, I went into the cold, silent, oozing bathroom and started clipping, hacking and sawing, any old way, close to the scalp. You might as well let me get to even anyway, I remember saying, as Olivier came in a blank with surprise, and while he stood there too bewildered to protest, I went on until there was nothing left but a kind of prickle and a few long limp strands like the only survivors of some ghastly massacre. Very proud and lonely they looked too, and rather at a loss. Goodbye, I said when I had finished. I'll be seeing you when it grows out. I did not trust myself to wave from the gate, though, or even to go to the window, nor did I open the door when he came back again a few minutes later. I just stood, numb and cold, by the hearth, and when he continued to knock and call and knock, I shouted rudely, "Go away, don't be a baby," and covered my ears until I was sure he was gone. Then I seized the first thing that came to hand, which was a pair of woolen bloomers, as it happened, and wrapped up my head and went out to try to get acquainted with my prison, to look it over again and try to get re-signed. Round and round I went, round and round and round, in my new boots and woolen bloomers, like we'd walked the first day, only so dismally not. Looking across the fields, naming the trees to myself, seeing the dark come on as one day I would have seen it come on 100 times, yet always different. Damp, grey, day turning to night, as gradually as a photograph left too long in the developer, and just as relentlessly. Oh God, I thought. Oh mercy, oh heavens, oh saints. I've made a terrible mistake, but there must still be some way out of it. I certainly don't have to stay. And then, quite softly, it began to rain. Chapter 3. The Rain. It rained. Day and night it rained. Sun up till sundown it rained. Sundown till dawn. Sometimes hard, and sometimes not, and sometimes just a drivel. But at the time it rained. Water was everywhere, in the yard and in the house, and in rushing in the gullies. It flowed down the road under the doors and into the shed until there wasn't a stick of dry wood left, and the walls steamed and sweated. Nothing and nowhere was dry, and sometimes it seemed to me as if it never could have been. I stood at the window watching the water come down, and felt like Noah without animals. Sometimes after dark, hearing the slush and splash and seeing nothing, I was certain the house had already gone afloat. It was a fearful time. There was nothing to do but dust and read and make tea on the hearth from which by now all fun had vanished. I could not even wash the floors for fear they would never be dry again. At intervals while it was day, I would go out and walk around in my rubber boots in the sodden yard, looking into the sky, trying to see a clearing, but I never did. I would have to come back in again and start reading detective stories and dusting and making tea or soup on the embers. Then I caught flu. After that I did not care if it rained or hailed or snowed, as long as I didn't have to go out in it. I didn't care to eat or read or even much to think. I didn't care for anything as long as I could lie by the fire and be warm and do nothing and sleep. I would get up every few hours and go to the garage and carry back more logs for the fire and lie down again and go back dreaming. Except at night, and then I could not sleep for listening. As soon as the sun gave up, I would close the shutters and bolt the doors and light the lamps and turn on my battery radio at the head of the bed. And that is how I would stay until morning, listening to the radio and looking at the fire and trying not to hear the rain and the silence outside and trying to tell the difference in the different noises that broke it. The programme I liked best was the No Language programme. That came out on the air about midnight and stayed till nearly dawn. It was the only programme I could get after 1 o'clock, and it was very faint, as though it was coming from terribly far away, and you could not tell what the people were saying. You could not even tell what language they were saying it in. It sounded like Greek and Latin and German and French and Portuguese, and everything there is rolled up into one. But when it was very late at night, and there was nothing else to hear except the silence and the water dripping off the eaves, I often understood the words of it. Sometimes I would hear whole sentences in French or English. Crazy things like cream your fountains in live rice, and the blinds are drawn too far, or unrelated things like bring your children to the shoemaker and treat their burns, or simple endearing things like come back soon, we are waiting. Nothing that made sense, but it was wonderful to hear people saying something even when you knew it was crazy. And later, very late at night, I could almost make it say what I wanted. That was the best thing about the No Language programme, that I could almost make it speak to me. The worst thing I had to put up with, besides the silence and the rain, was the moths that came in all the time, throwing enormous shadows and beating their wings against the light above my head. When they came in, I killed them as quickly as I could, batting and batting at them with a paper and then throwing the paper into the fire without looking at it, because when you look at a moth you have killed, you see that it is nothing really. That it's just a sort of feathery powder that you have killed with nothing inside that could have been living, and thinking that you have killed something that was not alive to kill is terrible. Once a bat came in too, probably from the shed, and circled around and around. I saw the shadow of it before I saw the bat, and I knew it was there, but I could not look up and see it take shape. I could not look up, and I could not look up, and finally I thought to myself that it was because I would not look up, and so I did, and saw it circling around and around, dipping and gliding the way a bat flies, up and down, and I screamed. That is an unpleasant thing to hear yourself scream. But it did not trouble the bat, and finally it went away again as it had come, out through the back of the house. Another time there was a little slimy toad that fastened itself onto the window pane by queer sorts of suction cups on its feet. It was nearly transparent, and with the light shining you could see the workings of his insides like the workings in a crystal clock. And I couldn't believe it. I just sat and looked and thought it could not possibly be, until after a while I went near and saw that it was true and even beautiful, hanging by those pale suction cups, its heart beating fast against the pane. And it seemed more dreadful still. Day and night I was listening, holding my breath and straining my ears. I got so I could hear almost anything, even when there was nothing to hear. And when I breathed, it was like a hurricane. Often, lying on my bed late at night, listening and watching the fire, and trying to calm my fear, I'd begin to feel sorry for myself, thinking how they would come and find me after the rains, passed away with a bowl of broth and a crust of bread at my feet that would make me very unhappy. Any other time I could have amused myself for hours that way, thinking how forlorn I was, and coughing and aching. It would have been almost worthwhile. But the way things were, I didn't quite dare to let myself get too drawn in. It seemed too possible, too likely, and so before it went very far, I would start to concentrate on the flames or the no language program instead, and that way, listening and concentrating, I heard some of the best things, the tenderest and the most poetic, you might say. One thing I never let myself think, even when I was the sorriest, and how it would be if the fire went out and the battery in the radio went dead. Never, not even the day it did. Then one morning the sun came out, for 20 minutes or so, and an orange cat slipped through the hedge from the farm across the way. Indolent, caressant, professing interest in my connection with the sausage I was eating on the doorstep. A simple orange cat, without pretensions, but oh, a handsome beast she seemed to me. So that was the first 3 chapters of Pati Hill's book. And we will have a short break, and afterwards we'll be reading an interview together. Thank you.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
Cool. Hey, welcome back. Aoife and I are here to read an interview between Pati Hill, Pati Hill interviewing Truman Capote. I'll be the voice of Pati, and Aoife will be Truman Capote. He was her neighbour in Stonington, Connecticut, for the Paris Review, The Art of Fiction series. That's what this interview was done for. The Paris Review series is ongoing and over the years has included authors such as J.G. Ballard, Jeanette Winterson, Don DeLillo and Beryl Bainbridge. I'm going to read a quick introduction. Truman Capote, The Art of Fiction, number 17, interviewed by Pati Hill for the Paris Review, issue 16, spring-summer 1957. Truman Capote lives in a big yellow house in Brooklyn Heights, which he's recently restored with the taste and elegance that is generally characteristic of his undertakings. As I entered, he was head and shoulders inside a newly arrived crate containing a wooden lion. "There," he cried, as he tugged out to a fine berth amid a welter of sawdust and shavings. "Did you ever see anything so splendid? Well, that's that. I saw him, and I bought him. Now he's all mine." "He's large," I said. "Where are you going to put him?" "Why, in the fireplace, of course," said Capote. Now come along into the parlour while I get someone to clear away the mess." The parlour is Victorian in character and contains Capote's most intimate collection of art objects and personal treasures, which, for all their orderly arrangement on polished tables and bamboo bookcases, somehow remind you of the contents of a very astute little boy's pocket. There is, for instance, a golden Easter egg brought back from Russia, an iron dog, somewhat the worse for wear, a Fabergé pillbox, some marbles, blue ceramic fruit, paperweights, Battersea boxes, picture postcards, and old photographs. In short, everything that might seem useful or handy in a day's adventuring around the world. Capote himself fits in very well with this impression at first glance. He is small and blonde, with a forelock that persists in falling down into his eyes, and his smile is sudden and sunny. His approach to anyone new is one of open curiosity and friendliness. He might be taken in by anything, and, in fact, seems only too ready to be. There is something about him, though, that makes you feel that for all his willingness, it would be hard to pull any wool over his eyes, and maybe better not to try. There was a sound of scuffling in the hall, and Capote came in, preceded by a large bulldog and a white face. "This is Bunky," he said. Bunky sniffed me over, and we sat down. "When did you first start writing?"
When I was a child of about 10 or 11 and lived near Mobile. I had to go into town on Saturdays to the dentist, and I joined the Sunshine Club that was organised by the Mobile Press Register. There was a child's page with contests for writing and for colouring pictures, and then every Saturday afternoon they had a party with free nehi and Coca-Cola. The prize for the short story writing contest was either a pony or a dog, I've forgotten which, but I wanted it badly. I'd been noticing the activities of some neighbours who were up to no good, so I wrote a kind of roman à clef called Old Mr. Busybody and entered it in the contest. The first instalment appeared one Sunday under my real name of Truman Steckfuss Persons. Only somebody suddenly realised that I was serving up local scandalous fiction, and the second instalment never appeared. Naturally, I didn't win a thing.
Were you sure then that you wanted to be a writer?
I realised I wanted to be a writer, but I wasn't sure I would be until I was 15 or so. At that time, I had immodestly started sending stories to magazines and literary quarterlies. Of course, no writer ever forgets his first acceptance. But one fine day when I was 17, I had my first, second, and third all in the same morning's mail. Oh, I'm here to tell you, dizzy with excitement is no mere phrase.
And what did you first write?
Short stories, and my more unswerving ambitions still revolve around this form. When seriously explored, a short story seems to me the most difficult and disciplining form of prose writing extant. Whatever control and technique I may have, I owe entirely to my training in this medium.
What do you mean exactly by control?
I mean maintaining a stylistic and emotional upper hand over your material. Call it precious and go to hell, but I believe the story can be wrecked by a faulty rhythm in a sentence, especially if it occurs towards the end, or a mistake in paragraphing, even punctuation. Henry James is a maestro of the semicolon. Hemingway is a first-rate paragrapher. From the point of view of ear, Virginia Woolf never wrote a bad sentence. I don't mean to imply that I successfully practice what I preach. I try, that's all.
How does one arrive at short story technique?
Since every story presents its own technical problems, obviously one can't generalize about them on a 2 × 2 = 4 basis. Finding the right form for your story is simply to realize the most natural way of telling the story. The test of whether or not a writer has divined the natural shape of his story is just this. After reading it, can you imagine it differently, or does it silence your imagination and seem to you absolute and final? As an orange is final. As an orange is something nature has made just right.
Are there devices one can use in improving one's technique?
Work is the only device I know of. Writing has laws of perspective, of light and shade, just as painting does of music. If you're born knowing them, fine. If not, learn them. Then rearrange the rules to suit yourself. Even Joyce, our most extreme disregarder, was a superb craftsman. He could write Ulysses because he could write Dubliners. Too many writers seem to consider the writing of short stories as a kind of finger exercise. Well, in such cases, it is certainly only their fingers they are exercising.
Did you have much encouragement in those early days? And if so, by whom?
Good Lord, I'm afraid you've let yourself in for quite a saga. The answer is a snake's nest of no's and a few yeses. You see, not altogether, but by and large, my childhood was spent in parts of the country and among people unprovided with any semblance of a cultural attitude, which was probably not a bad thing in the long view. It toughened me rather too soon to swim against the current. Indeed, in some areas I developed the muscles of a veritable barracuda, especially in the art of dealing with one's enemies, an art no less necessary than knowing how to appreciate one's friends. But to go back, naturally, in the milieu aforesaid, I was thought somewhat eccentric, which was fair enough, and stupid, which I suitably resented. Still, I despised school, or schools, for I was always changing from one to another, and year after year failed the simplest subjects out of loathing and boredom. I played hooky at least twice a week and was always running away from home. Once I ran away with a friend who lived across the street, a girl much older than myself, who in later life achieved a certain fame, because she murdered 6 people and was electrocuted at Sing Sing. Someone wrote a book about her. They called her the Lonely Hearts Killer, but there, I'm wandering again. Well, finally, I was around 12. The principal of the school I was attending paid a call on my family and told them that in his opinion, and in the opinion of the school, or the opinion of the faculty, I was subnormal. He thought it would be sensible, the humane action, to send me to some special school equipped to handle backward brats. Whatever they may have privately felt, my family as a whole took official umbrage, and in an effort to prove I wasn't subnormal, pronto packed me off to a psychiatric study clinic at a university in the East where I had my IQ inspected. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and guess what? Came home a genius, so proclaimed by science. I don't know who was more appalled, my former teachers who refused to believe it, or my family who didn't want to believe it. They just hoped to be told I was a nice normal boy. But as for me, I was exceedingly pleased. Went around staring at myself in mirrors and sucking in my cheeks and thinking over in my mind, my lad, you and Flaubert, or Maupassant, or Mansfield, or Proust, or Chekhov, or Woolf, whoever was the idol of the moment. I began writing in fearful earnest. My mind zoomed all night, every night, and I don't think I really slept for several hours. Not until I discovered that whiskey could relax me. I was too young at 15 to buy it myself, but I had a few older friends who were most obliging in this respect, and I soon accumulated a suitcase full of bottles, everything from blackberry brandy to bourbon. I kept the suitcase hidden in a closet. Most of my drinking was done in the late afternoon. Then I'd chew a handful of sense and go down to dinner, where my behaviour, my glazed silences, gradually grew into a source of general consternation. One of my relatives used to say, "Really, if I didn't know better, I'd swear he was dead drunk." Well, of course, this little comedy, such it was, ended in discovery and some disaster, and was many a moon before I touched another drop. But I seem to be off the track again. You asked about encouragement. The first person who ever really helped me was, strangely, a teacher. An English teacher I had in high school, Catherine Wood, who backed my ambitions in every way and to whom I shall always be grateful. Later on, from the time I first began to publish, I had all the encouragement anyone could ever want, notably from Margarita Smith, fiction editor of Mademoiselle, Mary Louise Aspel of Harper's Bazaar, and Robert Linsky of Random House. You'd have to be a glutton indeed to ask for more good luck and fortune than I had at the beginning of my career.
And did the three editors you mention encourage you simply by buying your work, or did they offer criticism too?
Well, I can't imagine anything more encouraging than having someone buy your work. I never write. Indeed, I'm physically incapable of writing anything I don't think I'll be paid for. But as a matter of fact, the persons mentioned, and some others as well, were all very generous with advice.
Do you like anything you wrote long ago, as well as what you write now?
Yes. For instance, last summer I read my novel Other Voices, Other Rooms for the first time since it was published 8 years ago. And it was quite as though I were reading something by a stranger. The truth is, I am a stranger to that book. The person who wrote it seems to have so little in common with my present self. Our mentalities, our interior temperatures are entirely different. Despite awkwardness, it has an amazing intensity, a real voltage. I'm very pleased I was able to write the book when I did, otherwise it would never have been written. I like The Grasshopper too, and several of my short stories, though not Miriam, which is a good stunt but nothing more. No, I prefer Children on Their Birthdays and Shut a Final Door. Oh, and some others, especially a story not too many people seem to care for, Master Misery, which was in my collection A Tree of Night.
You recently published a book about the Porgy and Bess trip to Russia. One of the most interesting things about the style was its unusual detachment, even by comparison to the reporting of journalists who have spent many years recording events in an impartial way. One had the impression that this version must have been as close to the truth as it is possible to get through another person's eyes, which is surprising when you consider that most of your work has been characterised by its very personal quality.
Actually, I don't consider the style of this book, The Muses Are Heard, as markedly different from my fictional style. Perhaps the content, the fact that it's about real events, makes it seem so. After all, Muses is straight reporting, and in reporting one is occupied with literalness and surfaces, with implication without comment. One can't achieve immediate depth the way one may in fiction. However, one of the reasons I wanted to do reportage was to prove that I could apply my style to the realities of journalism. But I believe my fictional method is equally detached. Emotionality makes me lose writing control. I have to exhaust the emotion before I feel clinical enough to analyse and project it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's one of the laws of achieving true technique. If my fiction seems more personal, it's because it depends on the artist's most personal and revealing area, his imagination.
And how do you exhaust the emotion? It is only a matter of thinking about the story over a certain length of time, or are there other considerations?
No, I don't think it is merely a matter of time. Supposing you ate nothing but apples for a week. Unquestionably, you'd exhaust your appetite for apples and most certainly know what they taste like. By the time I write a story, I may no longer have any hunger for it, but I feel that I thoroughly know its flavour. The Porgy and Bess articles are not relevant to this issue. That was reporting, and emotions were not much involved. At least not the difficult and personal territories of feeling that I mean. I seem to remember reading that Dickens, as he wrote, choked with laughter over his own humour, and dripped tears all over the page when one of his characters died. My own theory is that the writer should have considered his wit and dried his tears long, long before setting out to evoke similar reactions in a reader. In other words, I believe the greatest intensity in art, in all its shapes, is achieved with a deliberate, hard and cool head. For example, Flaubert's A Simple Heart. A warm story, warmly written, but it could only be the work of an artist muchly aware of true techniques, i.e. necessities. I'm sure at some point Flaubert must have felt the story very deeply, but not when he wrote it. Or for a more contemporary example, take that marvellous short story of Catherine Ann Porter's, Noon Wine. It has such intensity, such a sense of happening now, yet the writing is so controlled, the inner rhythms of the story so immaculate, that I feel fairly certain Miss Porter was at some distance from her material.
Have your best stories or books been written at a comparatively tranquil moment in your life, or do you work better because or in spite of emotional stress?
I feel slightly as though I've never lived a tranquil moment, unless you count what an occasional nembutal induces. Though come to think of it, I spent 2 years in a very romantic house on top of a mountain in Sicily, and I guess this period could be called tranquil. God knows it was quiet. That's where I wrote The Grasshopper. But I must say an iota of stress driving towards deadlines does me good.
You've lived abroad for the last 8 years. Why did you decide to return to America?
Because I'm an American and never could be and have no desire to be anything else. Besides, I like cities, and New York is the only real city. Except for a 2-year stretch, I came back to America every one of those 8 years, and I never entertained expatriate notions. For me, Europe was a method of acquiring perspective and an education, a stepping stone towards maturity. But there is the law of diminishing returns, and about 2 years ago it began to set in. Europe had given me an enormous lot, but suddenly I felt as though the process were reversing itself. There seemed to be a taking away. So I came home, feeling quite grown up and able to settle down where I belong, which doesn't mean I brought a rocking chair and turned to stone. No, indeed. I intend to have footloose escapades as long as frontiers stay open.
Do you read a great deal?
Too much. And anything, including labels and recipes and advertisements. I have a passion for newspapers. Read all the New York dailies every day, and the Sunday editions, and several foreign magazines too. The ones I don't buy, I like reading at newsstands. I average about 5 books a week. The normal length novel takes me about 2 hours. I enjoy thrillers, would like someday to write one. Though I prefer first-rate fiction. For the last few years my reading seems to have been concentrated on letters and journals and biographies. It doesn't bother me to read while I'm writing. I mean, I don't suddenly find another writer's style seeping out my pen. The once during a lengthy spell of James, my own sentences did get awfully long.
What writers have influenced you the most?
So far as I consciously know, I've never been aware of direct literary influence, though several critics have informed me that my early works owe a debt to Faulkner and Welty and McCullers. Possibly. I'm a great admirer of all three, and Catherine Ann Porter too, though I don't think when I really examined that they have much in common with each other, or me, except that we were all born in the South. Between 13 and 16 are the ideal, if not the only ages, for succumbing to Thomas Wolfe. He seemed to me a great genius then, and still does, though I can't read a line of it now. Just as other youthful flames have guttered. Poe, Dickens, Stevenson. I love them in memory, but find them unreadable. These are the enthusiasms that remain constant. Flaubert, Turgenev, Chekhov, Jane Austen, James, E.M. Forster, Maupassant, Rilke, Proust, Shaw, Willa Cather. Oh, the list is too long, so I'll end with James Agee, a beautiful writer, whose death over 2 years ago was a real loss. Agee's work, by the way, was much influenced by the films. I think most of the younger writers have learned and borrowed from the visual, structural side of movie technique. I have.
You've written for the films, haven't you? What was that like?
A lark. At least the one picture I wrote, Beat the Devil, was tremendous fun. I worked on it with John Huston, while the picture was actually being made on location in Italy. Sometimes scenes were just about to be shot were written right on the set. The cast were completely bewildered. Sometimes even Huston didn't seem to know what was going on. Naturally, the scenes had to be written out of the sequence, and there were peculiar moments when I was carrying around in my head the only real outline of the so-called plot. You never saw it? Oh, you should. It's a marvellous joke. Though I'm afraid the producer didn't laugh. The hell with them. Whenever there's a revival, I go to see it and have a fine time. Seriously, though, I don't think a writer stands much chance of imposing himself on a film unless he works in the warmest rapport with the director, or is himself the director. It's so much a director's medium that the movies have developed only one writer who, working exclusively as a scenarist, could be called a film genius. I mean that shy, delightful little peasant, Sabatini. What a visual sense! 80% of the good Italian movies were made from Sabatini's scripts. All of the De Sica pictures, for instance. De Sica is a charming man, a gifted and deeply sophisticated person. Nevertheless, he's mostly a megaphone for Sabatini. His pictures are absolutely Sabatini's creations. Every nuance, mood, every bit of business is clearly indicated in Sabatini's scripts.
What are some of your writing habits? Do you use a desk? Do you write on a machine?
I am a completely horizontal author. I can't think unless I'm lying down, either in bed or stretched on a couch and with a cigarette and coffee handy. I've got to be puffing and sipping. As the afternoon wears on, I shift from coffee to mint tea, to sherry, to martinis. No, I don't use a typewriter. Not in the beginning. I write my first version in longhand, pencil. Then I do a complete revision, also in longhand. Essentially, I think of myself as a stylist, and stylists can become notoriously obsessed with the placing of a comma, the weight of the semicolon. Obsessions of this sort, in the time I take over them, irritate me beyond endurance.
You seem to make a distinction between writers who are stylists and writers who aren't. Which writers would you call stylists and which not?
What style? And what, as the Zen koan asks, is the sound of one hand? No one really knows, yet either you know or you don't. For myself, if you will excuse a rather cheap little image, I suppose style is a mirror of an artist's sensibility, more so than the content of his work. To some degree, all writers have style. Ronald Fairbank, bless his heart, had little else, and thank God he realized it. But the possession of style, a style, is often a hindrance and negative force, not as it should be, and as it is, with, say, E.M. Forster and Colette and Flaubert and Mark Twain and Hemingway and Isaac Denison, a reinforcement. Dreiser, for example, had a style, but oh Dio buono, and Eugene O'Neill, and Faulkner, brilliant as he is. They all seem to me triumphs over strong but negative styles, styles that do not really add to the communication between writer and reader. Then there's the stylist, which is very difficult, very admirable, and always very popular. Graham Greene, Maugham, Thornton Wilder, John Hersey, Willa Cather, Thurber, Sartre. Remember, we're not discussing content. J.P. Markham, and so on. But yes, there is such an animal as a non-stylist. Only they're not writers, they're typists. Sweaty typists, blacking out pounds of bond paper with formless, eyeless, earless messages. Well, who are some of the younger writers who seem to know that style exists? P.H. Newby, Françoise Sagan, somewhat, Bill Styron, Flannery O'Connor. She has some fine moments, that girl. James Merrill, William Goyen, if he'd stop being hysterical. J.D. Salinger, especially in the colloquial tradition. Colin Wilson, another typist.
And you say that Ronald Fairbank had little else but style. Do you think that style alone can make a writer a great one?
No, I don't think so. Though it could be argued, what happens to Proust if you separate him from his style? Style has never been a strong point with American writers. Though some of the best have been Americans. Hawthorne got us off to a fine start. For the past 30 years, Hemingway, stylistically speaking, has influenced more writers on a world scale than anyone else. At the moment, I think our own Miss Porter knows as well as anyone what it's all about.
And can a writer learn style?
No, I don't think that style is consciously arrived at, any more than one arrives at the colour of one's eyes. After all, your style is you. At the end, the personality of a writer has so much to do with the work. The personality has to be humanly there. Personality is a debased word, I know. But it's what I mean. The writer's individual humanity, his word or gesture toward the world, has to appear almost like a character that makes contact with the reader. If the personality is vague or confused, or merely literary, ça ne va pas. Faulkner, McCullers, they project their personality at once.
Is it interesting that your work has been so widely appreciated in France? Do you think style can be translated?
Why not? Provided the author and the translator are artistic twins.
Well, I'm afraid I interrupted you with your short story still in penciled manuscript. What happens next?
Let's see, that was second draft. Then I type a third draft on yellow paper, a very special, certain kind of yellow paper. No, I don't get out of bed to do this. I balance the machine on my knees. Sure, it works fine. I can manage 100 words a minute. Well, when the yellow draft is finished, I put the manuscript away for a while. A week, a month, sometimes longer. When I take it out again, I read it as coldly as possible, then read it aloud to a friend or two, and decide what changes I want to make, and whether or not I want to publish it. I've thrown away rather a few short stories, an entire novel, and half of another. But if all goes well, I type the final version on white paper, and that's that.
Is the book organised completely in your head before you begin it, or does it unfold, surprising you as you go along?
Both. I invariably have the illusion that the whole play of a story, its start and middle and finish, occur in my mind simultaneously, that I'm seeing it in one flash. But in the working out, the writing out, infinite surprises happen. Thank God, because the surprise, the twist, the phrase that comes at the right moment out of nowhere is the unexpected dividend, that joyful little push that keeps the writer going. At one time I used to keep notebooks with outlines for stories, but I found doing this somehow deadened the idea in my imagination. If the notion is good enough, if it truly belongs to you, then you can't forget it. It will haunt you until it's written.
And how much of your work is autobiographical?
Very little, really. A little is suggested by real incidents or personages. Although everything a writer writes is in some way autobiographical. The Grassharp is the only true thing I ever wrote, and naturally everybody thought it all invented, and imagined other voices, other rooms to be autobiographical.
Do you have any definite ideas or projects for the future?
Well, yes, I believe so. I've always written what was easiest for me until now. I want to try something else, a kind of controlled extravagance. I want to use my mind more, use many more colours. Hemingway once said, anybody can write a novel in the first person. I now know exactly what he means.
Were you ever tempted by any of the other arts?
I don't know if it's art, but I was stage struck for years, and more than anything I wanted to be a tap dancer. I used to practice my buck and wing until everybody in the house was ready to kill me. Later on I longed to play the guitar and sing in nightclubs. So I saved up for a guitar and took lessons for one whole winter, but in the end the only tune I could really play was a beginner's thing called I Wish I Were Single Again. I got so tired of it that one day I just gave the guitar to a stranger in a bus station. I was also interested in painting and studied for 3 years, but I'm afraid the fervour, la vraie chose, wasn't there.
Do you think criticism helps any?
Before publication, and if provided by persons whose judgment you trust, yes, of course criticism helps. But after something's published, all I want to read or hear is praise. Anything less is a bore, and I'll give you $50 if you produced a writer who can honestly say he was ever helped by the prissy carpings and condescensions of reviewers. I don't mean to say that none of the professional critics are worth paying attention to, but few of the good ones review on a regular basis. Most of all, I believe in hardening yourself against opinion. I've had and continue to receive my full share of abuse, some of it extremely personal, but it doesn't faze me anymore. I can read the most outrageous libel about myself and never skip a pulse beat. And in this connection, there's one piece of advice I strongly urge. Never demean yourself by talking back to a critic. Never. Write those letters to the editor in your head, but don't put them on paper.
What are some of your personal quirks?
I suppose my superstitiousness could be termed a quirk. I have to add up all numbers. There are some people I never telephone because their number adds up to an unlucky figure. Or I won't accept a hotel room for the same reason. I'll not tolerate the presence of yellow roses, which is sad because they're my favourite flower. I can't allow 3 cigarette butts in the same ashtray. Won't travel on a plane with 2 nuns. Won't begin or end anything on a Friday. It's endless, the things I can't and won't, but I derive some curious comfort from obeying these primitive concepts.
You have been quoted as saying your preferred pastimes are conversation, reading, travel and writing, in that order. Do you mean that literally?
I think so. At least I'm pretty sure conversation will always come first with me. I like to listen and I like to talk. Heavens, girl, can't you see I like to talk?
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
Hey, my name's Declan Whitaker. I'm a dancer and choreographer originally from the UK, but now living in Switzerland. And I am going to be reading a few chapters from Pati Hill's memoir, The Pit and the Century Plant. It was published by Harper and Brothers, New York, in 1955. Excerpts were also published by the Paris Review in its fall-winter issue of 1954. Reviewing the memoir for the New York Times in 1955, Charles Poore called the book one of the most unusual and enjoyable books of the year. The Pit and the Century Plant, Chapter 8. Monsieur Lester. Poor Monsieur Lester, they used to say to me, whenever I went to Monterre and told where I lived. Poor Monsieur Lester, they would say, and shake their heads and ask me if I were a relation of his, and other things, which I now know was to ask me if we could perhaps have been, time being what it is, and I being now not so much younger than he was then, lovers. Poor Monsieur Lester, everyone remembered him, and the parrot, and the bulldog, and the open car. Il ne viendra plus, they said. It was Madame Jumat who told me he'd been killed. In the month of March 1941, 6 months before they got the news. Dead all that time without them knowing. It seemed to make it more tragic, his being dead, that way without their being told about it, in the war. And so young. That was the worst, of course. Si jeune et si beau. Couldn't you find something out about him? I wrote Oliver, but he wrote me back that he barely knew the family, and that anyhow they seemed reluctant when he'd talked to them. So there was no one to ask, and everyone took my knowing for granted, and went on saying, poor Monsieur Lester, whenever I went to the village for anything, until I began to feel as if we had been lovers or friends without my quite being able to remember. And I thought a lot about him, living as I did, like a bereaved, among my souvenirs. A bunch of broken bottles, an alabaster vase, 2 frying pans, rusted completely. A couple of amateur landscapes, by him or another one. One couldn't tell. Part of an opium pipe and a Chinese Buddha. Such things as we leave behind according to our needs and station. Not much, but sufficient to keep me reminded of him. Later, I found more intimate treasures, lists of things like bread and wine, and capers that made him seem more real. Lists of guests, perhaps, and Christmas presents, a penknife for Oswald, and envelopes and letters, saying nothing, though important for being a proof of his being. Some written in a woman's hand, marking places in books where at one point in time he or another had ceased to read, went to replenish the fire, or began to doze beneath a tree, had absorbed the words I was reading, whether or not they gave birth to the same feelings or not. The joker to a pack of cards, a cigar band, an electric bill like mine, though for less money. It was in the 30s that he lived here. And finally, treasure of treasures, his manuscript, leaped upon with what joy by me, and revealing less than the others. Like mine will perhaps one day be, abandoned with a bunch of hairpins, and an old container for toothpaste, and 1 rubber boot, and the books that I'd been reading. An allegory. 4 people with names that sounded already familiar, acting out the proof of a theory, which is maybe why they seem so lonely, and separate from each other, so lacking in reality. Never, never did he let them speak for themselves. Quite often, he said in his preface, I have been obliged to sacrifice my characters for ideas, but, he adds, there is a story told between these covers. Afterward, I was to worry because I could not sacrifice my people, and I had no story to speak of, so we might have been marvellously complimentary, or furious. Not at least, I felt loyally, mortally bored with each other's company. Our being here for some of the same purposes seemed the only certainty, however. In the end, Madame Jumeau told me, more revealing, like how he always fed the dogs. He would arrive in his open car with his parrot and his bulldog beside him and shouting, Madame Jumeau, appelez tous les chiens. And they would come running over, and wolf down bones and beefsteaks in the yard. Sometimes he wouldn't have brought a thing to eat for himself, and he would be obliged to eat eggs and bread, poor Monsieur Lester. But he never forgot the dogs. And there were other things. For instance, it was his idea to have a lawn. A Frenchman would never think of such a thing, and in Lester's day, said Madame Jumeau, it was neatly trimmed. It was Monsieur Lester who planted the flowering tree behind the house. He would have done better to plant it beside the road, she said. And the cedars that are now so big that they crowded the house and made it even darker. It was Monsieur Lester who caused the walks to be laid out in such a proper way, bricks at the side, only never staying long enough at any time to see it done. He liked to plan things, she said, but he was not much for talking. Not a helpless man exactly, but busy with other things. When he came here, he came to rest. Even in the middle of winter, when everything was frozen, he would come, sometimes, and say, Let the world go on without me for a while, Madame Jumeau. And he had such a smile. If you had known him, you would surely have loved him, she said. Everybody did. And perhaps I would. Anyway, he was arresting to look at, that is certain, tall and fair, a face that reminded you of an arrowhead. I know because I found his picture stuck as a marker in a book called Photographing Big Game in Africa, limited edition. He was not in Africa, in the picture, but on a chaise longue behind the hermitage, with a girl whose face is turned away. Print dress, not fashionable now. Oh, they had made such a handsome couple, Madame Jumeau had said, though she couldn't remember then which girl it had been. Yes, perhaps I would have loved him, and worn a print dress with my face turned away, and watched the cows grazing, and read the books she read, lazing on the lawn of a summer afternoon, instead of grubbing about the garden. I might even have worn sandals instead of boots, and seen the Hermitage the way she saw it, the way no one, not even she, could ever see it again. But I could not have had him for a more constant companion in any case. In fact, at first I felt him so much there, I would not have cut a tree if he planted or moved a stick of furniture, if there'd been any more to move without his consent. No, not even trimmed his hedge, and when I burned some moulded books I felt almost criminal. He seemed always at my elbow. In a broken knife I found beneath the furnace, or a little book of jokes in the kitchen drawer, or the label of a sauce he'd brought back from England. Always there. Always with me. I could easily tell his mark from the others, from the women's, from the Germans, the French, and those of time. Not that I liked it much better. On the long dreary nights, when the rain came down and the radio faded, I hated him because his elaborate chimney gave no heat, and his books were so silly. Thorne Smith and detective stories. Chinese horror murders in detail, and the books his women read, arty and nothing later than 1936. And big game and deep-sea fishing, and a book called No Other Tiger. I tried to read that one for the name, but it was just like it said, a tiger that was like no other. The most thing there was, though, was books on opium. Pour Monsieur Lester, si beau, c'est jaune. I think he must have been quite happy here. Oh, I have my memories of Monsieur Lester all right. We've had our intimacy, though without courtship, nor memories for him of me. One night, while it was still raining, and I had my grip, and I was searching all over for the vapor rub I'd put somewhere, I found a most horrid thing. A tiny coffin, made of lead, with a top that would not open. You could see there was a slit and a kind of hinge, but it would not give. Then I saw a place where it looked as if you should press down, and I did, and got terribly stuck by a pin. I dropped the thing, and when I picked it up, the lid was open, and inside there was a little leaden pig, no bigger than a fingernail, I can't imagine why, covered in green mould. I didn't mind so much finding the Buddha in the garden, smiling that way at me, half hidden, or even the way I felt spied upon wherever I went. At times, I was almost happy to share the home with my unseen host, but being a stuck pig made me cry. It seemed so dismal after all those years to be the butt of his last joke. Chapter 10. Confiture. In general, I didn't envy Madame Jumard for the work she had to do. Life on the farm was hard and endless, but sometimes I would have liked to change places with her, for a few minutes at least. Tossing up a great handful of grain to the chickens on a fair morning, or putting delicate little tomato plants into the dark earth in her haphazard way. I would have liked to try to milk sometime, and after watching the long, glistening stalks of rhubarb pile up in her kitchen for the first jam of the season, I envied her that job. I thought it would be great fun to translate such a sight as that into food, and also, once the pot she had given me was gone, I longed for more. The only trouble was, I did not have anything to make any sort of jam with, just nothing. My little new plants of rhubarb from her garden would not be ready to cut till the fall. The plums and apples and quince hadn't even started. I had nothing but oranges from the épicerie, and the idea to make marmalade with bought oranges just wasn't the same. Then the idea came to me to make confiture de fraises de bois. Nothing, I had always heard, could be a greater luxury than this, though I could not remember ever having eaten any. And so I set off happily one day, with 2 big tin cans in the direction of a place beside the road where I had gathered some before. And sure enough, there they were still, sweet and red and tender, hanging in the air like little bells, waiting for me. About 10 of them. In vain I looked for more, wandered miles up and down the road, poked in the edge of the wood beside the pond, crossed and recrossed the field, putting my hands down in every possible hiding place, under briars and thistles, carrying always in the front of my mind the shape of the leaf they bore like an emblem upon a shield. As I walked and walked, the shape grew ever larger and greener, but my cans stayed empty. I was looking, I told Madame Jumard when I passed her on the road, bringing her cows to pasture, for fraises de bois to make some confiture. I found a few, but not enough to do me any good. It's queer because they seem to be in season, but where are they? Where are they? Je sais pas, she said, not very enthusiastically, looking at my cans. Je sais pas. Maybe you didn't look in the right places. They're hard to find, the little fraises, unless you know where to look for them. I got the idea from the way she said it that maybe she had a place, but didn't want to tell me, so I did not talk about it any more. But I didn't give up the idea, and the next day I went looking again. That time I went into the wood behind my house, taking a stick with me and only one small can. Like that, I thought, I would show the proper humility and maybe be rewarded for it. I was a little luckier too. In a briery place beside a stream, I found 6, and in another place about 15. Some of them were half eaten by slugs, but I took them anyway, to show I wasn't fussy. Not that it did me any good, because I only found 4 or 5 afterwards. Coming home, I had the ill luck to pass Madame Jumard again, minding her cows and doing her mending at the far end of the pasture. "Well," she asked me, showing a gleam of interest, "did you find any?" "Oh," I told her, "not many, but more than yesterday." She pushed her spectacles down and peered into the can and pursed her lips. "Oh," she said, hastily turning her attention to her needles, as though the very sight of them made her unhappy. "You'd better eat them. By the time you find enough to make your confiture, they'll all have gone." "Maybe," I said, thinking of Oliver and my book. "You may be right, but I haven't given up quite yet." And I laughed. The old villain, I thought to myself. She could easily help me out if she wanted to. It became a kind of contest. When I came for my milk at night, as she had told me to do the day I gave her back the pasture, I would find her in the kitchen waiting for me. As soon as our greetings were over, she would ask me if I had any more success, smiling at Norbert, who didn't say anything. Even after I had quite given up, she went on asking me, and I went on saying I was hopeful. One night, she gave me another pot of rhubarb. "That," she said, "will give you something to put on your bread while you are looking for your fraises de bois." Then, as though she could no longer contain herself, or the present gave her the right to speak her mind, she said, "What you're doing is not very intelligent. Fraises de bois are for the children. For a grown-up person to waste his time looking for fraises de bois is silly. Think of the things you could be doing that would be more useful to you." I didn't know whether to feel annoyed or flattered that she took my pursuits more seriously than those of Monsieur Lester, who certainly must have spent a lot of time just wandering, looking for this and that. But I said, "Well, I haven't many more important things to do at the moment, so I'll keep looking." And I thanked her for her rhubarb and went off. It was Norbert who took pity on me. "Et alors," he said, finding me sitting on the ground by the cow pasture one afternoon, not hunting for strawberries, as it happened, but since up to then it was our only conversation, it was natural it should occur to him. Still no success? "If you do not find your strawberry soon, I will have no jelly. And the sugar." I looked at him rather bewildered, because I was not yet up to his teasing. "You're soon going to eat me out of countenance," he repeated. "Then," I said, "you had better tell me where they grow before it happens." "Ah," he said, "sir, that is a question that is delicate." Then, pulling back some briars beside the place where I was sitting, he suddenly exclaimed, "Tiens, it looks as if some were growing here. Who would have ever imagined it? It was like the old trick of the rabbit and the hat." "It's like that," he told me. "There are strawberries everywhere. You just have to know where to look for them. Some places are better than others, of course, but the big thing is to know how to look for them." And he began telling me the places where they grew the thickest, just at the entrance of the wood before you get to the fork of the path, under the big tree that was dead at the top, around the piles of logs that had been stacked to dry. "They're everywhere," he said. "Follow the wagon to the far pasture and look, look, look. Keep opening and shutting your eyes." "You seem to know a lot about it," I said, smiling. "Do you look for them?" I was hoping he would say yes, but he shook his head. "Oh no," he said, "when I was a boy, yes. I don't look for them now. I eat them when I find them, but I don't look for them." I had a lot of faith in Norbert, from the first, I guess, because when I went to look for strawberries, where he told me, I carried along my 2 cans again, and I wasn't disappointed. I took the path he told me to take, and when I got to the tree with the rotten top, I sat down and began looking, poking, and prodding about with my hand. For a minute I didn't see anything, even the leaves, but then, as my eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, I could distinguish tiny flowers and little twigs and ants and the whole great civilization of pygmy things. I saw first one berry, and then another, and then a whole great patch of them, red and shiny, and waiting to be picked. There were so many, or so it seemed, that I did not even bother with the ones that were not properly ripe, or were deformed one way or another, just taking the best and dropping them into my tin cans that made first a hollow sound, and then no sound as they grew less empty. It was delicious. The way to pick strawberries is this. First you must know the place, be born knowing it, or have someone like Norbert to tell you. Then you must go to it and sit, concentrating on something very small until the whole small universe comes into focus. Then you begin to pick. After that, you must get up, take a long breath, look away, see the sky, and start all over again, refocusing on the same patch of ground until no more strawberries grow back magically upon the stalks, and only then move on. Sometimes, even when strawberries have failed to grow 2 or 3 times in a row, you will find them there on your return trips. This is part of the magic, and it is important to know. I spent the whole day gathering strawberries, crawling on the branches, creeping through briars, getting myself scratched and jabbed and rubbing the gnats out of my eyes. Sitting and waiting and trying again, looking at the ground and then at the forest and up to the sky, listening to the noises of leaves falling around me, hearing the cracking of a branch, finding myself far away and lonely as I had felt when cutting wood. I got so I knew every place where the air changed temperature. I could tell if the water was near, smelled the earth close to my nose, and remembered long-forgotten things connected with it, like walking in the woods with a brown dog that dug into holes and threw up the earth at my chin. Gathering violets in the spring, how long ago, how long ago. How far away all that is, and yet here I found it once again, still buried beneath the leaves in these woods that kept crawling towards me, grown immense and blanketous in my small world. 30 size the times of a full-grown ant, I estimated, in length only, not to mention volume. Why, a thing like that could eat you alive. When they attacked a berry, they were really frightening. Immense birds, robins and sparrows, came and went on my back. That gigantic structure, which seemed almost a part of the earth, began to ache. My eyes burned, and beetles hurried ferociously up stalks of grass with the speed of a lorry. I filled my cans, just, and in the evening I made jam, measuring the sugar as well as I could on a curtain rod suspended over the leg of a chair. It was as satisfactory as I expected. Every corner of the house smelled for once not of mould, but of strawberry. The delicious aroma of my day released. It made me feel like a kind of mystical chemist, seeing how many senses could be pleased up by boiling the produce of an afternoon. Sight and smell, and even sound. As if, by laying my day upon my evening over the coals of my fire, I were managing to preserve them both, and I was so pleased with this idea that I thought while I was boiling them, I might even keep them till next winter, just for the pleasure of calling the summer to mind, though by the time they were cool I couldn't see the point of it, and ate my jam on my bread. Not that I especially felt like parting with it, but I wanted to show her that when I hunted for strawberries I was serious, so I carried it triumphantly over. Too triumphantly, I expect, because I scarcely noticed the immense tub of home-grown berries she had put to cool on the table. "Ah," she cried, laughing, when she saw my offering, "you found them after all, the little fraises de bois," and she took them in her hand and held them up to the light. "Oui, oui," she said. "A great delicacy that, the little fraises de bois. Many is the time I have gathered them when I was so... Many is the time I have gathered them when I was so high, though I never thought of making them into confiture." And then, without even tasting them, she dumped them in the tub with the rest and began stirring them around, very vigorously, as if to disperse them as much as possible. Norbert was watching my eyes open and close in amazement and disappointment. Poor little jar of jam that took so long to gather. "It is not lost, it will just go to sweeten the rest," and she began ladling me out a big bowl of the mixture. I felt somewhat consoled, seeing how my portion had increased, so I forgave her. But I still like my own jam the best, at least on mornings when I remember to remark the difference between them.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich. You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Billy, an artist living in Zurich. I'm going to be reading selected poems from The Snow Rabbit, published in 1962 by Pati Hill, with illustrations by Galway Kinnell. Several of these poems have previously been published elsewhere in magazines, including Harper's Magazine. The Potato Bug. The potato bug is not likable, but be he ever so striped, his legs are wiry and thin, except that there is no handle to him. You might say he resembled a mandolin. The reason he is not likable, however, is that there are too many of him. Bullfrog. Gone, leaving rings. A sea worm with a frozen head. A sea worm with a frozen head is not one to stay in bed. Dim his consciousness may be, but all his legs are off to sea. Little lively S, all you lack is forwardness. The shrew. The shrew is a 2-inch appetite going at the speed of light. Digests everything. It bites everything in sight. Chew, chew, chew that. It's life. Happy kangaroo. Happy kangaroo, who hasn't dreamed of being in your shoes? Who hasn't tied bed springs on his feet and found a leap was part of you? The caterpillar and the moth. Caterpillar to moth. I thought you were a leaf. I dreamed of you falling past me. I thought of your wings beating and of my many feet. Moth to caterpillar. I thought of you. I thought you were a thought. I thought you thought a dream. I thought. I thought. To a bee found dead in an airmail envelope. What a place to give up hope in. A cinnamon bear. A cinnamon bear stood on the stair, scratching his noonday fleas. If I were another, we would sit down together and do as we beastly well pleased. The snake. A little snake goes a long way through the grass, hissing gently. When he comes to a warm rock, he climbs onto it and goes to sleep. He does not dream, and when he wakes completely, leaving his sleep behind him like an old skin. In a way, it would have been better for us if Eve had taken counsel of the octopus. The egg. The egg is a sorry child. Only a mother would love it. It lies in bed, naked as jay, and hard as a cupboard. 4 round eggs keep each other company in their own way. It must puzzle hens how the disappear with no legs on them. To a worm in an apple. Worm, in your red round world, does life grow sweeter every day? Do you remember when earth was a flower? When the twig breaks, are you afraid? The dormouse. The dormouse chews a hole the size of himself and gets into it for the winter. He lies on his side with his paws furled like the tips of ferns in spring. If you take a dormouse out of his nest before he's awake, he feels cool and heavy. The hole looks vacant and repeats his shape after him. The best thing to do is put him back again. The improbable goat. The improbable goat teaches us the beauty of hat racks, rucksacks, coat hangers, deck chairs, tricycles, and gunny sacks. Its eyes are translucid hemispheres in which bars of horizontal darkness continue to dilate accurately, long after the plane has crashed. The peaceable tiger. The peaceable tiger stripes out, licks his weight in the shade. Not so wild as God willed him, perhaps, but a considerable sackful of whisk and plop and flail, warming up the ground beneath his rays. In the jungle, where it is bad manners to hesitate, this bright cat is lord of the dinner table, helping himself to his neighbours and graciously passing them on to those who have not been eaten yet. Such a tongue full of spikes, and yet so orderly and well arranged, that no one would think a mouthful of nails. A travelling turtle. A turtle walks across the highway, minding his own business. Fair weather or rain, he has got his house with him. Impossible Dreams, a novella from the perspective of a bored Parisian housewife, was published in 1976, illustrated by found images by other photographers. Impossible Dreams. To my parents. Although we live on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, we rarely go to a cafe or even go to a cinema. My husband, Gérard, works for an American pharmaceutical company in the suburbs, and when he gets home, he prefers to watch télé. Weekends, of course, we spend at our house in Melun or with my parents in Joigny. In all fairness, I should begin by saying I married well. Gérard's father manufactured a well-known brand of cough syrup until he died in 1960, and his mother inherited from her people who made pain d'épices in Dijon. My own father is a second-hand dealer. He is also an expert on 19th century engravings, and my sister and I used to hope he would open a gallery in Paris. However, He claimed his health came from breathing country air and moving furniture. My mother was a hairdresser until she married my father. As far back as I can remember, she has been trying to bring order to the shifting contents of our house. Gérard and I met at the Sorbonne. The first time he asked me out, I hesitated. I knew he thought I would be easy to seduce because I lived in rooms instead of with a family. Furthermore, I was in love with a boy named Maurice Grandin, who had a face like a rat and got poor marks due to his gratuitous comments in class. As it turned out, Gérard was mainly interested in showing off his new car, and Maurice quit school without leaving any address. A few days after I went out with Gérard, I visited my sister, who is married to a bailiff and lives across the river from our parents in Joigny. As we talked, I was irritated by the way she kept moving about, stirring this and folding that. When we were children, I had been the restless one. "Never marry a poor man," she said, rapidly repairing the cord of the vacuum cleaner with flesh-colored adhesive tape. "I'll wait for Onassis," I promised her. "What about going to Deauville for the weekend?" Gérard started asking. "But no one goes to Deauville at this season," I objected. "That's the point," said Gérard. "We will have it all to ourselves." "I have to visit my parents," I told him. "I'll send you a postcard from the casino," said Gérard. But then the day came, he drove me to Joigny. The weather was unusually fine, and we ate on the terrace in spite of a keen wind that sprang up as we were putting on the tablecloth. Afterwards, we wound up an old gramophone my father had bought at auction and played the records that came with it: Manon's Adieu, Schubert's Marche militaire, and La chanson d'Alain. Gérard's mother was not quick to invite me as my family had been to invite Gérard, and when she did, it was only for tea. Furthermore, the lift was out of order and we had to walk 5 flights to the top. I was worried about perspiring and tried to slow Gérard up by getting him to kiss me as he often did on the stairs of my rooming house. He was not in the mood, though. "You're so tall!" exclaimed Madame Bove as we stepped in the door. "From Gérard's description, I thought you'd be petite, but you're almost as tall as Gérard." When it became obvious we would marry in spite of everything, Gérard's mother decided to give the reception. My father arrived too early and stood in the middle of the room looking as if he was about to give a price on the lot. My mother wore an even more makeup than usual and invented a refined ancestry for herself. Gérard gave me a pearl pendant, which I soon lost. We were married under séparation de biens and spent our honeymoon in Lyon, where Gérard wanted to visit one of his firm's installations. I was poisoned by lobster, or the sauce, it was hard to say which, but in spite of this, our son was born exactly 9 months after our wedding night. I wanted to call the boy Frédéric, but Gérard preferred Michel. He was born easily and had a happy disposition. The name? I don't think so, though. If I believed in horoscopes, I would say we were just the wrong signs for each other. When Michel was 5, Gérard inscribed him in the Woodrow Wilson Day School on the Champ de Mars. I was proud that he was accepted because Woodrow Wilson School was hard to get into, but the idea of my child growing up speaking a foreign language troubled me, and I delayed ordering his uniform. The day before school was to open, we went to the Grande Galerie, where I hoped to buy something similar of the rack. Michel loved the rolling staircase and insisted on riding to the top of the store before going to the boys' department. As we were coming down again, his toe got caught in one of the old-fashioned wooden grids. A saleswoman saw the accident and quickly had the mechanism stopped, but it was nearly 20 minutes before it could be put into reverse and the toe released. During this time, Michel was very brave, gritting his teeth and rubbing his poor fists in his newly cut hair. "It was my fault, Maman," he said as I held a paper cup to his lips. "I ran ahead of you. I made it happen. Be quiet," I whispered. "It was an accident." At the hospital, Michel's toe was amputated, and he was put into a room with a child whose head was entirely wrapped in bandages. The next morning he was gay, and we took him home, where he complained that bad animals were fighting in the walls. The following Monday, his foot had to be amputated for gangrene. "Why didn't you take him to the American hospital?" Gérard wanted to know. "At the American hospital, nothing like this could have happened." "Because I'm an idiot," I said. "Next time he catches his foot in an escalator, I'll know what to do." Of course, we were both upset. Michel died a few hours after the operation. It was a blood clot, and we were told he did not suffer at all. I stayed home from the funeral because my mother-in-law was afraid it might give me a miscarriage. To keep from brooding, I cleaned out the top of the china cupboard, and Laure was born that night. From the moment I saw Laure, I adored her. She weighed only 5 pounds, and the skin of her face was so transparent that you could see every vein. But she suited me perfectly. How strange I never mentioned being pregnant at the time of Michel's accident. All the while I was writing about it, I was remembering how my bulkiness had made it difficult for me to comfort him. Laure's crying upset my mother-in-law, so I spent as much time as I could in the park. There I read Le Grand Monde, and I thought sometimes of Maurice Grandin. With no regret, really. Just with wonder at the way he had come into my life and gone without our getting to know each other. Then it was cold, and we went out only when there were errands to do. In December, the doctor told us that my mother-in-law's fits of bad temper were due to an incurable illness. Although I was not sorry at the prospect of losing my mother-in-law, I did what I could to make her comfortable, and in return she told me the girl Gérard had been engaged to marry before we met was neither so beautiful or so well off as she had led me to believe. With Gérard's share of the inheritance, we bought the apartment below us. It had belonged to an old lady who died shortly before Madame Bove, and I often thought of the two of them looking into the courtyard where, if they were lucky, they got to see the concierge's dog relieving himself. They might have enjoyed a few visits while they were still able to be wheeled about if they had not had a falling out some years previously. Overpayment for a broken water pipe, I believe it was. In the beginning, Gérard planned only to paint and replace the worn sink downstairs, but after talking to some Americans at the laboratory, he decided to buy furniture and remodel the kitchen as well. I was surprised when he undertook to do the tiling himself. The only work Gérard ever did at home was replacing blown fuses, but I didn't complain because it gave me the time to read to Laure before putting her to bed. 6 years old already, but she still has all of her baby teeth and her fine silky hair. I took it for granted we would buy furniture from father, and I was looking forward to trading in the mahogany whatnot and one of our sideboards by the same occasion. Gérard said everything had to be modern, however. Well, I was foolish to get my hopes up. Gérard often criticized his mother's taste when she was living, but now she is dead, it upsets him to change anything. By the way, said Gérard, I've hired a young lady to take care of the decoration. No point doing things halfway.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich.
Hello, I'm Sam Porritt, and I'm reading from Impossible Dreams by Pati Hill. The decorator came and went with Gerald's key, so we never met, though I often smelled her perfume in the hall outside the door. The same kind Gerald always gave his mother and me. When everything was in order, Gerald installed an intercommunication system between the bedrooms and the kitchen. But why, I asked? In an apartment this size, you scarcely need even a bell. That's how much you know, Gerald mysteriously replied. The night before the rental agency took over, I heard Gerald downstairs shouting, "Do you hear me? Tell me if you hear me." And Mademoiselle Dreux shouted back, "Yes, but not on the intercom." 6 weeks after the apartment was completed, it was still vacant. "Never mind," I said. "Sooner or later someone is bound to turn up who knows how to appreciate what you and Mademoiselle Dreux have done down there." Gerald shot a glance at me, but I was bent over a jigsaw puzzle Laure and I had brought that afternoon at l'Avenue de Paradis. We keep a puzzle on the office table, on the coffee table. In the principle, we only work on it when we are together. Sometimes I can't resist putting in a piece or two. Never anything important, just water or sky or foliage. One morning, the agency asked if I would mind showing a client through the apartment myself. I agreed on condition he come before midday. Goodness knows why. I had nothing to do, and the idea of showing the apartment amused me. A man of 30 or so, wearing one of the new Cardin suits, rang my bell the following afternoon, and I gave him a rapid tour. As I was looking up, he asked if he could bring his wife to look too. I told him we should call the agency for an appointment, but he explained that she was downstairs in the car. I went back into the apartment and sat down on the new couch, as if I were in the waiting room of an Air France, which, in fact, it slightly resembled. Madame Ferrier wore her skirts up to her thighs, and her little girl, who looked about Laura's age, was carrying a heavy cat. Although there was something foreign about both Monsieur and Madame Ferrier, I would not have guessed that they were American if the agency had not told me, and the child pretended to be Chinese. Monsieur Ferrier agreed to take the apartment on condition that we all remove all the paintings and most of the furniture. He gave as reference the Swiss Icelandic bank, the maître d'hôtel of a well-known left bank restaurant, and Madame Anne Schnabel of Le Sel Sans Cloud, who proved to have been his mother's maid in 1953. They sound rather dubious, Gerald complained. We can wait. However, as the agent pointed out, the only other offer had come from a manufacturer of reducing equipment who wished to use the space for demonstrations while his showroom was being enlarged. The night before the lease was signed, Mademoiselle Dru came to make out the inventory. Although Gerald only went down for a few minutes, I could hear her typing until well past midnight. Just as we were going to bed, she telephoned and apparently asked about the intercom, because Gerald said, "Of course not. It's part of the electrical system," then sat for a long time brooding over his socks. While Monsieur Ferrier read the lease, I took a good look at Madame Ferrier across the new Danish table. She was not quite so young as I had supposed at first, and she wore thin gold hoops through the pierced lobes of her ears, which I disapproved of. I suppose I thought that with ears that stuck out like hers, she should have tried to cover them up instead of seeming so pleased with them. Just as Monsieur was about to sign, Madame Ferrier asked if the clock in the church facing the saloon struck the hours. Everyone was genuinely surprised, and the agent said he did not believe clocks struck in Paris, only in London. "What a pity," said Madame Ferrier. "It would have been nice to hear the chimes." Mademoiselle Dru couldn't or wouldn't get the stores to take back the unnecessary furniture, so we rented a trailer and carried it to my father's place. It was one of the first chilly days, and he was piling apples into a copper bathtub in the courtyard. I can probably trade the boudoir chairs for Alamer Bicot for the feed boxes, my father told us, but I prefer not to take on the paintings. "Oh, I just bought them along for a friend," said Gerald. While my father was inside showing some snuff boxes to an English couple, Gerald asked me if I thought my father had refused the paintings to pay us back for buying new furniture. I started to say, "Of course not," then took pity and said, "Maybe." After dinner, we went with my sister and her husband to a bar to drink whiskey laced with anise, a thing we do occasionally in the same spirit that children put peanuts in their anuses. My brother-in-law and Gerald do not have much to talk about except automobiles, though they make surprising confidences to each other from time to time. That night, Gerald told Jean-Luc he had been a virgin when he married. As we were undressing in the chilly bedroom, where father had taken advantage of my years of absence to store a load of church benches, Gerald said suddenly, "What if we went home? We could drive out to Melun tomorrow and see if there's anything up in the garden yet." I said Laure would be disappointed. She likes to see her grandparents. Gerald said, Laure. On the way home, Laure slept soundly wrapped in a blanket, like the paintings, and I thought about my life, how it was nearly half over, and I had not yet done anything I cared to look back on. Laure had a cold on Sunday, so Gerald went to Melun alone. He returned in a good humour and said the gardener was taking too many carrots and using too little fertilizer. As I listened, I realized he had not gone to Melun and was surprised at myself for thinking he would. Best not be too hard on him, I said. It's not easy to find a gardener these days. I waited until he turned out the light to tell him that Madame Ferrier had called to say that the new oven had burned out. When I brought the electrician the next day, Madame Ferrier asked if I thought he could glue back some of the tiles in the bathroom as well. She was drying her hair, and the child was drying the cat. I don't believe I had ever seen a wet cat before. It looked all wrong, but I could hear it purring. During the next few weeks, I often saw Madame Ferrier and her child, and sometimes an older man who had the same air of strolling about for his own pleasure as they had, even with their arms full of bundles. Instead of short skirts, Madame Ferrier's costumes now dragged the ground, which I found disturbing when we met in the dimly lit hall. They resembled so closely the period of our building that it was like seeing a ghost. A person we never met, we never saw, was Monsieur Ferrier. In October, Madame Ferrier called to say the oven was out of order again, and if Laure could go over to the children's circus. The performers are so beautiful, she explained. All orphans or delinquents, and they never say a word. I said I would speak to Gerald. Gerald said, "Why not, as long as she's paying for the tickets?" Laure surprised me by agreeing too. "I take the same bus Magli takes to school in the morning," she said. "She has a lunchbox with riddles on it." She added after copying one or two more problems into her copybook. "Of course I shouldn't have been surprised. Laure leads a life of her own now. I just hate to be reminded of it." While Laure and the Ferriers were out at the circus, I went to see a film called Le Novices, with Brigitte Bardot and Annie Girardot. When I was in school, I used to think Brigitte was the most beautiful woman in the world. Now I prefer Annie Girardot. She was character, though not in Le Novice. When Laure got home, she said, "Magli is selfish. I don't want to see her anymore." I said, "Eat your chop and you'll feel better." Later I heard her crying in the room. I could tell that by the way she stifled her sobs that she didn't want me to go to her. Still I wished we were invited out to dinner at the Brails. François and Chantal used to be our best friends in Sorbonne days, though they were more adventurous than we were. When Chantal got pregnant, she quit school and married François, and they went to live in a rented room. Neither of their families could help them, so Chantal took to typing. Luckily, François got a job at IBM the day he graduated, and he did so well they sent him to Texas. We went to the airport to see them off. Gerard gave François a bright red tie, and I gave Chantal a false diamond. And just as they were going through the turnstile, Gerard stuffed a handful of confetti into François's mouth. When they got back, they played golf and bridge and took cruises to on the Mediterranean. On the rare occasions when we saw them, they seemed wonderfully happy. So I was surprised when Gerard told me they were divorcing. Chantal kept the children in the apartment in Neuilly, and François went to live with Maïs Devoine in the studio not far from where he and Chantal had started out. Chantal and I had lunch together fairly regularly since the divorce, and she always manages to mention how it would never have happened if she had stayed home at Easter instead of taking the children to Brittany. But Gerard says this is not certain. He says François was always unfaithful, even in their student days. I said, "Why didn't you tell Chantal? Maybe she should have had a chance to keep him if she had known what was going on." Gerard said, "It wasn't my affair. Besides, why go out of your way to hurt someone's pride?" It hurt my pride, the way François let us fall in their golfing days and took us up again after he married Maryse. It was snowing when we left the Brels, big, shoddy-looking flakes that wore out before they reached the ground. In our courtyard we passed Monsieur Ferrier carrying a bulging canvas bag and something that looked like a parrot cage with a cover on it. It wouldn't be a parrot, I said, as we drank Vichy in the pantry afterwards. They have a cat. It would be all right if they kept it in its cage, said Gerald. Neither of us felt like going to bed, but there was no reason to stay up either. I decided the best way to repay the Ferriers would be to invite Magli and Madame Ferrier to tea. She said she could come any day except Tuesday, when she planned to stay in bed and glue up photographs. I suggested Thursday, as that is the afternoon the children don't have school, adding that another day would be equally agreeable. Thursday morning, Laura and I went to look for a new bedspread like the one we saw in Elle magazine, but they were sold out. As we passed from department to department, I was consumed by greed, for salt mills, brasseries, reading lamps, even for atlases and crochet hooks. As we turned through the Tuileries gardens, I experienced a terrible nostalgia for the days when I used to walk Laura in the Jardin de Luxembourg. We bought a brioche and a choux à la crème from the patisserie on the corner of the Rue du Bac and the Boulevard Saint-Germain, and Laura got out one of my mother-in-law's tea cloths. I don't know if Laura is unusual. Probably at a certain age all girls begin to take an interest in the house. Laura even notices if the silver has been polished or a clean bath mat put out. This encourages me to do things like keeping flowers on her night table, which irritates Gerald. When the Ferriers weren't there by 6, I decided to call. Madame Ferrer said, "Oh, I forgot. Will tomorrow do as well?" I said, "Of course. It really hasn't the slightest importance." I could hardly keep the irritation out of my voice. "We often forget invitations," explained Madame Ferrer, as I cut the tarte aux pommes, which I thought was good enough for Friday. "That's because we have so few." I looked at her as Gerard looked at me the other night, and she smiled back, showing her little irregular teeth. While Laura and Magli played house in Laura's bedroom, I learned that Madame Ferrer, Dolly, had been married 3 times, that she had gone to school in Geneva, and that she ate only vegetables and fish. "Did it go better this time?" I asked Laura when we were alone again. Laura said it was all right, only Magli doesn't have any actual Barbie dolls, and she uses a duck for the father. In November, I took Dolly to see my sister in Joigny. I thought they would enjoy each other, but instead they seemed embarrassed, as if they recognized each other but didn't want to admit it. I took her to see my parents. She asked the price of everything, even the bathtub, where the apples were now swimming in rainwater. "You're furnishing a house nearby, perhaps," my father suggested. "What an idea," laughed Dolly. Gerald and I invited Dolly and her husband to a buffet supper with Maes and François, but Monsieur Ferrier was away again, and Dolly came dressed entirely in black. She had even taken off the emerald she usually wore and spoke only in monosyllables. "Dites donc," said Gerald after he left. "Our neighbour is rather glum." I said yes. I couldn't help it imitating her. During the Christmas holidays, Gerald and I usually take a chalet in Zermatt. We do our own cooking and tidying, and Laura sleeps on the couch. I like the crowdedness and makeshiftedness of it, maybe because we missed uncomfortable beginnings in our marriage, and I was counting on Zermatt to bring Gerald and me together. As the date came nearer, it was evident Gerald did not want to leave Paris. Though, "Why don't you go with your tenant?" he asked one evening. "It's too important to take the winter vacation now." I'm too important to take winter vacations now. Dolly accepted, then said, "What about Boris? Suppose he comes home for Christmas?" I said, "Show him you can get along without him." Dolly said, "Why should I, if I don't have to?" I said, "Forgive me, I'm in a bad mood. If Boris turns up, Laura and I will move to a hotel." Magli and Laura wore their pyjamas under their coats. I packed sandwiches and Dolly brought fruit so we wouldn't have to stand in line for the dinner. The only other person in our compartment was an old lady who was already yawning before the train began to move. So at 9 o'clock sharp, we switched out the lights and Dolly and the old lady talked until 4. After all those years, no social security, both of them better off that way too. And how ironical. You did just the right thing. My aunt had the same experience. Floated up to me. The chalet was not the one indicated on the plan. The arrangement was no different, but it was further from the toe and next to a tavern. Dolly never went outside except to scoop up snow to rinse her hair. "Don't you want to get some exercise?" I asked, when I had taken the children up the toe for a week. Dolly said, "I got all the exercise I wanted when I was in school." At night, we mended socks and looked at the colour television.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunsthalle Zürich.
Now I'm going to read selected poems from The Snow Rabbit, published in 1962 by Pati Hill, with illustrations by Galway Kennell. Several of these poems have previously been published elsewhere in magazines including Harper's Magazine. For Elsa, a lion tamed is a lion shamed. A lion dead reclaims his bed. Soon there won't be any more Zeppelins. They are being folded up and stored away, where they won't take up so much room. Who will fold up the elephants and the leopards? Who will store the baboons? St. Francis loved the birds and the beasts, and yet loved God and man. St. Francis was a saint, of course, and crumbs fell from his hand. St. Francis loved the snake and fly, and looked his Maker in the eye, but crumbs fell from his hand. St. Francis, fly away home, or the beast in your heart will devour your bones. Bugs running out of logs, on the fire, keep following their corkscrew trails, even with the bark flamed off. Where will they go? Hop on the coals and sizzle, retreat and bake? Someone escapes to the hearth and reaches the desert of parquet. Wanderer, don't forget the alleyways that once led you. Try to remember who made them. Flies trapped in a cold house. Heat of the day, flies trapped in a cold house. Guard the room of old buzzing, guard the days. The canal of the steamship Flandre. Likely Noah would not have been impressed by these poor boxes of dogs and cats. On the other hand, the captain of the Flandre would feel distressed if he landed on Mount Ararat. What the donkey likes. What the donkey likes is thistles, not the bristles, just the thistles. She takes them neatly in her teeth and lets the prickles be. Only the donkey likes thistles. Only the donkey can eat them. It makes you wonder if the spikes were meant for you and me. The night falls deeper than you think. The night falls deeper than you think, into anthills and gopher holes and hollows and trees. It falls into the ocean and down wells until every living thing knows it and takes cover from it or looks for others in it. The nearness of animals. Morning is small compared to an antelope. Time stops when a chipmunk comes near. A rustling in leaves turns into the ages. Even footprints change the shape of haste. An animal's birthday. An animal only has one birthday, and he gets nearly everything that is coming to him, right then. He is not surprised because he knows what to expect, even before he unwraps himself. But he is him. A cat looks into a hole. The cat looks into a hole. His nose is a shirt button. His tail lies on the ground behind him. The hole is too little. The cat backs out again. He recuperates his tail. Live and let live. The giraffe. The giraffe is almost a flower. He grows up quietly among the trees, putting out long ears and soft horns. As he walks, his legs break and straighten out, like stalks of bamboo that have been trodden on. When a band of giraffes runs across a plain, it is an oasis in a windstorm. The giraffe is said to use his voice only once, but it is not certain anyone has heard him, except the lion. The inequality of animals. Regarding the inequality of animals, it is wise to mention the giraffe, who is not only unequal to other animals, but unequal to himself. Then there is the bat, who is not equal to anything by day, but equal at least to shadows by night. And the python, who is quietly itself, but too unsympathetic to be concerned about. These and other creatures like them, growing up every which way, make it hard to remember which standards are the right ones. The goldfish knows. The goldfish knows the contours of his bowl. The lion knows his strength. The rabbit knows the rabbit hole. God knows their eloquence. Pastures, hills and fields. Sheep grazing in a pasture touch and separate, and touch and separate. Cows feeding on a hill munch and move upward, still munching. A bunch of big, shiny percherons crosses the field on the run, and you can hear them to kingdom come. The cat watches his dinner, singing through the trees, and coming out of holes in the ground. He makes his paws soft. The pangs of hunger snap his stomach like little backbones. The world is his big pie, gently baking in the sun. The cow. The cow is every inch valuable. Under the apple tree, scratching her hide, she is content. Only her moo and her fuzzy ears could be considered excessive. And even these come in handy on occasion. In the evening, she sticks her muzzle into the feed bag and snuffles about, blowing up dusk and husks. Her hides heave, and eyes are mild. You might think that such an important animal would be proud and try to take advantage of her position, but actually the cow is more like a queen, concerned with processions and floral arrangements. Bats and roses. Bats climb out of the chimney and wheel off. Roses stick close to the house. Bats have other bats with other lives and other faces. Roses have only themselves. Helpful hints wherever you travel. Do not put alligators in the bathtub. It is bad for them. Do not put nuts in shoes. It wears them out. Do not give lighted cigarettes to rabbits or anything else that is habit-forming. Do not step on cats any more than you can help. If one by chance in a chair you are thinking of sitting down on, then sit someone else. Do not ask directions of Daddy Longlegs. It's all they can do to keep track of themselves. Do not keep canaries. How would you like to be kept? Do not tease caterpillars or rub them backwards. They have their errands to do and want to get on with them. Do not count sheep. They do not count you. Do not stare at zebras. It weakens the eyes. Do not wrap pythons around your neck or play music to cobras you meet in the street. Their tastes may be different from yours in such matters. Do not eat eagles. It's unpatriotic and inelegant. Do not hesitate to say good morning to beavers, even if you don't know them. They appreciate neighbourliness and don't stand on ceremony. Whenever you have a chance, aid an ape. If there are peacocks in your yard, give them your card and tell them you'll come back. On Saturday, when your in-laws are absent, do not raise your voice, but close the gate firmly and they will go away. Lions and bisons should be treated nicely and not lied to because they are bigger than you. Don't turn on turtles, pick up oysters politely, don't worry urchins, brush bassets nightly. All these rules are good to remember, whether you are travelling in Venice or in the Netherlands, for it is important such principles that pleasant relations are established and good times are had between animals and man. The Snow Rabbit. Now the ice is melted, and the skate prince and the snow rabbit are gone. The chickadees and the squirrels have learned some affair, and people are walking in grass. The skate prince will come back, and the window ledges will pile up again with crumbs. But there won't be any more snow rabbits like that one.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunsthalle Zurich.
Hi, my name's Jeremy. I'm an architecture student. I also edit a magazine from the Department of Architecture. I'm going to be reading two texts today by Pati Hill. Photocopying Versailles, which, photocopying Versailles was an endeavor that occupied Pati Hill for several years. In the early 1980s, she spent long periods copying objects she found in the palace gardens and within the building, collaborating with Versailles curators. In the 1990s, she returned to the images and exhibited them as large color assemblages. She wrote a journal about the process and planned to publish it. It was even advertised, but this didn't come to pass. So I will read several passages from unpublished and unfinished manuscript. I'd like to also apologize now in advance for my bad French pronunciation. I was reading before and was already pre-embarrassed, so I hope that is okay for everyone. The other thing I'll read from is the book Slave Days, which was described on the cover as 29 poems, 31 photocopied objects, and it was published in 1975. But I'll start with photocopying Versailles. I didn't think that photocopying Versailles would take long. What is it there in Versailles that could be carried to the copier? A handful of stones, a few bottle caps, and maybe a sprig of hedge, if I could manage to snap one off while the guard was out. To those who said, but that isn't Versailles, I would point out that the facade of a building, shown by a photograph or a painting, was not Versailles either. My works could be seen in detail, at least, and were the exact size of the original. What I did not think was that I would end up copying any part of the actual chateau, or that Mr. van der Kemp, the then curator, would invite me to move my copier into the innermost sanctuary of the palace. The ensuing adventure took on a character that outlasted and overshadowed my original purpose by a great deal. Today, no one needs to be told what a copier can and can't do. Many artists work with copiers or use copiers to help them make other kinds of art. Moreover, much of what is in this book has been exhibited, but I wanted to share the story of my 5 wonderful years when the Château de Versailles was home to me, and art made by electricity was a new departure in the world. I hope some of what I have to say will help to bridge a gap between those days and the appearance of the computer and its art and puzzlements. Soon after what I finished, what I supposed was my Versailles, I received a visit of 2 notables of the art world within a week of each other, Dorothy Lichtenstein and Leo Castelli. Dorothy said, "Well, why not? It's better than a lot of work I've seen recently." Leo said, "A perfect conceptual idea. Could you call me a taxi?" It was boiling hot in my little studio on the Rue Chavot-Lagarde, which was then an empty building squatted by myself and sedately tenant at street level by a charming maison de passe of the kind you see in movies of pre-war Paris. Red plush everywhere and the strains of La Vie en Rose, Tea for Two and Singing in the Rain filtering through the half-ajar door from around 4 o'clock until the last client was ready to face the cruel world. After he had ascertained that I had no telephone, Leo asked if the elevator worked, though it was piled up with dirty blankets used by a poor wretch who sometimes spent the night there, and a temporarily out of service was hanging on the door. When I reluctantly admitted that the lift was indeed not functioning, he left wordlessly in his immaculate white linen suit and Panama to rejoin his wife at the Orient Express collection, whence Paul had kindly misguided him. Later, I spent a moment inspecting the Hors de Service notice. It was made of elaborately embossed brass, embellished by a heavy coat of light verdigris, and attached fragilely to the grille work by an equally corroded remnant of wire. I wondered if its antique aspect had led Leo to question the validity of its message. When dealing daily with the conceptuality, as he does, you need to look sharp sometimes. Another grand and more frequent visitor to my atelier was Diana Bode. She looked in often to encourage me and used my mat cutter for the discreet posters she created for her benevolent enterprises. One day she came carrying a wicker basket containing 4 cobblestones. I said, "Diana, how on earth did you get those cobblestones here?" And she replied, "Oh, I just saw a place where they were digging them up to repair a pipe. So I went to the conservation and asked if they would lend them for me for a while." I said, "But how did you carry them, Diana?" And she replied a little crossly, "Well, I'm not an invalid, you know." She also produced a letter from a curator stating that these stones were on loan for 48 hours. I kept this letter for a long time. Not many people own a letter from a curator of Versailles granting the loan of 4 cobblestones to anyone, even Diana, and I would like to show it here, but it is lost in a drawer full of unanswered notes, unpaid parking tickets, and light bills, and a message from my daughter's school saying her athletic costume had fallen to tatters, dated 15 years ago. It's hard to photocopy cobblestones. Not only do you have to hold them above the copier's surface so that they will not make scratches or go crashing through the glass, you have to hold them low enough to catch the light, and you have to hold them still. An interesting thing about these particular cobblestones, they were not square, as you might expect, but more tooth-shaped, with only the top surface, what you might call flat. The King's Pear Tree. No sooner were the cobblestones finished than Diana suggested I, quote, borrow a fruit tree from the Potager de Roy. I thought she was suffering a little from a kind of illusion people who have never seen a copier were subject to, or that her cobblestone experience had given her delusions of grandeur concerning the ease with which one might latch onto royal property. Nevertheless, I did agree to call the École Nationale d'Agriculture and was told that a nursery located in the area where the king's fruit had once been grown could sell me a small, espaliered fruit tree of the sort supposedly favoured by His Majesty, a bon crétin by name. It was then mid-February, grizzly with rain and fog. I wondered that the ladies of Versailles did not die of despair and pneumonia, until a guided tour of the tiny apartments showed me the tiny blue apartments into which they longly retired to play dame and exchange pungent bits of gossip far from the ears of His dear chasing Majesty. At any rate, I bought my tree and lugged it to my studio by bus, if you please. One of the inconveniences of letting your husband wander off to live with another lady is that he is apt to take the family car with him. I like buses though, and everyone was quick to give me a hand with my unwieldy companion. At my atelier, I frankly hesitated for a moment before installing my tree in an orange plastic bucket, then crawled out the window and lowered it to the rooftops of the infamous Crazy Time bedrooms, where I cruelly abandoned it to the early inky dark that Paris so early attains and remains submerged in it for so many months of the year. When I had returned, the water in the bucket had frozen to a depth of several centimeters, and beneath a coat of measly snow, my tree had exploded into fluffy, pinkish life. Now here was my somewhat sinister plan. I would first saw this tree limb from limb in portions of 38 centimeters, the length of a copying surface in those days, and copy each section separately to toss the original in the trash. Next, I would send these copies, page by page, to Berlin over the new invented fax machine during the exposition Electra at the Musée L'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris. thereby becoming almost certainly the first person to photocopy a tree, and surely the first to send a copied tree anywhere by fax. I should point out that in those days it was still possible to be the first at something in the world of electronic art, even as it was possible to be the first to eat poisoned mushroom, use a stone for an axe, or lay a cautious hand on the head of a half-grown wolf advancing towards you through the forest to squint with equal caution at your little sputtering fire in a ring of stones. Artists, including myself, set a certain store by these bursts of firstness, as though you could increase the value of the uncertain art they practiced by treating it as if it was a feat rather than a craft. But who, tell me, great heaven, could summon the courage to carve up a 5-foot pear tree that had responded so fragrantly to being dug up and abandoned 2 flights above a pit of whiskey bottles in a snowstorm? At least I knew I was beaten. I unhinged a closet door and used camp chairs to turn it into a table. I laid my tree intact upon its surface and inched and scraped and splintered it gradually across the eye of the machine until each part had its moment of incandescence, and my mouldy moquette and all the orifices of the copier were covered with earth, broken blossoms, and insects, and a vague semblance of structured vegetation had managed to push its way out, exit. The best examples of this maneuver appear on the next page. Caption left, an example of my tree. When I had finished this operation, I took my battered tree by train to Bourgogne, where I dug a shallow hole behind a stone hut we put our guests in when they were foolish enough to visit us in the country, and thrust what was left of its roots in a shallow hole beneath a little clay. In spite of everyone assuring me I was wasting my time, it thrived, and gave 3 hard, tasteless pears in the first August of its tenure. I could not see why anyone, especially a king, would want pears like that, despite their admirable hardiness. It took me years to discover, by accident, that if you left them in a cool place for a month or so, they became fit, at least for a prince, especially a prince 200 years removed from the miracle of refrigeration. Decidedly, that tree is a type that thrives on brutality and neglect, but it does not refuse a little attention, and sometimes I give some to it. On the opposite page, Dog Morris and I are posing for the last récolte before having raked away the leaves of several autumns. You will notice the form of the tree has not changed much from that of my design, though it has taken a rustic turn, is in fact just a big fuzzy Burgundian growth, a little flat in back and front from its days of exfoliation. Black toner is a separate substance from color toner and operates on a different system in the copier. You would almost say toner black and toner color are opposites. Using black toner and color toner in the same work is tricky, because black is so strong it can make your work seem dirty. An outline may come out well, or on the other hand, completely covered in black is sometimes nice. Black made on the color cycle is better for the, quote, black parts of color pictures. Opposites and mirror images were dear to the hearts of decorative artists at the time of Louis XIV. Today, the computer and the copier make it easy to create more sophisticated opposites, involving the reversal of selected parts, for example. Some single images seem to be longing for their opposites to join them, and some don't need them at all. Banality disappears from almost any subject when doubled. Just the simple doubleness seems to lend weight, if not always grace. When joined with multitude of their ilk, they sometimes acquire real authority, as in draperies. My adventure with this tree My adventure with this tree did more than point out the tenacity of life in early spring. It showed me that time had come to take the copier by the controls and use it to make what I wanted, instead of waiting for it to reveal to me the shadowy secrets of the 21st century, as I had been doing. You see, I had been in awe of this 800-pound marvel when first introduced to it, and so had stood aside and let it be the artist, while I claimed credit only for centering the subject carefully on the glass, pouring extra toner into the till, and choosing the example I preferred from a considerable number we produced. I never retouched and didn't even blot out these curious little clusters of stars that occasionally appeared in the background. I suppose I saw these sleek, brute, machine-made images as being art suitable to a time we were living in. A simple direct message from the forefinger that pressed the button that propelled the magic bar that illuminated every filament of the subject, and I trusted this message eventually to become clear by the even more dazzling light of a future time. It must be remembered that when I began to use the copier in the early 70s, it was the first machine remotely comparable to today's electronic equipment. The computer, if heard of at all, was thought to be a device for calculating the universe, or a cozy little bugger bobbing along with a tea tray in its pincers and a recorded voice that said, "Will that be all, madame?" I was mesmerized by the way black and white could suddenly spring apart in certain images, evidence that yes and no had collided and borne this slightly destabilized fruit, and I was foolishly convinced that chance played a big part in art. In fact, it seemed to me that through electronics, art might reveal itself to be wholly chance, or chance wholly to exist. Meanwhile, I made little or nothing of what was actually happening in the modern world of art. How, within the space of 2 or 3 years, a kind of club, or at least as astonishing as that brought about by the invention of a printing press, had been forming. And absolutely everyone's club, including those who could not even write and didn't see the need to. Likely I did not want to know how to think about this development, and took refuge in magicalizing the copier and its babies as I had once revered the cameras I posed for, not daring to use one myself until the summer in Newport, Rhode Island, brought tempting subjects such as the young Jacqueline Bouvier and the ancient Mrs. Van Rensselaer to help me brave the not-so-complicated lens of the Rolleiflex with its tiny runic numbers going in opposite circles. Anyhow, there was nothing remotely magical in the mess I confronted on the floor of my studio after replanting my tree. I spent a morning scrubbing a carpet that was filthy, even in its normal state, and dumping illegible photocopies into the waste basket, and then, in the afternoon, I removed the copies from a wastebasket and began rather hopelessly laying them out, then slathering on white out, remember it, to cover up the broken blossoms, incomprehensible flashes of light, awkward shadows, and the blurs that had accompanied their brash production. The next day I began the first copier work in which my active intervention counted far more than my passive choosing of an adequate image, a procedure which caused me such moral suffering that I had to invent a whole new set of constraints, whereby a blossom facing left, for example, could not be turned to the right, or a petal added or lightened up, or even a centimetre subtracted from the edge of the page to make it fit a space, for fear that this basic tinkering might unhinge some essential information, if not about the future, which I was gradually allowing to go on its way, at least of now. Let me just say here that the bugs and worms you see near the roots were straight out of the earth that had clung to them, but I confess that the ants I copied were a bust. They moved too fast. So I agreed to pay my 12-year-old assistant 50 centimes an ant to make facsimiles, which indeed looked as fake as they were. Cute though, we thought. I had heard that Mr. van der Kemp, the curator of the Château de Versailles, was a veritable reincarnation of the Sun King, so I kept putting off writing for an interview. I feared he would look askance at a project that included a photocopier and purported to show his great domain through its most trivial parts. I had now become enthusiastic about pushing my exploration of Versailles to its ultimate limits, however, and I finally wrote the necessary demand full of at your conveniences and expressions of sincere esteem. I needn't have worried. Mr. Van Kemp gave me the most amiable reception, and he marvelled at the photocopy of the 2 little poppies I showed him, called feiern, in fact, and introduced me forthwith to his copier, a terrific contraption of mahogany and brass, with a roller that revolved in royal purple jam to produce, in a leisurely manner, the fuzzy approximation of a typed page. Well, it did that after the text had first been typed out, on a shroud, soaked in a kind of resin, through which the drum encouraged the purple mixture to seep. I was amazed to think that all the correspondence of the chateau, and it must have been considerable at the height of Mr. van der Kemp's monumental efforts to save that place, was duplicated in this fashion, and I remarked as such to him, which he explained that they used carbon paper for the normal correspondence, of course. The purple method was reserved for large mailings. Of course. He offered to let me use this marvel when his secretary did not need it, and I thanked him from the bottom of my heart. I doubt I would have been willing to share a similar treasure. And so, simple and open-heartedly, it was easy to see how such a man might be compared to a king, or even a blank space, given his surroundings. As to the possibility of photocopying small objects, there simply was none, unless I was interested in the collection of bits and pieces that had been picked up on the grounds by guards and tourists over the years. I thought bits and pieces sounded exactly like my type of subject, so I followed Monsieur Lemont shortly to become curator of Versailles, as Mr. van der Kemp took over the restoration of Giverny, to his office at the opposite side of the vast cobblestone entrance, and there confronted an array of enigmatic fragments nicely arranged on the shelves of a big doored cabinet. Just one problem now. They could not leave the chateau. After some thought, I came to the conclusion that the Xerox company was going to be able to cope with this better than I. I had been in contact with Xerox France before. Although they were against investing money in my projects, I always found them generous with information, and I inherited from them a Xerox 3701, which perhaps I should not speak of. It was never a clear-cut arrangement, just a surprising windfall that rolled my way from a public relations department. As I hoped, a director of the local branch of Xerox agreed to bring one of the new compact copiers to the chateau and leave it for a few days, which extended themselves to much of the winter. The various inhabitants of the office, kindly in most cases and a little bit grumpily in others, moved over the best they could to accommodate me and the magical box which was allotted a space on the bookcase slightly over my head. When someone was working in the room, I stood on tiptoes and copied without seeing what I was doing, and when I was alone, I leaped onto one of the 3 immense oak tables that supported the gigantic reference books made long ago by architects of the chateau and still in current use. The arrival of my copier was not immediate, and afterward there was often no one to open the treasure case for me, but delays like this proved to be pure gold, because during them I took long walks in the wonderful, and then frequently empty, gardens. Good. This bell pull dates from the days of Marie Antoinette. When I picked it up, I could hardly believe its lightness. All the substance seems to have gone from it, leaving only a kind of forerunner of virtual being across my palm. I made 2 pictures, in both of which it took on the aspect of someone fleeing before fate, and I knew by instinct that I should not have made even one. A technician later confirmed this idea by telling me rather romantically that one passage of copier light equaled 3 minutes of sun on top of Mount Everest on a fine day. Fortunately, no other delicate substances came under my control. I suspect that copiers are brighter today, but as they are faster, they are perhaps safer. Anyway, I mention my error to give for choice a camera to someone faced with the same choice. The thought that the merry blue eyes of the queen of so many hearts must surely have fallen on this frivolous object sent shivers down my spine, partly because its colour describes the exact shade of palest blue that those eyes are described as having been, though doubtless the bell pull started out the hearty shade that decorators call royal. Everyone in the office was impressed by my Xerox, and a second copier soon arrived. A grander model in perfect repair, and it did not leave when mine left. So I like to imagine I brought a breath of future to the Chateau de Versailles inadvertently. If I'd been asked, I would have opted for the royal jam forever. A copier always gives you an answer, maybe not the answer you're looking for, but like the camera, it gives you a present, and unlike most cameras, it gives it right then. Sometimes copier answers pile up so deeply and suggest so many directions you might take that you have to abandon your project. Still, there are moments when this is preferable to lines on a sketch pad which give you back only your own answer. I think this responsiveness is one of the things women like about copiers. They don't say, I'm watching the golf tournament. It's not certain what all the treasures on the next page are. The stone shoulder is part of a sculpture that vanished from the chateau before the revolution, and the 3 pals are something, surely. The note was left by a workman on a water pipe. He just wrote his name and the date on which he had repaired the line, and politely left it airlessly there for whoever. I copied it at different stages of its unfolding, using it later to make the flying roses on my representation of an urn. This use of one object to take the place of many demonstrates the way a copier makes the most of things, how by concentrating on a single subject you can turn it into a kind of official representative of its infinite self. The Japanese mountain scene on the page after the rose was my greatest coup. It is a piece of paint shaved from a wall of Mr. van der Kemp, sheared off by the workmen who were in the process of renovating his offices when I came there. I slipped it into my portfolio, and I went off feeling like a thief in the Louvre, my heart in my mouth. I could have simply asked for it, I suppose, but this idea didn't cross my mind any more than it would cross the mind of a burglar to ask for the family silver. I could rarely work for long without hampering movement in the little office where I had my machine, and days might pass when the tables were all in use. I began to look forward to this inconvenience almost as much as working on the treasures in the glass case, because I would walk the vast empty park. As the solid surfaces in my own life receded, and I was increasingly drawn to pebbles, to roof tiles, to walls, and to the severe, continuous ornaments of the iron fence that enclosed this privileged realm. To better savour them, I fell into the habit of carrying around a scrap of paper and a chocolate bar, with which I made rapid rubbings, using the paper to cover the subject and the chocolate to bring up its outlines, gradually increasing the size of the area rubbed, and until one afternoon I bought a roll of tissue paper and took on the blocks of wood that form the entrance to the Cour d'Honneur. It was like photographing a large and rather orderly crowd, because each block was so absolutely individual, some old and smooth, some eaten away, a few new and jagged, as if the trees from which they had been cut had just been band-sawed square and pounded into the ground, which I supposed they were. The reason for the wooden pavings in the Cour d'Honneur was to muffle the noise of the carriages with their grinching metal-rimmed wheels and the metal-clad hooves of horses, A secret tryst must have been difficult to manage. When a guard asked me to bring a written permission to continue my work, I was delighted, and I thenceforth looked upon my rubbings as an important part of my job. I wanted to mention again that all of this took place before the surge to the monuments of the world by people longing to make contact with their historic past, as I was looking more simply for walkways and walls. As if all this intense verification of substances was not enough, I now began photocopying my rubbings. The copier generally gave me back images in which the crumpled paper became a vendette, while stone, iron, and chocolate often seemed trivial and weightless. I took this to be heavy with philosophical meaning in those days.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
My name is Michael Birchall. I'm reading Ben, a short story published in 1956 of an American serviceman living in Paris after the Second World War and life in cheap attic accommodation. Hill herself first visited Paris in 1947. Post-war Paris was a place where Americans could be themselves and escape themselves. James Baldwin's novel Giovanni's Room, which also featured an expatriate American escaping their homeland, was published the same year as Ben. In the beginning, there was Ben. Just Ben, alone before Laura or Landis or the Spaniard, but before Ben, there had been others living where Ben was to live. Living, cooking, eating, and burning lights in the middle of the night, and descending and ascending the stairs, and coming and going, and taking their keys, and putting them back again, and paying their bills, or not paying them, and being quiet or noisy, and predictable, and erratic, and walking the roof in spring. Oh, there had been many more, and there would be many after, but these did not concern Ben, for that was then. And what they had left behind them had already gone down the drain, or out the window, or between the boards in the floor, or into the walls, or through the mails, leaving only an oily spot, an oblong stain, a flake of glass, a breath of scent among many scents, both past and present, which formed the odour and flavour and steady perfume of the Hotel de l'Avenue. They were long gone, and only the pencil mark and the overturned ink and the rent in the curtain and bent coat hanger lingered on to describe them. A scrap of paper, a safety pin, a calendar wedged between the floor and the table leg, a curtain ring. They were no longer where they had been, and now there was Ben. When Ben first moved in, his friend Hank from the army that came over on the boat with him and went all over Norway with him the summer before, when they still had their bonuses and a little cash, was going to move in with him. Not in the same room, of course, because that was unhealthy. A man should never live too close onto another man, even if he was a friend. In fact, even less if he was a friend, but into the next room, which was vacant. They were going to do their cooking together and share the room, which would make a pleasant balcony in spring, and study together and go to concerts and learn French. Not like the usual tourists, but really to get to know the language. And when the bill ran out and they didn't have any more money, they would be able to support themselves somehow till they felt like quitting and going back home, or whatever they decided they wanted to do afterwards. That was the idea. They were going to pool resources. Ben had a little more money than Hank. And do everything together as near as possible and see what it was all about. That's the way they figured when they were in Norway, and Ben found the room in his moderate-priced hotel. It was 6 flights up, but what the hell, it was cleaner than most, and you can't expect much for 350 francs a day. And they were about to move in when Hank fell in love. Well, not exactly. Fell back in love, you might say, with the girl he was in love with all along, all through Scandinavia, where he was forever telling Ben how glad he was to get rid of her, get out of the whole affair, to get on that boat, and to get the mess behind him. He told Ben the whole history in the course of their trip, how it came about and how she tricked him, and a whole lot of stuff, some of it true and some of it not, most likely. He fell back in love with this girl because she sent him a letter saying he was coming over and would he meet her. Of course, when he got her letter, Hank said to hell with it and dropped it out of the window and forgot about it, and only answered because he felt that even if she gave him a raw deal, he didn't want to think he held anything against her. And when he went to get her the day the boat got in, it was the same way. He only did it out of decency, and he went on planning to move in next to Ben. He even brought his bags up and put his shoes under the bed and his clothes in the closet, and it was all settled. But when he went off to the train, Ben took everything out and carried it into his own room and told the woman at the desk his friend wasn't moving to the hotel because he knew better. When Hank came back 2 nights later, he said, "You had a lot of nerve, Christ. If she waves in at my nose, I'm not going to say no, but God damn it, Ben, you needn't have given up the room. Now where am I going to stay? But Ben just said, "Stop shooting off your mouth, pal, and have a beer." And Hank went off saying, "See what you can do to fix it up in the room." But Ben didn't trouble himself. Once when Ben came in from a walk in the park where he had gotten into the habit of taking bread to the pigeons, he knew that Hank had been there because he carted off some of his junk. Otherwise, though, he didn't turn up again till he came to invite Ben to dinner, rather sheepish about it, to the dinner with two of them. They had a room over by the Sorbonne on a long dark hall that stank of lavatory, and a window that looked out on a dark bare court, and crazy wallpaper peeling off, and no hot water or heat, but they kept warm with an alcohol stove and a gas radiator. It was still autumn, and cooked and washed and ate and slept in a corner by the broken lavabo. They seemed to know everyone in that place, and there was a crowd that kept coming out. In a while they ate on the top of her trunk, with light from a candle stuck in a Chianti bottle. Ben could not see in this girl with brown hair and glasses any of the things that Hank had told him about her, least of all the bitchiness, but he did not think this odd, because he was never able to see in people the qualities that other people found in them, another reason for which he felt himself to be set apart from the world. And when Hank saw him to the door, down the narrow steps, past the sinking latrine and through the water-stained passage to the entrance, the way he might have seen him down the wooden steps and across the grass of an autumn evening in Iowa, across the cricket singing grass in Iowa far away, he just said, "Thanks for the feed, Hank," and waved his hands. "Great to see you," Hank said. "Drop around any time you feel like it. Dorothy and I are always here." It was the first time he called her by her name, and they both winced, standing in the chill of autumn beside the sleeping bicycles and a motorbike covered over with canvas. "Dorothy and I are always here." "Swell," said Ben, and even in his voice said he knew he would. Drop around to see Hank and Dorothy. Before the war, when Ben was working on a newspaper in Milwaukee, he had only once protracted affair he ever had with a young woman he met in an art class where he went once a week in the evening, chiefly to enjoy a look at the nude models they had there. Young, she was about 30 then, a year or so older than himself. Not that he was lascivious or anything. Hell, if he felt like he needed a little peace, he wasn't such a boy that he didn't know where to go for it. It was just like that, looking at them sitting there or standing on the stand with a couple of pottery jars and a scarf, sitting or squatting or standing for 15 minutes at a time in the draft. They must have been pretty tough or needed the money a lot. And he never tried to date them up or even to talk to them, except sometimes to go over and rearrange the draperies or something like that. He often did that, and when he did, he was always very polite, calling them miss and behaving even more formally than if they had their clothes on. That gave him a sort of kick, being very grave and formal with the girls, sitting there on the stand in a hairpin. No, he didn't try to date them, and he didn't even think of it most of the time, but he liked to look at them and make marks on the paper with charcoal, like doodling during a telephone conversation, then smoking a cigarette between sittings and talking to other students and going sometimes for a Coke with some of them, for he was a lonely cuss even then. Didn't know how to approach people really unless they had something to do together, some ordinary usual thing to say that made a bridge. The more ordinary the better, because like that there wasn't any reason for saying anything you didn't want to, and at the same time you had the pleasure of speech. He never went out with the really arty bunch, the ones that went with the prof to some place and talked art and life. He stayed with the hangers-on, the other amateurs, the ones that came for the kicks and the ones that came to doodle like him. Dora was one of these, and he got to know about her only because the night he went straight home, they walked up the same street for about 4 blocks and then caught the same streetcar. At first he didn't notice, and when he did begin to walk faster or slower so as not to seem to be following her or waiting for her, and then after a while, after he had said hello to her a couple of times, he walked with her, not to seem to be wanting to avoid her. That is all there was to it. They walked together a couple of times in class where she told him how good she thought his drawing was, which up to then had never thought about a second time, and went to a concert together where he was hooked. The first time he slept with her, he was in his room in a 2-family house on the outskirts of town, where he lived with a couple who knew him before he came to Milwaukee. He did not know if they ever found out about it or not. Hell, the guy must have known, but that was neither here nor there. He was sorry after he got into her room, and they looked for a while at his books and sketches to show that neither of them thought the real thing was going to bed, and afterwards he was sorrier still because she looked so pathetic, like the models at art school. She had very thin blonde hair. That is the main thing he carried with him of her forever afterwards, and before she brushed it you could see straight through to the scalp, and it made him feel just terrible. They went on sleeping together for a while after that, very impersonally, looking at pictures and books, but he did not know he was in love with her until she had flu and stayed at home for a week, and he began to miss her comments on his pictures and discussions and so forth. Then the thing that surprised him was how she changed, how much she changed after she was sick, and he went and found her and took a bunch of chrysanthemums and told her the best way he could that he was in love with her. What a difference it made. She stopped encouraging him with his sketching and stopped coming to art class and wanted him to stop too. She stopped discussing and exercising her mind and reverted to the type all women are at heart, if you came right down to it, and tried to get him to spend more time on his job and stop throwing his money around and get a place to live and get married. She didn't say for a long time about getting married, but it was there from the moment he fell in love with her, and she knew he was in love with her, and she had flu, and he brought that bunch of flowers. But she made a mistake. She made her mistake when she built him up in the first place, made him begin to take an interest in his painting, not just go to class to while away the time and be sociable. She made a mistake when she put into his mind he was really good, and she paid for it, paid for her honesty and generosity. He was pretty cynical even then. Or, rather, she would have paid for it if the war hadn't come along to take him away anyway, just in the nick of time. She paid all right, and that is what he told himself that winter in the Hotel L'Avenue, when it was cold and the rain came down and the drafts came in and the fog was so thick you could hardly see out of the window. He could tell the world, for that matter, even if the world should ask him, and that is what he had to console himself with when Hank went off with Dorothy. Whatever happened, whatever went and came, whatever transpired in the coming years, he knew nothing like that would happen to him. Ben Burton was born on a fine sunny day in the month of October in a small town in Iowa beneath a maple. Not really beneath a maple, but in a house in a street in a living room overhung by maple, falling in the fall of the year. Falling on the pavement in the fall of the year, and this is what he could hear if he could hear anything the day he was born, the swish of people going by on the pavement in the leaves of the maple. In the circle of leaves that fell from the tree to his apartment in the month of October when he was born. If Ben Burton heard anything, it was, "Ben!" cried his friends of an evening after he had got into the world and established himself as Ben Burton beneath a maple tree of a spring evening. "Ben, come on down and play." Ben, Ben, Ben. His name soared into the fading sky of an April evening, and into the December sky too, though not so high. Ben, Ben, they say after he was born, and learn to say after he was born in the spot where he was born, those that came after and those that came before in the same place. Ben, they learned to say, and could forever say after they thought the name belonged to him. I knew a boy called Ben once, they would say years later, back in Denning, Iowa. It was never the same, of course, but someone else with the name of Ben, rightfully, albeit, though not to them, but rightfully or spitefully, it brought him back to the circle of red leaves beneath the maple in the town of Denning, Iowa. It was his heritage. It was still autumn when Ben came to the hotel and Hank didn't. Late autumn, but autumn still with a few fine days left in it, and when the sun shone in the afternoon, Ben would take his alcohol stove and a cushion from his bed and a frying pan and a couple of dishes and a book through the French windows and make his lunch out of the roof. First, though, he would put on his leather jacket and his broad-rimmed hat and go into the street, down the 6 winding flights and into the shops to search for food. 2 eggs in a paper bag, 2 hard rolls or a baguette, a couple of pieces of sausage, and a pastry done up in a cone-shaped package that dangled from his finger on a thin blue string. It did not take him long to buy the main provisions, standing politely in line behind the housewives in their aprons and sweaters, but it took him longer to make up his mind about the pastry. There were not so many of them. He could name them all by their proper names, and he knew what was in every one exception the ones made like houses or swans or vegetables, but still it was hard to come to a decision. So he would go up and stand for a while before the window looking over the rows of little tarts and cakes, turning them over in his mind, bending down his head at the top of his long gaunt body until he knew exactly what he wanted. Then he would go and ask for it by name, and they would wrap it up into a pyramid tied up with a string and slipped it over his finger. One afternoon, while he was lunching thus on the roof, a girl came out of the room across the hall from his and stood for a moment on the other's side of the railing and looked down into the street. He guessed she had moved into that morning. She had short red hair and pale-rimmed glasses and wore a scarf with the Eiffel Tower printed on it in green. Just moved in? Ben asked. Yes, she said, and I'm just moving out again. Damn the French anyway. Well, you can't expect much for the price, Ben said reasonably, and later he told her where he bought his alcohol stove and saucepan and helped her unstop the drain in the lavabo. It won't do any permanent good, he told her. These things are worn out. I'll leave you the wire through, and you can do it yourself when it needs. The main thing, you've got to push it all the way down around the turn in the pipe like this, see? Take it and shove it down carefully till it goes up the other side and then pull it. He emptied the hair combings and toothbrush bristles and safety pins and threads of cotton wool that were glued together with soap and dirt into a clean piece of typing paper and put them in the wire basket beside the lavabo. And then he tried to fix the radiator, but it turned out that it didn't have a handle, so he had to let it go till he got it off his hands on a pair of pliers. He had those things, pliers and hammer and screwdriver and so forth, in a canvas bag he had in the army, and he had lent them to Hank, and they were over there. All the time she was laughing and saying, damn the French. He had the impression she was crying, and she had to keep turning to see if she was not, turning his face from the lavabo to look at her and see she wasn't. If you want anything, I'm number 65, he told her. I'm there most of the time unless I go out for something. If you want anything, just bang on my door. As a woman, she didn't give him the feeling from her accent. He guessed she was from the West somewhere. She did knock on his door during the week that followed. She wanted him to help her move the armory across the room opposite her bed, where there was more space, and afterwards they drank coffee together made on her stove with a new saucepan, which had still the taste of a new saucepan, which his had a short time before, and the price marked on it, though hers was a more expensive model. He knew, because he had priced them all. With a top that went with it, and she used Nescafe with an American mark. It seemed she had worked for one of the American agencies in Paris before coming to live at the Hotel L'Avenue. She had quite a lot of things like that: Kleenex and Dutch cleanser and cashmere bouquet soap and Jergens lotion and aspirin tablets that she kept on top of a locker trunk covered with a cloth. That evening, he invited her to dine, more out of kindness than anything else. She seemed lonely, though he didn't know just why, always talking about her friends at the ECA. They went to the more expensive of the two restaurants. He patronized in the vicinity of the hotel. On the way, he tried to make it clear to her that he didn't have much money to throw around, so when they went to the movies later, she paid her own way. He was going to if she hadn't offered, but she offered, and when they got back to her, gave her a brandy in his room to show how he had fixed it up with the map from Air France and the reproduction of Van Gogh he bought beside the Seine. And then he told her about his painting and showed her one he had behind the bed. She put back on her glasses that she had taken off and backed away from it, saying it was pity not to see it in the daylight, but he told her he always painted at night. I got into the habit of it when I was going to art school in Milwaukee, he told her. I didn't have the time to paint in the day, and then I got to like the quiet. I paint after everyone goes to bed and everything settles down. Well, don't let me keep you from working, she said, getting up. He could not tell if the acidity in her voice were directed at him or if it were only a part of her. But there was something about the tone that reminded him, something he could not put his finger on. Oh, you won't, he said. I never let anything get in the way of my work, but I don't begin till late. Go on and have another brandy. But she was already on her feet. At the door, standing under the light, by the wash basin, he got her into his arms and tried to kiss her, heavenly knows why. She didn't seem like much of a woman to him, and when she pushed him away, he let her go. He never tried to strong-arm anybody. If she didn't want it, she didn't want to, and she didn't seem annoyed. But the next day, when he got up about 11 o'clock and went down the hall to see if she wanted coffee, she didn't answer. Later, he tried again, and she opened the door, and when she saw who was there, she said, "Oh, it's you. Well, I'm going out," and brushed past him and went downstairs, jogging a little in her crêpe-soled shoes. While she was out, he wrote a note on a piece of paper. Dear Laura, I hope you aren't sore because of last night. I didn't mean it. I don't even know why I did. Just a habit, I guess. Come on, let's be friends. Coffee on the stove, if you want some. Ben. And slipped it under her door.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunsthalle Zürich.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
My name is Layla Peacock, and I'm reading Dreams, Objects, Moments, as it was published in the Paris Review in 1978. In 1976, Hill had had an exhibition at the Cornblay Gallery in Manhattan with the same title. The exhibition was made up of other texts typed on coloured paper, divided into green for dreams, pink for objects, and yellow for moments. And Linda, published in the Paris Review in 1953, which became part of the novel The 9 Mile Circle, published in 1957. Dreams, Objects, Moments. We are at war, and I am on a train leaving for the country. I am troubled because I suspect it might be better to spend the war in the city. Out the window I see soldiers cooking lunch in kitchen sinks and other unlikely containers. Their fires burn cheerily, and I'm jealous of them. Beside me is a man from my hometown. I think he should recognize me, but he gives no sign of it. I wonder if perhaps I have re-become a child. When I get tired of this speculation, I pull the emergency cord. We are picnicking on my grandmother's lawn when a gazing ball from the Mohican Hotel in Westerly, Rhode Island, comes sliding up. My Uncle Jim, who holds interesting views on politics and goes to church in his own attic, gives a whoop and starts chasing it away. But most people think they should throw a butterfly net over it and lead it to safety before it bursts itself open on the railroad tracks. Too late. We kids start picking up the sharp, moon-shaped fragments and stuffing them in our pockets, paying no attention to the mayor who says what we are doing is illegal. Throughout this dream, 3 black women are seated alternately on me, a small boy and a person I can't get a good look at. I dream that the toenails of our ancestors have dug into us deeply during the night. I awaken in dread and find that the cats have unwound a ball of twine all over the room, making cradles through the legs of the furniture. This airship originally belonged to a young couple who now wish to appear conventional, so no longer use it. This is what the captain of the airship answers when I ask if the owners won't miss it while we are aloft. The captain certainly seems conventional enough, but despite this and the idyllic weather, I begin to dream of a tempest above torpid waters and hear the captain groan, "Take the controls, je ne suis pas bien." Though why he speaks French is hard to say, he is clearly a Swede. The airship is gigantic and constructed not of a single container like a Zeppelin, but of a multitude of intricately connected floats and pontoons of aluminium-coloured cloth. Minutes before, I have rushed from a nearby casino and we are in some place like Vichy or Marienbad, crying, "Today, let's go today," and the captain has thrilled me by stolidly nodding his head. And I have a mission of some kind that is evident by the assurance with which I clamber on board. Nevertheless, the erratic behaviour of the unwieldy craft, with its vast interior, divided into irregular spaces by the scaffolding that holds its sides apart and its primitive instruments, so much more complex looking than the dials of a modern computer, cause me great anguish, which stays with me after I have awakened and closed the window that had blown open on our heads in real life. I can't throw off this dream within a dream, and the name of the ship was the Annabel Lee. I'm entertaining the Queen's emissary and a lady very like the Queen in a haphazard restaurant run by my husband. The Queen's party keeps moving, and we have dreadful toasted biscuits for dessert. I drink the emissary's milk with jam by mistake, and a little because I like him, to tell the truth. Time rushes by in an old-fashioned bathing suit, all its wild white moths fuming out at the crotch. What will we do with the babies, I wonder? At present, they seem to be embedded in amber, like million-year-old paperweights. While I'm washing the dishes, a white owl floats in, shaped like a limestone sink or a World War I airplane. What will we do with the babies, I wonder again, now descending under nylon, that still new perfect fabric, soldiers of World War II, bodies of soldiers of World War II. I wake up in a panic for fear I'll be late to World War III. As I leave the house of my friend, a giant dead sheep slips off the wall and pursues me. But now I see this sheep is only half dead. But nevertheless it pursues me like a cloud of old snow, trailing itself broadly over the ground and catching on all the houses of this ideal New England village. As I flee, I think of calling out or flinging myself into one of the brightly lit cellars in which outsized models of people are going about the business of living, drinking glug, etc. But I am not really so frightened of this sheep, of this rug, only angry with myself for having forgotten that it was on the wall beside my friend's house, and filled with guilt for my part in helping to restrain the new doctor from leaving town. He is a kind man, and I grow to love him, as we are borne along Main Street in the automobile of one of the people whose accomplice I am. But this is really what I dreamed. I wonder. As I come awake and as my suspicions grow, I see ever more clearly the face of my friend. It's like an electric meter or an equation written on a child's blackboard and full of character as she says goodnight just before the sheep falls on me. All around us linger long benches and lean horses from the doctor's town, and I am doomed. Will I never learn to turn my back on what does not concern me? My cheeks are bright red, and I am suffocating as I reach for my journal and start recording this dream in huge, legible handwriting. I am a rocket. As I shoot through the atmosphere, I lose different parts of myself, most of them invisible to me, though they can be seen by my passengers. I have invented a new sort of bed and pay a man to be astonished by it. I don't think he is astonished enough and start noting down all the things that would improve my life, such as noting down all the things that would improve my life. General de Gaulle and I share a hotel room. His nurse comes often to give him injections, but while she is away, he makes indecent proposals. At a ceremony for a dead statesman, he hastily chooses a tombstone from a truckload of markers and gives me a goose. I hope the nurse will soon interrupt his attentions, but she seems to have abandoned him. The general announces our engagement. I stuff a cookie into my mouth to show my disrespect. The general pulls a long chain from his mouth, at the end of which is a St. Christopher medal. I decide, after all, he has a sense of humour. Linda. If it looked like a good long rain, Jan would set the basket inside the door and fly back out and down to the summer house under the big splashing drops before anyone had time to say come back or take your sweater. And there she would sit the whole of the afternoon in the unaccustomed dark, looking through the ancient magazines the Mrs. Allison had stored there from time immemorial, listening to the rain drum on the roof and hearing it dripping more slowly in the corners of the room,
where the roof leaked. There she would sit with her hands and feet cold and damp, while she dusted off the ladies of other days, standing in front of their pierced arrows that looked like toys, or trailing their dresses along the floor and talking to the elegant young men who leaned forever gratefully against the mantelpiece. My one rose, my only love, and smiling devilishly from beneath her pure golden lashes, Miss Teasdale let fall the fatal words from her enchanting lips. Mr. Alderson, it is my painful duty to inform you your attentions are no longer acceptable to my aunt. To be continued next month. But next month was never there, was in fact nowhere, and perhaps never had been. And anyway, it did not matter, for it was only a part of that mysterious world of grown-up life, and it was not until she knew Linda that she found out this life did not really exist anymore. It made her feel sadder than before, though always she felt sad leaving these people there on the floor in the dust, when the sun came out again and she could no longer ignore it, and like a reluctant moth, she left the darkness and stretched her damp, cramped limbs, walking about then aimlessly in the garden, by the swing, in all the places where it was wet now, and had not been before, as though to become reacquainted with the place. When it had rained like this just after lunch, the whole afternoon was lost because she could not get properly fixed on anything else, and time seemed confused, as though it had been evening and then was day again for a while, and in it all, in the wetness of her shoes and the thinness of the sun, and in the smell of the rain, there was a sort of sadness that she could not get over. Oh, then, if ever she were lonely, or if her continuous and natural state of loneliness had not made her immune to loneliness, she would have been lonely, for the world seemed desolate and vacant, and there was no reality in anything. Except John Thomas, that is. Only John Thomas was different in this respect, and this was possibly because he had his roots not in flesh and blood, but in sawdust and plush. Though nobody but Janet's grandmother could have known this, for no one but she could have recalled, upon hearing that name, that John Thomas was originally a bear, and that they had bought him together on a cold day before Christmas at Miller and Rhodes in Richmond, where they had gone together to see Santa Claus, and in the end had not seen him, the crowd being what it was, and Janet really too small to make it worth the trouble. Only her grandmother could have remembered how he came into existence and began to live, how he turned from plush to being and went everywhere with them. Don't forget John Thomas, they would say. No, I don't forget him. But she was dead these many years of a tumour in her right side, which she had always said she had, and she, up to the last, with no one believing her because she said so many other things she had and really hadn't or didn't matter. Once, when they all went on a picnic in the new Buick, with a vase on the side for flowers and a little fur puffballs to make the blinds go up and down, they spread a blanket in the clover and took a picture of the baby and John Thomas, with his bare back turned. And when they got the prints back from the print shop, someone said, "Why on earth is that thing behind the baby?" And everyone laughed and said, "Oh, that's John Thomas," Southern exposure. And when they said, "John Thomas? Who is John Thomas?" they laughed harder and said, "What on earth is that behind the baby?" And no one could remember. And they looked and looked and nobody could remember. And finally Janet's mother, Alice, said, "Well, I guess it's just a shadow, you know," and rubbed her finger across the print, her thin, sensitive, abrasive finger, and said, "I suppose it's just a shadow." And Jan said to John Thomas, who happened to be standing there, "That's just a shadow, John Thomas," with the inflections of Alice. "You know what a shadow is, don't you, John Thomas?" Because in those days John Thomas was not so wise as he was later. was just a shadow of Jan, in fact, and could only do and say what Jan told him to do. John Thomas did it, Jan would say. John Thomas had a tantrum and broke everything up, but I punished him. And Alice would say, I hoped you punished him well, because he seems to be getting out of hand again. And John Thomas would say he was sorry because he had no will of his own. He wasn't a bear anymore, but he had no will of his own, and he just said yes and no and got punished in the garden. That was John Thomas. Now I'm going through the forest, and Jan, said Jan, not going through the forest, but dreaming she was going through the forest. Now I'm going through the forest to Linda's house. Where's Linda's house? Said John Thomas. Over there, said Jan. Now I'm going through the forest to Linda's house. Are you taking me? Said John Thomas. No, said Jan. You're too young, and I'm going myself, and I'm not taking you. But she didn't go. She lay under the iron dog in the garden, looking up at his iron underbelly, and not going. Why don't you go over to Linda Carter's house? Said Aunt Grace. You could take the shortcut through Perkins and get there in no time. I don't know, said Jan. I don't know why I don't go to Linda's house. I was thinking of it. But she didn't go. She didn't go, and she didn't go, and the die came and went, and she didn't go, and Linda didn't come. She said she wouldn't come, and she didn't come. She said she wouldn't come until Jan came, and that's why she didn't come. Why don't you go over to Linda's house? Said John Thomas. Oh, I don't know, said Jan. I don't know. In the sky, 3 birds and a thundercloud passed overhead. Through the woods, 2 dogs followed each other, and under the ground a mole dug. You could not see the mole, but he dug, coming up for air and going down and digging again. All day long he dug. How far could a mole dig if he started digging and dug and never came up for air, just dug and dug all day? Oh, I don't know, said John Thomas. Far enough, I guess. Now I'm going through the forest, said Jan, not going through the forest, but dreaming she was. And when Jan thought about Linda, she began to think about something else, anything else, because she did not want to think about Linda. She did not know why she did not want to think about Linda, but she did not. And when Aunt Grace said, why don't you go over to Linda's sometime instead of making her come over here all the time? And Jan said, oh, I don't know. I don't know why I don't go over to Linda's. I'll go over to Linda's tomorrow. But when tomorrow was today, she never did. You don't expect she'll keep on coming here all the time if you never go over there, said Aunt Grace. She'll get tired of coming here pretty soon, and then you won't have anyone to play with in the afternoon. But Jan did not go over to Linda's. Just come over for tea once, said Linda. Come over once and let Mother see you're real, and I'll let you off, said Linda. Just come once, Janny Jan, to show we're friends, but Jan said, no, I can't. Not today. She did not want to go over to Linda's, and so she tried to make John Thomas say she could not go to Linda's. But that was no good because John Thomas was not really around. Even since Jan could remember, she had had John Thomas. Ever since she could remember, John Thomas had been around. When Jan got up in the morning, John Thomas got up. When Jan went to bed at night, John Thomas went to bed. When Jan came to New York to see Alice, John Thomas came to New York too. How is John Thomas? Alice would say. Give my love to John Thomas, she would write. We'll consult with John Thomas, they would say, and let you know. He was always around. And then suddenly that summer, he was not. How is John Thomas? Jan's mother asked when Jan came to stay with her in the new studio apartment. And Jan said, oh, all right, because she did not want to say that he was not around anymore. And when Alice went on, she said, Oh, John Thomas this or that. But when she was alone, she played with Toppy or Jean or someone else, or no one at all because John Thomas was not there. At night, she left the door open in case John Thomas should want to come in, and in the mornings she looked about for him in every new place she went, but he was gone. Sometimes she imagined a new John Thomas or tried to recapture the old one, but all that would come to her of John Thomas was a blurry image, or if it began to be sharp, it turned into a cardboard cutout like the ones in the drugstore holding Coca-Cola. Anything she tried to imagine that involved John Thomas turned into a stage set, or a street corner, or someplace she was not trying to imagine, but was someplace she had seen before. Suddenly she was not able to imagine as she had used to imagine in the old days, freely and out of nowhere. She tried to tell her mother about this, but she could not make herself clear. Everyone imagined things they knew before, Alice told her. It isn't strange in the least. But it was not true, because when Jan was asleep, she could imagine again, and it was the way it was before, out of nowhere and nothing. But when she was awake, she could not imagine properly anymore, because something always got in the way. If she was imagining a castle, and she had almost got it in her mind, a streetcar saying Broadway and 42nd Street came in front of it. Or if she was trying to imagine a moonlit night, and it was nearly in her mind, there would be a street light suddenly by the path. The worst thing, the thing that made her most desperate, was that she could no longer imagine anything limitless. That is to say, she could not imagine ocean, for example, because the minute she had got the water down, the opposite shore would appear. She could not imagine endless forest, because there was always a house in it with smoke coming out of the chimney. She could not even imagine sky, just sky, without a tree or a bird or something else. Don't read me about forest or water or anywhere that is endless, said Jan, because I can't imagine it anymore. I can't imagine anything I don't know. Don't read me about fantastic things or long ago, Jan said, because I can't imagine them. Read me about now and here where I know. But when Alice read about now and here, Jan was not interested, and she roved about the room, and Alice said, "Sit still or I will have to stop reading." Or, "Well, I don't think you're paying much attention to this story." And Jan would say, "Yes, she was," and try to sit still, so Alice would go on reading. But she was not interested. When it was time to go to Laurel, Jan was glad, but she pretended to be sad and cried and buried her head in Alice's lap and bit the material of her skirt over her thigh. "Poor baby," said Alice. "My poor, poor baby. But you'll have John Thomas to look out for you down there, and you can help Aunt Grace with the gardening." "I don't have John Thomas anymore," Jan said. "He's gone and he's never coming back. John Thomas is dead." "John Thomas doesn't want me to come over there," said Jan, "so I can't come." And when Linda said, "Who's John Thomas?" Jan made up a John Thomas who was not the real John Thomas and pretended she believed in him in a way she never believed in the old John Thomas, and Linda was delighted, even though it meant Jan was not coming over. They spent the whole afternoon in the coach house talking about John Thomas and discussing about John Thomas, and it was the best fun they'd had together so far. But the next day Linda had forgotten about it and started in all over again. "When are you coming over?" Only this time she said, "When is this John Thomas going to let you come over?" And Jan wished she had never told her that silly story. "He's never going to let me come over," said Jan. "He owns me, mind and body, and whatever he says I must do, and that's all there is to it. And if you want to see me, you'll have to come over here." And then one day, Linda came down the path to Jan's house, holding one angular arm out in a crock, smiling and moving her lips queerly. "What's the matter with your arm?" asked Jan. "Did you hurt it?" "Why," laughed Linda, "don't you recognize your friend John Thomas beside me? We were just having a talk, John Thomas and I was coming down the path, and I told John Thomas that I would give him just one more week to decide to come over to my house. and then I will not see you any more." "No, you weren't," said Jan, "and what's more, I think you're very unkind to joke about anything as serious as what I told you. After all, I wouldn't have told you if I hadn't had to, and the least you could do is respect my confidence." And Jan put up her chin and looked in the other direction, feeling hurt, pretending to be. "Oh, Jan. Oh, Jan," cried Linda, catching her hands and whirling her around so they had to look each other in the face. "You're wonderful. You simply are wonderful. Let's go right away to my house and have tea. I'm going to kidnap you and take you right away to my house to tea. John Thomas and all." And she started pulling Jan in the direction of the gate, saying, "What does your John Thomas say to that?" And Jan began to laugh too and allowed herself to be pulled, and finally they were running down the path hand in hand. But at the gate Jan stopped and wouldn't go any farther. "But you can't stop when you're being kidnapped, and I'm kidnapping you." And she pushed open the gate. But Jan would not go through and jerked away suddenly and said she wouldn't go and she would never go, and she wished Linda would go and never come back. And when Linda said, "What is it, Jan? Is it that terrible John Thomas making you say that?" Jan said, "No, there is no John Thomas. I made it all up to fool you. I made it all up so I wouldn't have to tell you that I don't want to go in your house now or ever. I just don't want to go to see you, and that's all there is to it, Linda Carter. That's all there is to it in the world. What do you think of that?" And she slammed the gate shut.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zürich.
Hello, my name is Brigham Baker. I'm an artist living in Zurich, and I will continue to read Linda, as published in the Paris Review. And she slammed the gate shut. "I think you're wonderful," said Linda, putting back the latch of the fate that had flown open. "I think you're just simply wonderful, but as Jan has gone into the forest and through the road and over the hill and far away, and Linda walked home alone, adjusting her Panama hat and was slightly too large in the crown with the hand that was banded by the amethyst ring her grandmother gave to her on her 10th birthday. Lost in a dream, my Linda, lost in a dream. Then quite suddenly, one afternoon, after lunch, Jan went upstairs and put on her best print dress and her new shoes, and brushed her hair and washed her face and cleaned her fingernails, and everything one does when they are going out, without being told. When she came downstairs, Aunt Grace looked at her and looked again and said, "You certainly are dressed up to kill, Janny. Where are you off to?" And Jan said, "I'm going to see Linda." And Aunt Grace said, "Well, it's high time," and went out into the garden to cut some flowers to send Linda's mother. "Oh, don't make me take anything," said Jan. "I don't feel like taking anything with me when I go." But Aunt Grace did not see the point of this and cut the flowers away and tied them in a damp newspaper. "I wish I didn't have to take anything," said Jan. "I just want to go like this without anything," she said, taking the flowers and holding them away from her not to get wet from the stems. The reason she said this was, when her Aunt Grace began cutting the flowers, was because she did not really intend to go to see Linda, and she was going to see Linda only because she had to have a reason for getting dressed up without being told. And if she had got to take the flowers to Linda's mother, it meant that she would have to see Linda after all, and she didn't want to. Before she left, she went out into the garden for a while and walked up and down, trying to get a stomachache, or think of something else she had to do, or find some reason for not being to see Linda, but nothing came to her mind. She even tried imagining John Thomas saying not to go to Linda's, but that would not come either. So in the end, she took the flowers, put a piece of hard candy in her mouth, and started out by going to the gateway, and the streetway, and the roadway, instead of the pathway and the back way, and walked slowly along, rolling the candy, which turned out to be a flavor she did not like, around her mouth like a marble. "Goodbye, Aunt Grace," she said. "Goodbye, goodbye," said Aunt Grace. "If you don't get started pretty soon, the afternoon will be gone." "Aren't you going to wish me luck?" asked Jane. "I don't see why I should wish you luck going over to Linda Carter's house in a block and a half away by the road. Just watch out you don't get run over at the corner is all." "That was I thinking," said Jan. "I was thinking I might get run over at the corner." On the road, a man stopped his car beside her, leaned out and opened the door. Jan drew away because she thought he might be thinking of kidnapping her, but only he wanted to know the way to Vicksburg, which she didn't even know herself. As she passed in front of Perkins, their cocker spaniel, who had known her the whole of her life, forgot who she was and came rushing down the lawn, barking and frothing in the mouth. And Jan was afraid he would bite her before he came to his senses, but it turned out he was just pretending, and he followed her for a while. At the corner she had a sudden intuition that if she crossed then, even with nothing coming either way, as there wasn't at that time for a long time after, she would be killed, and she went away around behind some of other houses and a garage in order to cross further down, all the time clutching the flowers. If Linda should be there by any chance, which Jan was sure she wouldn't be, she would pretend not to notice her at first. Then she would say, "Oh, hello, Linda," as if she had never expected to see her there, and did not care if she did. "Oh, hello, Linda. Aunt Grace sent these flowers to your mother and said to tell her something or other. Then she would think of. And then she would hand Linda the flowers over the dents, saying something else. 'See you later,' or 'Sorry, I can't stop. I'm just going over to somewhere or other,' that would come to her. Or no. Better, she would look for Linda, who would be sure to be there, to go to her immediately, and hand her the flowers and say, 'Oh, Linda, how nice to see you. I was just passing with some flowers for your mother, and didn't expect to see you.' And when Linda said, 'Wonderful,' like Linda was apt to say, 'Come in,' or something, she would naturally say under these circumstances, Jan would say, 'Oh, I wish I could, but I'm going somewhere or other,' or better still, say, 'Fine,' and start to come in and say, 'Oh, dear, no, really, I can't because I'm just going somewhere else and I'm late.' That way, she would have to have been there, and yet at the same time not been, and Linda would not come. Not that she much cared if Linda came or not. No, she was just saying that. She really didn't care if Linda came. After all, the two of them did not have much in common, and it was just as well if she didn't. That is to say, it is always silly to form an attachment with someone with whom you have very little in common and may never see again. It simply isn't worth the while. When she got there, there was no one in the yard or anywhere else, and she pushed open the gate and walked up the flagstone path, which had strings on either side of it to keep people from tramping on the grass that was newly planted, or to the door where she stood for a while trying to decide whether to use the knocker in the center of the bell, or the bell, which was at the side, or the tap on the window in a more familiar way, in case Linda were standing there behind it. In the end, she used the knocker, then rang the bell, and was about to go away again, thinking it had been a very long time when the door opened, and the maid, Jetty, looked at her and said, "Miss Linda ain't home. She's going down to Bishop's to have her drawing lesson," and was about to close the door again when Jan said, "I would like to see Mrs. Carter, please. I have brought some flowers from my aunt for Mrs. Carter." Jetty looked for a minute, as though she suspected that this was not true, which it most clearly was, then disappeared and stayed forever, while Dickie Carter went at the foot of the hall with something thin in his hand, and something string that hung behind him, and the clock struck, and something sizzled in the kitchen, and when Jetty came back, she said to go out back. Miss Carter was out back, resting. She went with Jan, then to show her how to get there, walking behind her through the living room, which was full of things that she had not seen before, and Linda had seen always, and through the glass porch where there were magazines on the floor, and no one to read them, and one glass empty, and through the last door to where she would have been if she had walked around, and there was Miss Carter, or someone who seemed to be the real Miss Carter she had previously imagined, lying in a deck chair. "Good afternoon, Miss Carter," said Jan, feeling more involved in saying good afternoon to Miss Carter, and more involved in the Carter's house and everything that was Carter than she had meant to be at that time. "Good afternoon, Miss Carter. I have brought you some flowers from my aunt," and set them down on the table beside her, and smiled and looked at the flowers and patted the dog on the head, and smiled again. "Why aren't you a darling?" said Miss Carter, picking up the flowers and at the same time looking at Jan over the newspaper, as though the smell of the flowers and the look would somehow remind her in a time who in the world it could be who had brought the flowers from her aunt, but not much concerned, because whoever it could be, it could only be a friend of Linda's, and so she said, Well, aren't you a darling? And get yourself a chair and sit down here and have a Coke while I get Jetty to the telephone to Linda. She's just gone for her drawing lessons, and I'll get Jetty to the telephone right away. Oh, never mind, said Jane. Never mind, telephoning. I only came over to bring the flowers, and I never even expected to see Linda, you know, because Miss Carter sent Jetty to the telephone anyway, leaving Jen sitting in the deck chair behind the house waiting for Linda to come home. Afterwards, she tried to explain to Linda how it had been that she had come to be behind Linda's house waiting for her when she came from her drawing lessons that afternoon. But Linda wouldn't listen to her and said instead, "Oh, Janny, don't explain to me. Let me have my illusions." And Jan let her have her illusions because it was not worth the trouble to explain any more. But still, she tried to explain and made Linda listen that time and explain how she had not intended to come to see her that afternoon, and made Linda promise she understood even when she didn't want to. Not because she wanted Linda to think she wouldn't have wanted to come see her, probably because Linda was right, and she would have to come and see her even if she had thought anything about it, even a little bit. But because, after all, if she had not intended to come see her and hadn't set out to come see her, it was wrong to go on getting credit for any kind of act which she did not have in mind at the time, and she did not want anything but honesty between them. Linda promised she understood, but Jan was not so sure, even when it was so clear, because in some ways Linda was always stupid. "Let's go to my room," said Linda. So they went up to Linda's room and closed the door and sat down on the bed and started going through the old photographs albums of Linda's and some letters a girl wrote from her school and a bunch of invitations Linda had saved in a box. When they finished doing that, they were about to take out a wooden chest full of newspaper clippings and watercolors and things that Linda had taken out of ladies' magazines. They put, "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life," on the record player, and put the record player beside them on a chair to be easy to reach, to wind and rewind. After "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life," they played "The Bells of St. Mary's," which was on the back, and then Linda said they should go down and get some records, but Jan said no, they couldn't just play "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life" over again and save themselves the trip. Linda told Jan she loved that record and often played it to herself at night when the window opened and the stars outside and the lights off, except for the one next to her night table, which was made in the shape of a seashell and gave practically no light except to see your own way around. In case you shouldn't want to see your own way around in the middle of the night without really waking yourself up the whole way. Jan said she did not like "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life" so very much because the singing in it, and she did not like the singing, especially singing by a woman. "But it's not a woman," said Linda. "It's a man. Only you've got to turn it up too high on the speed that makes it sound like a woman," Jan said. "No, that wasn't it. You could turn it down as far as you like, but it still was a woman. Listen to that screechy part and say it's not a woman." And they turned it down and listened to the screechy part, and it was surely a woman. But when they turned it back up to the normal, you could not really tell if it was a woman or a man. "Well, anyway," said Jen, "I don't much like singing by anyone, woman or man." She did not know how many times she would have listened to that singing by that voice that was neither a woman nor man, but was "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life," played on a starlight night with the window open and the light of the night of the table on. How could she have? When they looked all through Linda's things, Jan said she would like to show Linda her things, but she did not have any of them here, and Linda said, taking Jan's hand suddenly in her own, "Oh, Jan, I wish I could see your things. You must have the most wonderful things in the world. Someday you have to show me everything you have, every little thing, and said, staying away a little from the taking of hands and going to the window where still below Miss Carter lay on the lawn, on her deck chair, with the bouquet of flowers beside her, and the dog and everything as it was before, Jane said, "Well, I have this one thing that is a Russian Easter egg, and when you open it, there is another inside. And inside this last one, there used to be a teeny chicken made of ivory. But I lost it one day when I was small, so there is nothing inside of it now. But it's fun to take it apart and put it back together again. And if I ever found anything to go inside this last Easter egg, I would give it to you." Linda came to the window, then looked out too, and said, "Now we really are friends, Jane. I know we are really friends forever, and I'm so glad that when Jane tried to explain for the first time how she had not intended to come, really, how it had been a mistake, even though it turned out so well in the end. But Linda would not listen and said, 'No, I won't listen to you. Come out of doors. Come out in the sun and walk with me.' So they turned off the record player and went downstairs and out the back way and started walking toward the duck pond, which was not really a duck pond because the water was contaminated and the ducks had gone away, but which they called the duck pond anyway. When they got there, they stood looking at it for a while, fighting off gnats and mosquitoes, looking at it lying there among the trees, not moving, lying there spread out in different ponds, but all really the same pond, walking about the edge of it, waving back the gnats and the things that flew in the air, and getting nearer and nearer to the water the whole time, the way people draw near to a fire, poking about the edge of it with sticks and throwing in pebbles, and talking and pulling back the grasses and finally sitting down on their haunches beside it. Still waving back the gnats and looking in, where they were looking was a tiny current of water that moved and carried with it the other things that were already in the pond, like tiny pieces of orange peel and things that were vaguely recognizable as what they were before, tiny pieces of rag and hair and this and that, hardly like the things that they were before, but things that they were before the same, curious and mysterious, floating by the pond in the middle of the wood, floating and bobbling by the scum in the fast-moving current of the pond. All manner of things that one had not thought could be seen again when one had seen them for the last time. And Jane thought it was not a very pleasant place. But they went on sitting there anyways, on their heels, poking here and there with sticks, and after a while Linda, poking in the current ahead of Jan, reached into the water and drew out the end of her stick, something that was long and flaccid and like a balloon, and yet not like a very dirty balloon covered with scum and bubbles. She lay on it on the moss between them, lay it out from the other things, and said to Jane, "This is what love is all about, isn't it? Queer to think that this is all what love is about?" And Jane, looking at it and looking at Linda, looking at the things lying in the moss and looking at Linda on her crisp print dress, thought it was a strange thing to see Linda in her fresh print dress poking about it like in the scum, poking about and pulling out a thing like that. And she looked at the thing and could make nothing of it, and looked again and tried to put it together with the words Linda had said over it, and tried to put the whole of it together with Linda. And just as they turned and saw Dickie was standing behind them, watching them listening to their conversation, and Linda stood up and said, "Go back to the house this minute. Dickie, you know you aren't allowed to come down here. Go back to the house right now, or I'll tell Mother to kiss you goodnight." And when Dickie said, "See if I care, oh crazy old lady Linda," always poking about. But he went back to the house, and Linda threw away her stick and told Jane that Dr. Beaufort told his wife Elizabeth, Linda called Mrs. Beaufort Elizabeth, she should not wear her brass, too tight because it was bad for her, and she always made her show him if it was too tight or not. And Jane said, "What does it do?" And Linda said, "I don't know, but it was a good thing to remember. All those things are good things to know, you know?" And Jan, who she said she was supposed to be, although she did not really think so, thought instead of Miss Dr. Buford's wife, whose name was Elizabeth, standing on the front lawn, wearing a tree, wearing a brassiere. When they came out of the duck forest, the sun was not hot anymore, and they went back to the house and made fudge in the kitchen and put salted nuts on top of it, the way they did in the stores. And Jan licked the pan, and Linda kicked the beater and said, "You're lucky to be allowed to do things like that." And Linda said, "What is this funny word, allowed? You're always using it. I'm allowed to do anything I want to do." And Jen said, "Well, if you're allowed to do anything you like, why don't you then?" And Linda said, "I do." And Jen said, "Linda Carter, you are the worst liar in the world." And they began cutting the fudge in squares to put in the icebox to cool. As the summer drew to a close, and the time came near for Jen to go back to school, the girls spent more and more of their time in their place on their roof playing "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life" and "The Bells of St. Mary's" on the record player, talking and whispering and confessing, giggling and dreaming and conjecturing, wondering and wishing and waiting for they did not know what. They did not know whom. "Spend the night," Linda would say. "Come and sleep in the guest room, or no one will care, and we will sit in our place." And off they would go, to scramble in their pajamas and climb out of the roof. Oh, it was lovely fun, planning and plotting and imagining, telling each other the future until 2 o'clock in the morning, falling asleep exhausted. "I don't know what on earth you girls find to talk about until the middle of the night like that," Mrs. Carter would say, coming suddenly awake in her room and hearing the music and going into her room to see what in the world they could be doing up till 2. "I can't think of what on earth you find to talk about." And they would promise to stop and go to sleep, and she would go away, and they would lower their voices and go on talking until they fell asleep, talking in their sleep. In the day they forgot about it mostly and walked around the circle and sang their popular songs and tried on Mrs. Carter's hats before a 3-way mirror and looked at magazines and swam and wrote to people among autographs or tried to get the short wave on the radio. Sometimes Jane even stayed at home, just doing nothing or making Christmas cards to send next year. But at the night they had to be together out on the cool night air, their feet pulled up beneath them beside the record player. Sometimes after they played "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life" 3 or 4 times in succession, Linda would turn it over on the other side and play "Bells of St. Mary's." "Just for a change," she would say. And she would set the needle in the groove and start chiming out its beautiful morning sound, round and round, and she would listen, enthralled, imagining ancient walls of ivy and marvelous towers, and all over, an incredible sort of peace with nuns inside, walking 2 by 2, encircled by the music of the record. And she would cry, "Oh, Jane, how beautiful!" But Jane would not seem to get into the mood, no matter how often they played that record over. She could not seem to get the right feeling from it. And so she went on talking about experiences she had had and ones she had expected to have, and it would be like it was when Linda and Jan first knew each other And Linda would say, "Oh, how marvelous, Jan. Oh, how marvelous. How wonderful." While Jane went talking on and on into the night, hardly stopping for a breath. "Oh, how marvelous you are, Jane," Linda would say. "How lucky I am to know you." Until suddenly Jane was cold and tired and felt like shivering. Then Linda would say, "You're cold, let's go in." But Jane would say, "No, I'm not cold." And if Linda went on saying, "Yes, you're cold, let's go in," Jane would say, "Well, you go if you want to. I'm not cold, and I'm going to stay out here." And so they would stay out here, and after a while, looking out the stars, playing, "Ah, sweet mystery of life," hugging their gowns around their knees, they would begin to talk again. Sometimes, after they started, Jan would say, "Wait a minute," and go in and get one of Linda's sweaters out of her closet and put it on and come back, and she would not let Linda get in to get it from her. "Just a minute," she would say. "I know exactly where it is." And she would go in and rummage around in Linda's closet, facing about in the dark among Linda's things, not turning the light on. "The light is just at the door," Linda would say. And Jan would say, I know. But she would not turn it on. And when she came back, she would as likely as not have come back with a bathing suit, or a flimsy thing for wearing in bed with a cold, or on top an old gym suit. But no matter what it was, Jane would put it on and get back in her place on the roof. "Oh, you are," screamed Linda would cry, covering her mouth with her hand and laughing as Jane wrapped the thing around her, the old gym suit or whatever it is. "Oh, Jane, if you could just see yourself." Jane would say, "Don't be silly, Linda. I took the first thing I laid my hand on." But in the end, she would have to laugh too, because they would have to start over again, playing their record to get back into the moon. "No more bells, though," Jane would say. "It makes me sick, that thing. All that banging and moaning. I like sweet mystery of life. All right, but the bells of St. Mary's just bores me. Look, I have an idea. Suppose we give each other something that belongs to each other, to keep forever. For instance, I would give you my Indian ring, and you could give me that little gold thimble you got in the wedding cake. I saw it in your pin tray the other day, and when we are apart, we could look at them and think of each other. Not that I wouldn't think of you anyway, but I could look at it and think when it was yours in your pin tray." "Marvelous," said Linda. "But don't have to give me your Indian pin. Just anything, or even nothing. I'm dying to give you that silly thimble. I didn't dream you'd have it even. But I don't want to take your Indian pin." In the end, Jane took the thimble and wore it everywhere on a string until she lost it down a crack in the floor, and found it, and re-lost it, and re-found it again, and finally didn't even know where it was. But Linda put it in the pin box of her jewel case and kept it always, and never wore it because it reminded her too much of Jane and that summer long ago.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings, live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst heute, Zürich.
You are listening to 100 Years Pati Hill, a day of readings live streamed. This live stream is being recorded at Schwarzes Café at Löwenbräu, brought to you by Kunst, heute, Zurich.
My name is Clare Goodwin, and I am an artist and artist curator living and working in Zurich. I'm going to read Letters to Jill, a book composed of images and text by Hill and first published in 1979. The title references Jill Cornblee, Pati Hill's New York gallerist. The book has been reprinted on association of Pati Hill's exhibition here and is available for purchase through the Kunst, heute, Zurich, online or at the front desk. I will end the day-long reading of Pati Hill's literary works with one last chapter from Pati Hill's memoir, The Pit and the Century Plant, published by Harper & Brothers, New York in 1955. So let me begin. Letters to Jill, a catalogue and some notes on copying by Pati Hill. Introduction. Pati Hill began to suspect that copying might be a discipline as distinct as painting and photography when she ran into difficulties defining copy work for Cornblee Gallery. She calls this catalogue Letters to Jill because much of the information contained in it came from letters she wrote to Jill Cornblee in an attempt to answer Cornblee's questions. Not all these questions are answered by any means, but as more artists began to use copiers and the audience for copier work expands, these questions became interesting in themselves. Also interesting in this day of mixed media is Hill's metamorphosis from writer to her present mode of expression. In this catalogue, she retraces her steps to the first appearance of graphic work as a complement to her words, showing examples of a gradual fusion that is bound to excite those living and creating under the same influences. Although Pati Hill's work sensitively reflects our time, it is unique, and her experiments with the copier have created a need for an expanded set of critical definitions where the machine is concerned. She is no key operator, but she is a key operator in a complex new field which, in my opinion, can no longer be ignored. One thing I know. The jacket of my first book, a journal about a year of rugged solitude, shows a fat lady in a straw hat gardening beside a thatched cottage. As I waft the jeans, braving flood and falling roof tiles to give my head some air, I thought this design inappropriate, but it was one feature of my book I did not question. One of the jacket of my second book, a scruffy novel without main characters and not much relationship among them. 3 blue ladies cling together beneath pink letters that would have seemed sentimental for Love in Bloom. When my third book was accepted, it occurred to me to ask the word for words, just words, and was told this honour was reserved for Shakespeare and the dictionary. Nevertheless, my fourth book, One Thing I Know, has words, just words, on its jacket and, what is more, words from my own text written in my own hand. The Snow Rabbit. My first illustrated work, The Snow Rabbit, Huntington Mifflin, 1962, was published in a light-hearted mode with Galway Kinnell as illustrator and me as poet. The Caterpillar and the Moth. Caterpillar to moth. I thought you were a leaf. I dreamed of you falling past me. I thought of your wings beating and of my many feet. Moth to caterpillar. I thought of you. I thought of you where I thought. I thought you thought a dream. I thought. The history of dressmaking. In the fall of 1962, I quit writing in favour of housekeeping, but I contained my journal, which I called The History of Dressmaking, and began collecting informal art. Objects. From collecting informal art, I began collecting objects. I kept them in a laundry hamper, and when the hamper overflowed, I would take them to the copier in the nearby town and record the ones that still intrigued me, then threw the originals away or put them back into circulation. In 1975, Jill Cornbly gave an exhibition of some of these copies at the Cornbly Gallery. I am among many who began using the copier for work other than copying written words about that time because the copier was becoming readily available. But Cornbly is the first important gallery to show copier art as such. Slave Days. With the encouragement of poet James Murrell, I put some of my objects to words. The result was my next book, Slave Days, which I published through Cornbly Gallery. Garments. In 1976, Cornbly gave a second exhibition of my copier work. This time I used garments as my subject on account of the striking way seams, lace, buttonholes and zippers reproduced. I had some trouble finishing this exhibition because, for one thing, people started hanging around asking questions like, does the copier do pressing too? For another, my excessive use of dark materials caused me to trip the beads in the powdered ink, so the owners of the copier asked me to stop using it except for commercial work. I managed to finish by getting myself locked into large office buildings in New York over a weekend and using their copiers. 6 excerpts of this exhibition was printed by new letters accompanied by my text. Impossible Dreams. In 1975, a poetry collective accepted a short novel I had written some years previously. Unfortunately, the members of the collective were not unanimous of their acceptance, and they grew less so when I proposed to add illustrations, a blip to my own expenses. The feeling was that the illustrations would downgrade the literary value of the work, especially photocopied photographs. Some photographs were queasy about what I was doing, as well as withdrew their pictures at the last moment. Most were interested in the experiment, however, and some, like Robert Dusnay, went far out of their way to help me find images that added new dimensions rather than just bearing out the words for the text. Today I know that the best photographs to copy are not necessarily the best photographs, but I am glad I did not know that because of the many interesting contacts I made with talented men and women. I also learned that publishing a book on your own may be the cheapest and most efficient way in the end. Of course, there is still the question of distribution, but books have the life of their own. Some books move, even if you leave them on your back stairs in the boxes they came from the printers in. What about going to Deauville at the weekend? Gerard started asking. But no one goes to Deauville in the season, I objected. That's the point, said Gerard. We'd have to have it all ourselves. I have to visit my parents, I told him. I'll send you a postcard from the casino, said Gerard, and when the day came he drove me to Joigny. The weather was unusually fine, and we ate on the terrace despite of the keen wind that sprang up as we were putting on the tablecloth. Afterwards, we wound up the old gramophone my father had brought at an auction and played the records that came with it. Dreams, Objects, Moments. After Garments, I realised I needed control of the copier to make the kind of pictures I wanted to make, and I started trying to get IBM to lend me one. I don't know why I thought IBM should be interested in counting work that was potentially harmful in its property. Today the outlook is changing. Many artists are working in copiers, and their work has given us the taste for the contrasty results. I think forward-looking manufacturers will soon modify their copiers for using the graphists and make special copiers for them, which will bring about still more changes in copying art, which will bring about more changes in copiers. In 1976, this day still seemed far in the future, though. I decided to make an exhibition that conveyed my feelings about copier work without requiring the use of a copier. The result was about 100 shallow, literal descriptions of dreams, objects, and moments which I typed on different colours of paper and hung on 3 walls at the Cornbury Gallery. Dreams, Objects, Moments, 1976. These excerpts of all dreams, and they were taken from the published book Dreams. In order to present a fair sampling, they have been run consecutively instead of treated as individual pieces. Not everybody liked my exhibition, Dreams, Objects, Moments. Some said they preferred reading sitting down, and quite a few said they did not think it gave a stereotypical effect of the way I claimed. Nearly everyone liked the jacket of the volume that was subsequently published. However, I think it was the way I managed to get the 3 words squashed and drawn out to the same length, and a neat red line indicating the subject. While I was making this cover with stick-on letters and pens, I thought about the sign painters and other times of monks illuminating manuscripts and of the colourful spray-painted words of subways and subway trains. These excerpts are all dreams, and they are taken from the published book Dreams. In order to present a fair sampling, they have been run consecutively instead of treated as individual pieces. I will end the day now reading the chapter from the book The Pit and the Century Planet, number 27, The Secret of Everything. About the only thing I couldn't seem to get any enthusiasm for, at least during most of the summer, was writing. I tried, regularly and conscientiously, making endless little notes and endless little papers and putting them away. But I just did not seem to have anything to say. Even incidents that went onto the farm got away from me the minute I tried to turn them into something solid. Like a day that Madame Jumard saw this giraffe, for example. At Sens, it was where she had gone to do her banking of bright, clear Saturday, when lo and behold, passing through the square, she looked up and there was a cart and there was an animal with a neck as high as the house and little spots all over it. Whatever could it be, she wondered to herself, that marvellous beast, which was not a cow, nor a horse, nor yet a donkey, and she asked the people who were standing around, and they said it was a giraffe, a real giraffe, straight from Africa. What do you think of that? And she began holding her fingers to her head and tracing spots on herself to show us how it had been. A sight like that, she told me, could last a person for a lifetime. Why didn't I write that? And it seemed to me, the way she told it, it was surely worth a try. But when I came to put it down, I just got it all mixed up with the blank and the bus and the view and the scenes when it's still in the valley, and by the time I got to the point, there was none. Just a giraffe and Madame Jumard. Then I wanted to tell about the calf, even before it was born. I had never seen anything born in any proportion, and I thought it, if I should see this, would give me some inspiration. Tell me, I kept reminding Norbert and Madame Jumard, when the time comes, because I want to be there, and finally after weeks of waiting it happened. One day, just after lunch. When we got there, I went into the barn and paws were already out, very soft and clean and yellow like wax, or toenails that had been in the bathtub too long. And Madame Jumard said they were the front ones. The cow was mooing low and sweetly, chewing a bit of the straw, looking around to see what she could see, which was nothing. Poor dear, a cow not being built for looking, and its hind quarters the way we are, and the cow next to her was calmly sleeping. We waited around a bit and fed the rabbits until Norbert came. Then we went into the barn, and Madame Jumard tied a rope to each of the hoos and gave the end to Norbert, and on the end to me, and we began pulling. By then we could see a part of the head with the tongue sticking out, licking around, and in another second
it was over. The calf was out with a great thump, lying on the floor, getting used to its nose and mouth and legs. Of course, it's very impressive, especially when Madame Jumard bent over and tied up to the stake, before he had even had a look at the outside of his mother or known the feel of her nose. It made me sad thinking how that great mooing creature might as well have given birth to an armchair for all she would ever know. Love running out into nothing, not useful to anyone. But as for the birth, there was not really much to be said for it. Both cow and calf went on about their business as if they had done it all before, and that moment I had been waiting for. Between visible and invisible, existence seemed no more important than the next stitch in the row of the knitting, or the opening of the kitchen door. And that is how it seemed to be with everything. In fact, there were hundreds of happenings that delighted and interested me and were good to think about, but none of them were any more vital than the next one, or any more complete in itself. They were all so independent and intertwined and interlaced that you could not only call any of them a story when you cut it all up and divided it out. Oh, it was terrible. I had spent so much time, the energy getting the place into the condition to write in, and talk so much about it. I hated to admit it was a failure, so I kept trying and trying. But all I succeeded in doing was using up quantities of paper, and so in the end, I gave up. Then a queer thing began to happen. I suppose it was living alone so long. I got the idea I was about to come onto a secret, or more precisely, that I was about to run onto something that was always there, to know, the most obvious thing in the world perhaps, but which had somehow been overlooked or forgotten or even deliberately ignored. But with nevertheless, there were for the asking. Everywhere, in the leaves and in the trees and in the water and the ground, in the very air, if only I could find it. Sometimes when I got up in the morning, at this time all the pebbles in the path had turned to hearts, real ones. A little mishappened, some of them, but hearts just the same. When this happened, I could pick out the best ones, the ones that almost beat, and put them on the window ledge, where I would find them later to make sure. They were always hearts, and they stayed that way when I found them again, though sometimes they were less perfect than I thought at first. Or forgetting why I had collected them, I would not at first know their meaning, but they did not really change their shapes. It was only that that changed, depending how close I was to the secret, which was, I didn't know what. Only whatever it was nothing like anything I might imagine it was when I thought about it. That, in fact, it was the thing most irrelevant to all I have ever thought. I did not even know when I was thinking about this what I thought when it occurred to me and watched the page mounts. Of course, not knowing much about the métier, at least now not only more than I knew about the wheeze at that start. I didn't pay much attention to things like time, the plot, but it was fun to watch it come out, and it was restful to sit down for a while when the weather got too hot. Like Madame Jumard and her darning, it gave me a chance to relax. Two ladies doing different handicrafts, not worrying about the reason, and whenever I read over any of the pages I wrote at this time, it is not about the book, I think, but of the cows, the sheep, the sky, the trees, the papers blowing like tame little kites in the grass, and rather comfortable feeling I had that I was doing a thing that I liked.
And this concludes our day-long reading. Thank you for joining us. I want to especially thank all the readers that came out and read today. Sally Schonfeldt, Matthew Hanson, Felicity Lunn, Clare Kenny, Jack Pryce, Declan Whitaker, Vanessa Billy, Sam Port, Jeremy Waterfield, Michael Burchell, Layla Beacock, Brigham Baker, and Clare Goodwin. My name is Rebecca Domig, and Aoife, Rosenmeyer, and I organized this event. Thank you all also to the rest of the team from Kunsthalle Zurich, as well as to Maureen Dietrich and Kunstverein München for bringing this amazing artist to Europe, and to Richard Tuccia and everyone at Arcadia University who is keeping the collection together. And happy birthday, Pati Hill!